Who is the most hated person in your workplace, and why? Far and away the most hated person in my carpentry shop is a deaf guy. I've only been working there a year and everyone thinks he is the most vindictive, hateful, selfish, paranoid asshole to walk the earth. He's easily the hardest worker there. I can tell you with confidence that he has generated the most money for the company of anyone there. He absolutely owns his portion of the shop. He has it down like clockwork and doesn't waste a second. All that being said, he throws an absolute rabbit fit whenever anything out of routine happens, and he won't look anyone in the eye, and he calls everyone lazy assholes. After a month of working there I started to learn ASL, American Sign Language. I learned a few things at home and would say anything that I could to him. Happy Monday, how are you, etc. I learned how to ask about words, how to spell things, how to sign numbers. Pretty soon he's teaching me a word a day, then it speeds up to 3 to 5 words a day. Fast forward a year and we talk constantly. What I learned is that he gets mad because he's been passed up for promotions because he's deaf. People don't tell him when overtime is available, which he wants. He sees people coming in late and still taking breaks and he never breaks those rules. He gets mad that no one ever tells him about new machines being bought or new jobs coming in or the gossip. I unknowingly became his liaison. He stopped fighting with people. He's able to get all of the jokes we tell at lunch because I can translate. He can joke back through me. Other people are learning sign language as time goes on. What I don't get is why no ever gave him the benefit of the doubt. It would suck to be deaf and never know what was going on. Some people have worked with him for 15 plus years and no one ever learned any ASL. He thanked me recently for being a good friend. He said things are a lot better now. Edit. Thanks for the gold, kind stranger. Edit. One guy in the shop did learn some sign language. All of the insults and swear words. The update is below. Fact point, let's call him Danny. Danny doesn't wash his hands. Danny for some reason feels the need to not use a spoon to put in more coffee in the communal coffee maker. No, he's gotta use his hands because people need to quit being afraid of germs. Danny takes a sheet, comes out to join everyone in a company lunch, and sticks his sheet germ hands down the bucket of KFC to get a piece at the very bottom. Danny came in hungover one day and just slept 8 hours at his desk. Danny doesn't flush. Danny loses every form of paperwork given to him. Danny is an asshole. Danny is apparently too good of an engineer to fire. Danny's asshole cat jumped in his car one day and came to work. Danny's cat Clark has been here a year now and has become a feral asshole. Clark did take care of the rat problem though. Clark rolls with a random pack of coyotes now. Fact Danny. Fact Clark. Clark is too scary for animal control to take away. Fact point, post hours meeting. JFC, my inbox has never been more full of messages and requests for more info. Point, Danny was a no-show today. Something about being sick, but I'm fairly sure the gout finally got him. Ours didn't mention my post, only reminded us about proper personal hygiene at the office, since it continues to be an issue. Since I didn't post any company info, I'm somewhat in the clear. Help me. They do want me to note that no one is unfireable. Also, in the future any complaints about anything going on in the workplace should be directly discussed with ours, to be handled in the appropriate manner. Fight Club is apparently not an option. Point, Danny will be given the same rundown we got once he comes back. He did text me a picture of his middle finger. Also, HR has talked to him twice and a third infraction will lead to appropriate actions being taken. Once again, Fight Club is not one of those options. Apparently 90% of my coworkers are editors. Explains why we don't get shit done. My boss couldn't contain his laughter when he read through the comments. Boss told Danny if he wasn't such a savage we wouldn't be in this situation. Point, Clark was last seen about a week and a half ago by the night security who says he saw a pack of coyotes out front, followed by Clark. This was confirmed by security footage of the front gate. I work near the outskirts of town. All I'm allowed to say about where I work, I'm being watched. Can't post security footage since our company logo is on both sides of our gate. I've asked Danny for a picture of Clark before he decided to be a feral asshole, and he sent me a picture of his ass crack. He's a grey Maine Coon with a portion of his tail hair missing that won't grow. Clark has a brother, who I'll call Lewis, who lives with me as of a few months ago. Nothing like his whole brother 10/10ths great to pet and give belly rubs to. The 15th of November 16 Danny showed up, has the gout, was pissed. Boss grilled him, all employees grilled him, we gave him a basket of hand sanitizer and sheet. Clark still hasn't been spotted. Enough with the violent PMs. That is not how you slide into my DMs. Final note, Clark/Grumpy Cat 2020. Make America stalk its prey again. He is no longer working with us, but he is still legendary to this day. Since he is most likely on Reddit, I will refer to him as Magoo. Magoo and I both started at the same time in a science-based company, but in different departments. He looked really good on paper, well qualified, and interviewed fairly well, from what I was told. I sat next to him, and we began chatting. It became pretty apparent that something was off on him. He would giggle to himself during the conversation, and immediately began one-upping me in the conversation, saying how he had something better, or knew more about what we were talking about. Not a big deal. I work with scientists and engineers, being one myself, and odd personalities are the norm. Within a day or two, I knew that I was not going to enjoy my time with Magoo. Our office has a tradition of getting bagels and cream cheese every Friday as a sort of reward for a long week. I get in at 8:30, Magoo is already munching happily on a loaded bagel, and giggling to himself. Not a big deal either. I get my bagel, start working, Redditing, and head to the bathroom an hour later. I can see as I'm walking that Magoo is eating another bagel. Not cool, but I've gotten to myself from time to time, if there are plenty left. 15 minutes later, I see Magoo eating another bagel, and trying to sneak off with it. I confront him, and tell him you can't eat 3 bagels before some people have had one. He brushes it off, and tries to pretend like he didn't know he had done it. This guy's in his 30s by the way. Magoo's interests were wide and varied. Think being a part of esoteric clubs, makes his own gaming computers and brags about it. The worst part of being around him is that he takes over every conversation he is in, and he is in every conversation. He will literally walk up to a group of people, no matter what they are talking about, laughing like he heard something funny, and then interject with how he knows more about it, or is an expert at it. It got to the point that we would avoid him at all costs, or just leaving when he came around. Didn't matter to Magoo. He would follow you and talk about his knowledge anyway. Magoo is also a closed-eye talker. You know who I'm talking about. The kind of person who will smugly assume he knows more about what you are saying and will close his eyes and turn his head away in an exasperated measure of I can't believe I have to explain this manner. He began to get on everyone's nerves, but began getting bolder with his interjections. He interrupted the CEO of our company during an important meeting to correct him on a detail that didn't matter. The balls on this guy. He also began changing login details, since he knew a good bit on computers, for shared machines for sequencing and changing protocols without getting approval. He ordered over $10,000 in materials for an experiment that wasn't authorized to answer something he had been wondering about, not even related to what we were doing. The last straw is when he started insulting people if they disagreed with him, including his boss. At this point, most people wouldn't even respond to him when he spoke to them, and most people just left when he came around, even in mid-sentence. How he lasted 3 months is beyond me, but the day he was fired, we were told to stay out of the offices in case he did anything drastic. After he was gone, he asked his boss for a reference. I still like to check up on Magoo every now and then. He is still unemployed and probably has no idea why. Edit. Magoo, if you are reading this, I hope that you are doing well. Please know that I tried hard to like you, but you need to let other people say things, even if they are wrong, without telling them what you know. I also hope that you find a job. No person deserves to feel unwanted, or that they don't deserve success. Hopefully you can reevaluate how you treat people and have a few slices of humble pie. You have some cool hobbies, even if you told me about them with your eyes closed. My office has the classic argue about anything guy. I mentioned once that I had recently rewatched the movie Equilibrium. This guy butted in and announced that the movie actually sucks. Spent about 10 minutes saying the effects were lame, the costumes were lame, futuristic movies are so overdone, obviously not knowing this movie came out 15 years ago, then ends it by saying I haven't actually seen it, I'm just saying. This election season has been a nightmare. Guy went out of his way to try to find out who everyone was voting for, and if someone wouldn't tell him, he'd make an educated guess and then argue and question their voting choice that he himself decided. He vehemently debated the result of the election and ended up exposing that he in fact had no idea what the Electoral College does and also had never even heard the term gerrymandering. Not something I would expect everyone to be knowledgeable on, but probably don't start a massive office fight if you don't know the basics of the argument. Point also mentioned that LGBT rights aren't that big of a deal to an LGBT office member. The best moment had to be when one coworker decided to mess with him and posted a warning about the dangers of dihydrogen monoxide. The coworker told this guy that illegalizing this dangerous chemical was important. Dihydrogen monoxide can suffocate people, is found in acid rain, etc. Guy totally agreed and said Trump would handle it. Edit. Remembered something else. A coworker and I were talking about Star Wars and how technically you wouldn't hear the ships/explosions/lasers, etc. BC it's outer space, but who cares BC it's awesome. Guy listens in and challenges us, saying of course you would hear them. Tried to explain that there's no sound in space, but he didn't want to hear it. He was like, well, what if there was an explosion? Me, it would be silent. Him, but what if the sun exploded? Me, it would be silent. In space, there is nothing for the sound to vibrate off of. Him, I'm pretty sure you could hear the sun exploding. My office has the classic argue about anything guy. I mentioned once that I had recently rewatched the movie Equilibrium. This guy butted in and announced that the movie actually sucks. Spent about 10 minutes saying the effects were lame, the costumes were lame, futuristic movies are so overdone, obviously not knowing this movie came out 15 years ago, then ends it by saying I haven't actually seen it, I'm just saying. This election season has been a nightmare. Guy went out of his way to try to find out who everyone was voting for, and if someone wouldn't tell him, he'd make an educated guess and then argue and question their voting choice that he himself decided. He vehemently debated the result of the election and ended up exposing that he in fact had no idea what the Electoral College does and also had never even heard the term gerrymandering. Not something I would expect everyone to be knowledgeable on, but probably don't start a massive office fight if you don't know the basics of the argument. Also mentioned that LGBT rights aren't that big of a deal to an LGBT office member. The best moment had to be when one coworker decided to mess with him and posted a warning about the dangers of dihydrogen monoxide. The coworker told this guy that illegalizing this dangerous chemical was important. Dihydrogen monoxide can suffocate people, is found in acid rain, etc. Guy totally agreed and said Trump would handle it. Edit. Remembered something else. A coworker and I were talking about Star Wars and how technically you wouldn't hear the ships/explosions/lasers, etc. BC it's outer space, but who cares BC it's awesome. Guy listens in and challenges us, saying of course you would hear them. Tried to explain that there's no sound in space, but he didn't want to hear it. He was like, well, what if there was an explosion? Me, it would be silent. Him, but what if the sun exploded? Me, it would be silent. In space, there is nothing for the sound to vibrate off of. Him, I'm pretty sure you could hear the sun exploding. Wanted to show him their check. Then he tries to talk to his desk mates about receiving less than last year, and this is where it goes downhill. Everyone he asks tells him they received more than last year's amount. You can see where this is going now. After everyone's gone for the day and a few of us stay to clean up the holiday party mess, Tim rushes the company owner and lays it into him on why he received a lower bonus, that he feels undervalued, he should be asking for a raise. We can hear him yell through a closed window to the outside. The holidays pass, and Tim is as happy as ever. All debt heads get called into what seemed like a normal Monday after the holidays meeting, and we are told the yearly bonus structure will no longer continue at our branch. Everybody knew why. A month later Jess finally got him fired, after bringing light to several sexual harassment instances revolving around him. Last I heard he moved to Kansas, to live closer to his family. Edit. Wow. This really took off with a few people. Before the new year I was already in exit plan mode after an acceptance at a larger company. I made it clear with the owners months beforehand, so they weren't shocked. March 2014 I officially left, which was about a month after Tim. Many of my coworkers were older than me and could basically be my parents if you looked at the ages, so I didn't have an outside work relationship with anyone. However, I Facebook messaged an old coworker who's still there to get some updates for you guys. I'll update once I have new information. Point update. So looks like everything is back to normal and the company chairman reinstated all the perks. Right after Tim was fired, the department heads had a meeting with the chairman and concluded Tim was the issue to all of this. The chairman agreed to reinstate the bonus structure, and now, when Mexican food is ordered, there are always leftovers to take home. Bonus story: the coworker I talked to was called by a competing company as a reference for Tim a few years back. It just so happened that he answered the phone and worked the appropriate department. After a few weeks, the hiring agent called him back thanking him for his answers and that Tim didn't make it through the probationary period. He was the worst candidate they had that was most qualified on paper. He didn't believe Tim lasted all the years we had him. In the 2 weeks he was there, he managed to piss off every coworker there. Amazing Tim. Let me tell those of you who scrolled down this far about Supervisor Chef Bob. We all hated Bob. Bob wasn't a team player, you see. When we were swamped, everyone would skip breaks, except for Bob. We would all help whoever was falling behind, except Bob. Bob did his own thing and left you to the wolves. Bob always pointed out what you did wrong or what you'd lazily point. Eventually Bob started helping me a little when I would fall behind. I thanked him once for grilling a steak for one of my orders, and I made the mistake of telling him that steaks are my weak spot. I had trouble overcooking them. For weeks after that he arranged it, so I cooked every damn steak. Time passes and I become, not to brag, one of the competent employees. I noticed one night that Bob was jumping in to help me whenever I fell behind. He would even ask what I wanted him to cover. Once I was working with him and I noticed Brenda was falling behind. Brenda is always falling behind. I was clear for a minute and told Bob that I was going to go help Brenda for a minute. Bob said no, Brenda has to learn how to do her job. She won't learn if we always do it for her. And I saw Bob in a whole new light. He wasn't lazy, he just wanted us all to know our jobs. Once he knew anyone could handle anything, then he was quick to help out. He admitted to me once, very bad at remembering who had taken breaks. He had no problem covering for a break. We just had to ask him instead of waiting forever for him to tell us to go. Now, Bob is gone. I was genuinely sad to see him go. Standards have fallen, and Brenda still is incapable of doing her job. She isn't hated, she's dreaded. This is the story of the HP crazy cat lady. So I work in a Best Buy Esquire store, and we have company reps come in to teach us about product. We had this woman from HP. She came in on every other Friday. The moment she walked through the door I knew, because my eyes would water. She smelled like she bathed in cat piss. She would have piss stains on her shirt. She was mid-30s and so thick you couldn't tell if she did or didn't have an Adam's apple. One time she had cat sheet on her collar rubbing against her neck. I almost vomited. We would be forced over by our managers to talk to this woman. It was bad. We would make jokes to new people about asking her out and trying to sleep with her. One newbie actually did it, and he said he puked on his food. He couldn't take the smell. Fast forward a few months, I get a customer interested in a 75-inch TV, but he won't buy because his cat will knock it over. He also smelled hardcore of cat piss and had cat food in his pocket. He told me he had purchased 3 cats. He had 26 on his property. He was sheltering and feeding them. He was also single. I actually gave him the HP lady's work number. Turns out she had been fined and lost her house and her cats. What we thought was maybe 4 turned out to be 58 cats on her property. 58. She lost her job due to complaints. I have no idea where she is now, but I hope they got married, bought a farm, and have 10,000 cats. My faking time to shine. He's not here anymore, thank God, but I think it still counts. Let me tell you about this stain on society's ass. For reference, I work in a troubled youth therapeutic center. Refused to get a key to the gate, which led to half of all of the buildings, of which he most commonly went to. When asked about it, he would just say, that's what I have you guys for. Frequently late clocking into work, fell asleep on the job almost every night. People in charge couldn't get rid of him because we're so horribly understaffed, and the kids liked him. When confronted by other staff, he got defensive and told us to mind our own damn business. Rarely ever wore the company uniform. He almost always wore douchebaggy sports jackets over a long sleeve shirt. Who knows if he actually had the uniform on underneath. One night I was paired with him, and I'd had enough. I wrote him a note, so as not to alert the kids as to what was going on, that said if he fell asleep, that I would report him to our supervisors, and he literally began verbally abusing me, calling me a piece of shit. I have no life. I should just kill myself now. etc. Fuck you, Jordan. Nobody misses you. E. I've got several more bad coworker stories. If anyone wants more, just let me know. Our company basically gives anyone without a criminal record a shot at working, so it's extremely hit or miss. I'm late to the party, but I must tell you all about this magnificent bastard with whom I work. For starters, just the sound of his voice is exhausting to hear. It is a combination of Walter Matthau, Edward G. Robinson, and Norm Macdonald. Top that with a Midwestern accent and the fact that he mumbles all the time, and you've got a recipe for super annoyance. But I'm not one to hate a motherfucker just because of the way he talks, so I'll move on to the stupid shit that comes out of his mouth when he does open it. Everything he says is either astonishingly inappropriate, sexual in nature, or antagonizing. Some of his highlights include talking about how his girlfriend, whose actual existence is speculative, makes his cork as hard as a diamond, asking our customer service personnel, or ladies, if they'd also be getting laid on Valentine's Day, conjecturing that one of the ladies who was suffering from a migraine should get some sech. Repeatedly calling everyone slackers in an attempt at being facetious, because he's still somehow ignorant to the fact that everybody hates him, bragging about being runner-up in a Songwriter of the Year contest that is sponsored by VH1 Save the Music, and an obvious scam bragging about his previously owned business, which failed because he is an alcoholic, and that's nothing compared to the faked up sheet he drunkenly puts on his Facebook, which isn't private. We are certain he has incriminating evidence against our owner, because a normal business would have fired him out of a cannon into the sun. I've done contract work with a small company on and off since 2012, and the office manager was the bane of my existence. A lot of their policies and structures made sense because it was all project work. So I had to report my hours with a description against specific projects, and I had to be thorough. I had generally kept on top of it and have a spreadsheet documenting every penny I've earned through that time for tax purposes. It also adjusted for any pay increases, and I just had to put in a date and hours, after which point it'd do all the math from what I got that week to a YTD year to date. Total point now, I wasn't under a typical agreement because they usually did their payroll monthly. I had negotiated down to 2 weeks. They also did their pay with paper checks. Had a lot of problems paying me on time unbeknownst to upper management. There were 3 separate occasions where I almost cleared 2 months without pay because she couldn't get the hours reviewed on time, or felt like it was more convenient to wait and lump them both together. I made regular complaints to the point that she left the boss office in tears once, and she's been on edge ever since. I never treated that woman any differently, but when it comes down to brass tacks, I expect that doing my job will result in timely pay. Another incident resulted in me complaining to the top level and having her on a 3-month watch period where everything went smoothly for once. She didn't miss a single one. Thankfully, now, that process has been automated and I can get paid on time without waiting a week for the mail. Other cork-ups, I noted a change in address via email and on the header of an invoice, yet she didn't bother double checking, and I had to be up there as. It's been kind of a big deal since I've bounced around Toronto and the GTA like 4 times in as many years. The address on a paycheck following had whiteout marks and pen corrections on the address. She sent me a rather aggressive email because I complained yet again about her problems, which ended up being a failure to communicate. Without a doubt, Lynn takes back-to-back 3-week cruises. If we get 30 days off a year, Lynn takes 60 to 90. Not exaggerating. Lynn has never written a coherent sentence in her life. In fact, some of her emails look like she's just pressing keys by slamming her head into the keyboard. I know this because many times when I've tried to respond to her, I've had to slam my own head against my own keyboard. I've literally seen people on LSD use better spelling and grammar. Lynn sends these emails out to clients. Lynn works remotely and does not regularly respond to internal emails. Everyone refers to her as the black hole. Nope, the only responses you'll get from Lynn is when one of her email chains accidentally get sent out by the boss and you find that she's been throwing you under the bus. Lynn has a fake personality. No matter what time of day it is, she always answers the phone with the loudest, freshest, "Hi. It's 9 AM on Monday morning. Please shut the fuck up." Lynn is unable to answer a direct question. If you ask her an either/or question, she'll respond yes. If you ask her a question with options A, B, C, or D where the answer can only be one of them, and let her talk long enough, she will eventually answer with each option as the answer. Lynn is pretty incompetent at her job, but that doesn't matter to the boss. When Lynn screws up a relationship with our largest partner by not responding to emails, Lynn gets put in charge of the entire Australia market and installations to boot. Lynn also travels for her job, but Lynn does not work on days she travels. Even if it is only a 30-minute flight. Lynn does, however, count this time towards her 40 hours and will quit working on Friday because she's already worked her 40 hours. I could go on, but I'm getting pissed writing this, so I'm going to stop here. Lynn, if you see this, I'm sorry, but you know every one of these are faking true. I worked at a dollar store as a teen. The manager in a side business selling some flower button things. She'd spent her entire shift on the company phone running her other business. She told me on the first day, "Unless someone is walking out with a whole cart of stuff, don't bother me." We, needless to say, had a major shoplifting problem. One older lady who worked there was nuts. She would come into the unisex restroom after people and wait while they went. She bitched at me because they hired me part-time instead of making her full-time. I apologized and said I didn't know when I applied. She also bitched at me for not waiting with my umbrella to walk out with her 2 hours after my shift ended. The homophobic remarks were unbearably frequent after my so dropped me off for work one time. The manager couldn't be bothered to intervene. The last straw was when a woman came in with her kid to buy some cat food, threw a fit, chucked boxes of product to the floor, attacked an employee, knocked her own kid into a shelf, etc. because she couldn't find it, punched her kid when he found the cat food, and then tried to walk out with a basket full of cat food and Snickers. I tried to call the cops. The manager was on the phone. You could only have one outgoing call at a time, so I couldn't. She bitched at me for interrupting her call and told me to mind my own business because the lady wasn't a big deal. I took off my name tag and walked out. The crazy coworker chased me to my car to tell me off for not giving notice, and now she'd have to cover my shift. I looked at her and said, "I thought you wanted me to quit so you'd have more hours." Probably me. However, I no longer work in the environment I'm about to talk about, and I hated all of the server I worked with, so I guess either me or them depending on whose side you're looking at this from. I used to be a bartender in a pretty high-end Italian restaurant that could seat easily around 200 people. For those of you who don't know, a bartender in a restaurant is vastly different from a bartender in a bar or club. You still have a bar to take care of, but you also have to make drinks for everyone seated at the tables. The servers ring in the drinks and you get a little shit pop out of a machine, like in a kitchen. So on top of serving guests at the bar, you're also like a drink cook. I was a total beach to the servers. They hated me. I'm sorry I was a beach to you servers, but here's the deal. You were lazy as fuck, selfish, and entitled. I worked the daytime shift, scheduled between 10 to 4, but I came in typically 2 hours early to do prep for my bar, and stayed an hour late to ease the transition for the nighttime bartenders, and make sure they had everything they needed. I was not paid for my additional 3 hours of work. Special shout out fuck you to my managers. The nighttime team loved me for this. However, the servers believed if I was staying late it meant I would run food for them. That's not how sheet works. I came in 2 hours earlier than you, did more work, and now I'm leaving. I'm not picking up your slack while you beach by the espresso machine. Oh, speaking of the espresso machine, guess whose job is not to make coffees? Mine. I'm working alone on day bar moving like a faking Hindi goddess and I don't have time to make your coffees for you. I did all bar prep including juicing 30 plus lbs of citrus each day, making fresh syrups, setting up the bar, prepping all garnishes, serving my own guests, making all drinks for 200 plus people. I did all liquor inventory worth approximate $15,000 and you never cleared out the storage space for me to put that sheet into the lockup. Thanks, but that's not why I was a beach to you, servers. I was a beach because you knew I was overworked and you still thought it was fine to slag me off behind my back. I know I'm a bit weird, but to deliberately not do your job correctly and not pick up your drinks quickly after ringing them through is a piss off, because then I have to make them all again. Pints go flat quickly. Faking pick up your cocktails when I have made them. Don't leave me to go drop them at tables. Oh, and that 1% tip out you give me at the end of your shift? Yeah, I deserve that 1% tip out. Your table ordered 12 mojitos. That's easily $200, so that's around a $40 tip to you for nothing, because I had to drop them at your table. And I get, what, like, 40c of that $40? Gee, what will I buy with my lavish wealth? And speaking of tips, guess who tips out the kitchen 30% of my tips? You're walking away with around $500 a night in tips. I'm leaving with around $60 and I still tip $20 to the kitchen because it's the right thing to do. Get your sheet together, servers. I don't care if you're used to a luxurious lifestyle. You're doing the least amount of work for the most money. I used to serve before bartending and my job is so hard BS doesn't fly with me. I will make you work hard and call you out on your sheet points, so yeah, probably me. I was hated the most. Of all the people in my office I have encountered, I cannot think of anyone more hated than Rafe. He is just this completely ordinary man. He has no distinguishing features, no personality to speak of, no desires or ambitions. No one knows what he does outside of work hours, or even at work. He translates documents, for God's sake. In the 21st century, my workplace employs a man whose sole purpose is to translate German manuals into English. This is a man who everyone looks at and thinks to themselves, at least I'm not that guy. When they are having a bad day, he has a completely expressionless face. No matter what you talk to him about, his response is never more than an acknowledgement or a nod and a smile. For all intents and purposes, he can simply not exist. Eventually he became quite sick, but my boss deemed it necessary for some reason to keep the old guy working from home, translating these German documents into English. I think my boss was just torturing the guy. I started bringing Rafe's work to him at home, and seeing his home made me hate him even more. He lived with his 2 brothers and a sister, all who had families. So many people in this household, and Rafe and one of his brothers were the only ones who brought any money home. I could see they were still making Rafe go out and bring home the groceries and do the shopping. He even had kids who could do this when he was sick. He never stood up for himself, ever. He let his life get so far out of control, and he just didn't even care. It made me so mad. It made me want to hit him. Why did he let people trample all over himself? How did his life possibly get this bad? Rafe got sicker and sicker, but my boss made me continue to bring work to him. Eventually, Rafe was bedridden, and I convinced my boss just to use Google Translate or find another service. Rafe could not work anymore. I went over to Rafe's house to tell him to get better, and that work would not bother him anymore, and I could tell this would be the last time I would ever see him alive. Something told me that Rafe at this point finally broke his facade, or his personality, and actually spoke to me. He looked me directly in the eyes and actually spoke to me with a sincerity I have not felt since. He told me to go to his office at work and burn the journal at his desk he was constantly reading. I asked him if this was his journal, and he said it doesn't matter. Nothing in that book matters anymore. Things changed and they cannot go back. I went to his office, and I was fully intending to burn it, but I'm a person in constant pursuit of knowledge, and Rafe had suddenly become interesting to me. What I found in that journal was the greatest love story I had ever read. Rafe had been sent to Germany by his father in his early 20s to learn business. This explains how he learned to speak German. Basically, he had seen a picture of a beautiful lady in an art gallery one day, a self-portrait done by a local artist. The way he describes this painting alone, for a full 4 pages, is enough to convince anyone that a truth beyond words surely exists in this world. Rafe stared at this painting for many hours every day he could. He was obsessed. One day somebody sat beside him and started asking why he was so interested in tea painting. They had noticed he came here every day for hours for weeks to stare at it. The idea that others might notice his odd behavior completely escaped him. While he was so infatuated, he never returned to the gallery and fell into a deep depression. Then one night, he saw the girl, the one from the painting, walking into a bar. He almost died. He had no idea that one day he might run into her. His feet naturally followed her, but he did not want to engage in any way with her. Simply knowing she existed was enough for his soul. He could bear her presence no closer. He ended up at the bar, and she looked directly at him, sitting alone. She walked over to Rafe and said, "How's it going?" so casually, as if they had known each other all their lives. How could he respond? He mumbled some awkward "fine," and the girl asked if he was mad at her. Rafe couldn't believe how he could ever be mad at her. They had never met. Eventually, through a slow, awkward conversation, Rafe understood the girl, Mariah, to be the girl who had inquired about his interest in the painting that one day. She had noticed him staring at her self-portrait for weeks, and she just started back at him. His infatuation interested her, and one day, she had to find out more. "I should have never done that," Mariah said. "I thought I had lost you forever." Rafe thought he was the one who had lost her forever. Despite this being their first meeting to him, they gallivanted around Germany for the summer, completely in love, spending much time every day together in the spring and winter until Mariah became ill. She was in the hospital for over a month. The doctors were unsure of what was the exact issue. Regardless, she made a slight improvement, enough for Rafe to stay in her apartment and take care of her. Rafe got a letter that his father had passed away and he needed to leave Germany and go back home. Rafe needed to settle his father's estate, and his mother had sent money for him to return immediately. It was decided that Mariah would move into her mother's apartment in a different city, and Rafe would write her letters every week until he had enough money to send for her. They agreed to get married and spend the rest of their lives together. Rafe continued to write every week, and Mariah wrote back. Her letters grew shorter and shorter, however, and started missing weeks, and eventually stopped altogether. Rafe's last 3 letters got returned to him as an undelivered. He made inquiries in Germany to the whereabouts of Mariah, but realized since he had spent too much time with her, he knew no one else in the country who would know Mariah. Eventually Rafe got his father's estate settled and found out he had inherited nothing but debt. He needed to start working immediately. He took work doing low-pay labor while saving up enough for a trip to Germany again to try to find Mariah. He constantly debating his worry about her well-being versus how strong he thought her feelings truly were for him. Rafe suffered many misfortunes in the poor economy and had given up hope of ever finding Mariah again in Germany. He settled for a job translating German documents and married a local girl who was also single at his age. Living together, his relatives eventually moved into his house, eating all of his income. Rafe lived this lifestyle for over 30 years, never able to escape it. Never able to leave. He made no career advancements. He could not build up any resolve to increase his postillion in life. He let everyone take advantage of him. One day walking home from work, however, shortly before he got sick, he heard a woman's voice call out behind him in German his name, greeting him, calling him to wait. He turned around, hoping, knowing it would be Mariah. He scanned the crowd intensely, but to his utter dismay, it was not. He had no idea who she was. It turned out to be Mariah's cousin. They had met briefly in passing one time in Germany, but because he had been with Mariah, his mind was otherwise occupied. They exchanged the usual pleasantries, and the woman had casually mentioned how much she missed Mariah. Rafe inquired about what she meant, and the woman explained that Mariah had died all those years ago, shortly after Rafe had left Germany. Rafe was devastated. Completely destroyed. Of course, this woman had not known the relationship that Rafe and Mariah had. She was oblivious to how such a simple statement of Mariah's death had such an effect on Rafe. The journal ended there. There are some words written, but they are simply ungathered, loose thoughts. I had no idea Rafe could have lived such a life. He was nobody. No one ever looked at Rafe and said there is a romantic, passionate man. No one could have guessed what a tragic life of love this man had lived. No one would have guessed what had been in that journal on his desk. Rafe might have been the most hated man at my workplace, but I will never forget the impact his existence has had on my life. I work twice a week under the table for a 90-year-old woman as a home health aide. Love the woman as I do my own grandmother. I work first and second shift as needed, and we'll call her Sarah. She worked third. She had the general stuff going on, arriving late, not getting her job done on time, etc. She once went weeks without speaking to me because I refused to come in a whole hour early without my boss's permission. If I'd just helped her out, as she put it, I would have been working an hour that she would be paid for. Beach. Please fuck, I look like my boss, still of 90 years old, would come in to pay me and spend 40 or so minutes complaining about Sarah. That she did whatever she wanted, touched things in the house and rearranged stuff. Mind you, the house and all its contents belong to a 90-year-old. If you move her Christmas sweaters, she's going to panic when she goes looking for them. Stupid sheets started going missing. Toilet paper, paper towels, food. Still provides groceries, and it didn't take her long to notice. Sarah's little sisters are moving across the country, so she decides to invite them to come to work with her and sleep for the week before they leave, without boss's consent. Regular first shift worker gets to the house early one morning to two strangers. Boss finds out. She warns Sarah. Second strike. Last chance. Beach. I go into work one day and my boss calls and says she'd stopped by and hid my pay, cash, in the china cabinet. Ah, look, nothing. Guess who was working when she hid it? No proof. Sarah starts a game of she said, and first shift worker comes crying to me. Sarah told me you told her you think I stole your paycheck. Nice point. Cameras are installed. Notes are put up by boss all over the house. Do not touch. There is no reason for you to be in this room. Boss is less tolerant than usual. Boss asks me my opinion. Me being too kind, I tell her give her one more chance. She treats your sister with respect and truly cares for her. Sarah comes in one day out of the blue and ignores every word I say to her. I ask her what her problem is. Silence. Okay. Not sure who the fuck you think I am, but okay. A month of us coming and going and neither of us saying a word. She texts me out of the blue. I don't know what your problem is, but I don't appreciate your attitude. Spreads rumors about me to coworkers. The next time boss asked my opinion, I gave her an honest full-length answer. Sarah's replacement doesn't show up late or steal, but she's a weirdo. I'm fine with that. TLDR, my now ex-coworker was a see you next Tuesday. I work twice a week under the table for a 90-year-old woman as a home health aide. Love the woman as I do my own grandmother. I work first and second shift as needed, and we'll call her Sarah. She worked third. She had the general stuff going on, arriving late, not getting her job done on time, etc. She once went weeks without speaking to me because I refused to come in a whole hour early without my boss's permission. If I'd just helped her out, as she put it, I would have been working an hour that she would be paid for. Beach. Please fuck, I look like my boss, still of 90 years old, would come in to pay me and spend 40 or so minutes complaining about Sarah. That she did whatever she wanted, touched things in the house and rearranged stuff. Mind you, the house and all its contents belong to a 90-year-old. If you move her Christmas sweaters, she's going to panic when she goes looking for them. Stupid sheets started going missing. Toilet paper, paper towels, food. Still provides groceries, and it didn't take her long to notice. Sarah's little sisters are moving across the country, so she decides to invite them to come to work with her and sleep for the week before they leave, without boss's consent. Regular first shift worker gets to the house early one morning to two strangers. Boss finds out. She warns Sarah. Second strike. Last chance, beach. I go into work one day and my boss calls and says she'd stopped by and hid my pay, cash, in the china cabinet. Ah look, nothing. Guess who was working when she hid it? No proof. Sarah starts a game of she said, and first shift worker comes crying to me. Sarah told me you told her you think I stole your paycheck. Nice point, cameras are installed. Notes are put up by boss all over the house, do not touch. There is no reason for you to be in this room. Boss is less tolerant than usual. Point, boss asks me my opinion. Me being too kind, I tell her you know, give her one more chance. She treats your sister with respect and truly cares for her. Sarah comes in one day out of the blue and ignores every word I say to her. I ask her what her problem is. Silence. Okay. Not sure who the fuck you think I am. But okay. A month of us coming and going and neither of us saying a word. She texts me out of the blue. I don't know what your problem is, but I don't appreciate your attitude. Spreads rumors about me to coworkers. The next time boss asked my opinion, I gave her an honest full-length answer. Sarah's replacement doesn't show up late or steal, but she's a weirdo. I'm fine with that. TLDR, my now ex-coworker was a see you next Tuesday. Not by everyone, but I can tell I'm disliked, or at least not liked by a few of the girls I work with. Point, there's this one girl I can tell really dislikes me, but I couldn't care less anymore. She's the same type of girl who constantly bitches about everyone, is soulmates with her gay BFF, loves the Kardashians, and talks like a valley girl. Right off the bat, I knew we wouldn't be great friends. She's just a bitch straight up. Point, there's another girl I know, doesn't like me much. I came in and basically made her job useless. Everything they sent her off to learn, I already know and tenfold. She's also seriously racist, so I'm not a fan of her, and her complaints about her Asian neighbors, or how amazing her hometown is, because it's all white. Point, and the last woman I know, dislikes me at least a bit, is a woman who complains about her housekeeper, and also bitches about everyone. I'm not sorry for not comforting you when you say my Filipina housekeeper is so lazy. I walked out of the room. Again, another bitch who complains about everyone all the time. She even whines about her husband, who sounds like an awesome man for being able to handle a woman like her and give her a house and a place for her kids to grow up. Coincidentally, her and girl #1 are good friends. All in all, I work with some assholes and unfortunately, I'm bad at hiding my distaste for stupidity. I can't even decide which one of those girls I dislike the most. Probably #1 as she's vapid and represents everything I dislike. Point, on the other hand, I have a few coworkers at least who I really like, but I get less time with them based on schedules. At my old job, we had this one guy, call him A. Was not a nice person. Was a large, smelly, poorly dressed, keeping in mind we work in a position that demands professional attire, and loudmouthed individual. To sum it up in a word, was boorish. Point, at different times throughout the 2 years I worked at that job, I did the following things that, had ours found out, would likely have resulted in his termination. He made racist remarks including, but not limited to, criticizing a Chinese Canadian member of our team for being short and not being able to see very well because his eyes were narrow. He made sexist remarks including, but not limited to, discussing, in a voice loud enough to be heard by most of the office, which former and current female members of our team he would sleep with. He made sexist/racist remarks. This one has a particular example to go with. He was talking to our manager, who is a Chinese woman, about her husband, who is a white man, and was surprised to learn that her husband actually allowed her to drive because she was not only a woman, but also Asian. He made several homophobic remarks which included suggestions that certain members of our team were in homosexual relationships with one another. Some were able to laugh it off, others got offended. In one particular case, one of the homosexuals in question had just gotten engaged to a woman and was in the process of planning a wedding to a woman. Point, he was condescending to people in respect to their cultural background. He had traveled quite extensively in Southeast Asia and determined that this was grounds to explain Filipino culture to 2 Filipino members of our team, Chinese culture to 3 Chinese members, and Indian culture to an Indian member. He also happened to have Ukrainian heritage, despite never having been to Ukraine, which made him uniquely qualified to tell a newly hired Ukrainian woman who was actually from Ukraine, about her heritage. When his racism/sexism/homophobia/condescending nature was brought up, he would simply say that there was joking around and brush it off. When jokes were made at his expense, he became very enraged and often threatened to take it to the manager or even fight other members of the team. This was our most hated person. He is the person that I missed the least when I left that job 2 years ago. We have a guy in our office who embodies creepy guy of the office. Here are a few things he's done. He applies for every promotion opportunity. He's not leadership material, so we always have to reject him. Every time, which is about 5 times since I've been here. He calls in sick the day after we give feedback. He doesn't get that we notice that and see it as totally unprofessional. He's a Facebook creeper. When I first started, I didn't know anyone. I relocated, so my circle was literally nada. He and I got along decently as he was my cube neighbor, so I accepted his friend request. Every time I would post a picture of my daughter, the first thing he'd say to me at work the next day is, "I saw that picture of your daughter. She's a cutie." Normally, I would just say thanks, but when a middle-aged dude says that every time, it's weird. He's very unhappily married. He and his, probably mail order from Taiwan, wife hate each other. He talks about it all the time. On one occasion, he told me about going to get a massage while his wife was out of town. He talked about how amazing it felt to be rubbed down by the beautiful masseurs. Then, he told me about how they had a wonderful conversation for over an hour afterwards, and how he longed for that every day. Since we had a leadership meeting in our conference room one day. Dude forgot to apply for a promotion and asked to be considered after the cut-off date. Our manager said no, and we were discussing the whole situation. The next morning, he went into our manager's office and said, "I just want to bring you some peace this morning." And then he walked out. Turns out he was texting his daughter and overheard us talking bad about him. 1. That's not true at all, and 2. You have to put your ear literally on the door to hear what people are saying inside. We know this because after it was brought to our attention, we tested it out. My boss, my coworkers and I work in a chemistry lab in a very small company. As in, we report directly to the owner. We can pretty much all agree that she is the reason the business is failing. First off, despite decades in the industry, she apparently knows all about chemistry. We come to her with actual scientific theory that's been established for decades and even centuries, and she responds with "that doesn't sound very scientific." Next, she expects us to stay late, take on more work than usual, even come up with ideas for her to make money from without offering any incentive to do so. My raise this year, 3%, was immediately wiped out just by the increase in rent costs, never mind every other bill I have increasing as well, and the fact that I actually ended up owing income taxes because they wouldn't let me fill out my own W-9. Her husband, the actual chemist I work for, and a brilliant man by all accounts, an octogenarian who's had no less than 3 heart attacks in the 2 years I've worked here. Each time she's made him come back to work the next day against doctor's orders. She makes him do manual labor and only chastises him for it once I've already intervened. At this point I'm convinced she's trying to kill him. She sexually assaults contractors working on the building, such as the janitor that comes once a week. I've seen her try to kiss him as he tries to pull away, only for her to start yelling at him and how horrible he is at his job, threatening to fire him. She screws over business partners regularly, and as a result no one wants to deal with her anymore, so she can't get any raw materials to perform the testing that the whole business relies on. Projects have sat idle for months because we lack the materials to continue testing, and she refuses to pay the people that supply them. I keep trying desperately to find another job, but I'm afraid that anyone that would hire me take one look at who I work 4. Laugh and toss my resume aside. There was this guy that I worked with who will be called Toby. At the time, I worked in a manufacturing plant and we started work at 5 AM. Toby was originally a temp and I was fresh into the job, not even a week in. Toby would show up late to work nearly every day, around 8 AM. It was decent to talk to most of the time until he started this new diet. He was all of a sudden extremely into juicing carrots, beets, etc. Toby started wearing those shoes with toes and sweatpants to work every day. And this is where it really started. He tried to sell me a juicer. I would politely refuse, but he would comment about it any chance that he got. Next, he tried to sell me a used motorcycle that he had painted black himself from the nice blue that it was, with spray paint. He then started suggesting that I buy a bag of carrots, he would juice them for me, and then I would really see that I should buy a juicer. I still didn't want to buy a juicer from Toby. A few days later, he was having issues weighing some stuff and asked me to come hold the bag open so he could finish up the batch. Toby was weighing up some chia seeds and coconut. The bag begins to overflow and Toby realizes his scale was in kilograms and the recipe was in lbs. As soon as the manager sees this bag of now ruined product, probably 40 pounds, Toby quickly declares that I was the one responsible for the stuff we must now throw in the garbage. Fuck you, Toby. The manager moves past this and no one is in trouble for the mistake, as long as it doesn't happen again. Toby decides to sell his car. Toby lives 25 minutes away from the facility and must now find rides home from work every day. The manager happens to live in the same area and he insists that he needs a ride home. I still don't want to buy a juicer and Toby just will not let it go. The company offers Toby a full-time job. We were desperate for the help. Toby accepts the job and he is scheduled to be out of the temp agency, which we bought out his contract for, in about 2 weeks. The time comes and he starts full time. Toby doesn't show up for the first week. Toby calls in and quits. Toby. At the same time, this other lady was just as bad. She would show up high on meth and run circles around everyone else doing her work. She would pass out for days and not come into work. They had a hard time firing her because every time they tried, she would end up in the CEO's office crying about how sorry she was and she has a baby to support. Her and Toby. We'll call him Dennis because that's his real name. And this happened about 20 to 25 years ago. And he's also the brother-in-law of the owner. But that's entirely the owner's fault. When he rehired him, his wife said, "Boy, are you stupid? Dennis was supposed to be a computer tech." When I grew up, in the 1960s, computer tech was definitely at par with rocket scientist fortitude. But this is no longer the case. What made Dennis very hateable was the fact that, when you first met him, he seemed like someone smart and a good guy. Then, about 15 minutes later, you realize that he was a total dolt. So you hated him for making you hate yourself for not seeing that he was a total dolt in the first place. Dennis also liked to blabber about everything and was very eager to speak for yourself, to the point that when he was a kid, everyone thought his sister was retarded because whenever they asked her a question, he would answer for her, so people assumed she was retarded and did not speak. She is a $250,000 a year corporate lawyer, while he's still adult working as a script monkey in a call center. Just to show you how sharp like a sack of wet mice Dennis is, when the owner, a longtime friend, wanted me to work for him, he once brought me to the service area, then started to rant how Dennis was inept. He then showed me a printer and said I asked him to look at this 3 weeks ago and he has not done that yet. If you can fix it, you can have it. Now this was a big Genicom industrial impact printer. You remember how hefty impact printers were 20 years ago? Well, here is one of those hefty printers. That thing must have weighed 50 pounds, all metal construction. So I plug in the printer and turn it on. As the print head started to zoom fast towards the home position, I found what the problem was. Took me all of the 1/10th second to turn off the printer. To prevent the head from crashing at the end of its course, I opened the cover and blow the piece of chat that was blocking the opto sensor. The printer worked fine afterwards. So that's how I got myself a nice printer when I was looking for one. It lasted me nearly 5 years. My friend was kinda pissed off, but I eventually agreed to work for him as the boss of the service department and the computer assembly line. They churned about 50 to 100 computers every week. Dennis is stupid. When he would put a computer together, back then, you could actually make money by buying components and putting them together. He put everything together in one shot, without testing every component. Of course, none of the computers he put together would work, so now he had to troubleshoot the computer he just put together, instead of putting everything together on the workbench first to make sure the components are okay. Dennis is lazy. He would always arrange himself to be able to work sitting down, no matter how clumsy that made him. And being adult, he enjoyed sitting around watching floppy disks being formatted, and also hard disks. Back then, a 40 meg disk would take only 5 minutes to format. If he was a painter, he would undoubtedly enjoy watching his paint dry. Dennis also liked to play golf. The real one, but he could not afford it, so he played a golf computer game, which was on the server. So, one day, the boss replaced the golf program with a batch file that broadcasted the message "Dennis is playing golf" before starting the game, so he would wait 2 to 3 minutes before going to the tech room to ask Dennis if he was done doing this or that. The boss always got a great kick of doing this, which is why he left the program on the server. Dennis was too much of a dumb fuck to load the golf on a floppy anyways. Dennis is adult because he does not believe in making sure his work works. After fixing something, B would never check if it worked properly afterwards. What did it with Dennis for me was on the 3rd or 4th day I was on the job, right after I had clued in on the fact that he's a total dolt, and I already hated him for not noticing it earlier. Dennis just had fixed a client's workstation. Back then, a workstation was nothing more a computer with a floppy disk drive and a network card. No hard disk, no mouse. You booted DOS off the floppy and had a network connection on the server, and you ran your programs locally off the server. This was 20 years ago, remember? If you put the floppy disk drive cable backwards, which was easy because the connector is not keyed, the disk drive would be in Magic Auto Disk Erase mode, which instantly trashed any floppy disk you put in the drive. Point of course, when Dennis fixed the client's workstation, he did not test it, and the client hated Dennis, so another tech would have to go bring it back. Trouble is, no other tech was available. So the boss asked Dennis to drive me to the client. I do not drive, where I would take care of it. Point. When we get to the client's place, up the sticks, he grabs the computer. Cool, I don't have to carry it, I thought. So we bring the computer, and as I was talking to the client, Dennis installs the computer, without telling me. He was just supposed to chauffeur me. When I turned around, the only usable boot disk had already been Magic Auto Disk erased. I was pissed, and so was the client, so we had to go back to the office to make a boot disk. If Dennis would have stayed in the car, I would have noticed the always on floppy light, which meant it was in Magic Auto Disk Erase mode, and flipped the cable. When we walked back to the car, I kept giving shit to Dennis, and he took off without me, stranding me at the client's. My cab ride cost $45. No transit in those boondocks. The big boss was pissed, of course, but he could not dock the cab fare out of Dennis' pay, and he had to refund me. Point of course, that was what clued in everyone about Dennis being a total dolt, and in time, Dennis became an insult within the company. Dennis always made sure he steered real clear of me, but when we ate lunch in the conference room, I always sat beside him, so he could feel the hate I had for him, and I wouldn't have to look at his stupid mug. I also made sure I always interrupted him, as no one listened to him anyways. No, Dennis was not fired for the taxicab caper, because the boss was kinda sadistic, and wanted to keep Dennis around, to compare us with him, if he was pissed at us. Which is why Dennis was the most hated guy in the company. Yes, it's not nice to make fun of adult, but this was 20 years ago, before the politically correct bullshit, and the guy was really hated anyways. But Dennis would get fired once in a while, because he really went below and beyond, only to be rehired a few weeks later eventually. I left the company to finish my university, and the guy who replaced me made it very clear pretty soon that it was either him or Dennis who would go. So this is why he permanently lost his job there, but my friend still had to see Dennis, because he was his brother-in-law. Point. When my friend divorced 10 years ago, the first thing I thought, great, you won't have to see Dennis anymore. And he high-fived me. Ain't life great? The most hated would be a 50-year-old knock shift worker who styles her hair in that crunchy curly style and takes pictures of herself captioned with "no makeup, no filter," even though she is clearly wearing makeup. She is most hated because she is miserably two-faced and spends every morning in someone's office complaining about every evening shift person, but spends the first 3 hours of her shift bullshitting, checking her email, and sitting down. She also tries to get everyone else to do work for her by means of manipulation, tantrums, and claiming she has never been trained to do that despite having worked in the department for several years. She gets into shouting matches with people from time to time, which is pretty uncomfortable / unprofessional. The second most hated is just batshit crazy. She runs around with a panicked expression all the time because she can't get anything done in a timely fashion. She is constantly making mistakes and takes forever to get even the simplest things done, yet she takes excessively long breaks and sometimes takes 2 dinner breaks. The weirdest thing about her, though, besides her existence in a general frenzy, is that anytime she tries to join in a conversation she just starts talking about something completely irrelevant and inappropriate. The last thing she told me was about how her ex-husband was giving enemas to her son a lot with an "I told you so" look on her face. I barely know this person at all. I told her she should call the police or whatever if she actually suspects that sort of abuse, then walked away. I have definitely avoided her since then. I have 2. The first is hated because she's a classic office bitch, negative, whiny, lazy, and spends more time looking for ways to fuck everyone else over than doing actual work. She steals credit for other people's work and has actively harassed another woman so much we had to bring outside mediation in to try and make it better. The mediation resolved nothing, but I work for the government, so she hasn't been fired or moved to another department. The second one is a new hire. He's not a douche on the same level of the first person, but he's still terrible. He walked in on his first day throwing attitude about the fact that he had to undergo on-the-job training, and he's only gotten worse as the months have worn on. He takes everything literally. Example, if you told the "why did the chicken cross the road" joke, he'd spend the next 5 minutes going, well, maybe its chicks were across the street and it had to get to them. Or maybe there was better food over there, and so on. Sucks the humor from everything, cries all the time. If there's a sad news story on, he'll start loudly ugly crying. If he thinks someone is criticizing him, he'll burst into tears. If he makes a mistake, he cries. I'm not against guys having emotions, but there's a time and a place. He's super arrogant. I overheard the supervisors talking, and apparently on his employee self-review, performance review basically, he tried to take credit for every project the office had finished, claimed he was the mastermind behind every single policy change we'd put in place, and said he should be a supervisor because he'd do a better job. In reality, he has only helped with one project, and he had to practically be horsewhipped to get him to do any work on it. He was involved in 0 policy discussions, and he definitely will not ever be a supervisor. There's a ton of other stuff. He's misogynistic, condescending, and just an all-around bad person to work with. I feel a little bad because nobody likes him, and I've tried to be nice, but his arrogance and narcissism makes it impossible. I work at a grocery store, and there was one cashier there who would hold up lines with inane small talk that would continue even after the transaction. He would stop checking and use his hands to gesture, speaking slowly as if he was a radio personality, truly getting off on the sound of his own voice. The company standard is moving at a pace of about 22 items per minute, which may sound slow, but after you include bagging and payment is actually pretty fast. He seldom broke 10 items per minute. Aside from the occasional lonely old lady, none of the customers even liked his banter. They would just grit their teeth and nod while trying to shake his conversation off and get on their way. He was overly ingratiating, disingenuous, and kept a comb in his back pocket solely for his mustache. He had several other issues. He would inform corporate every time his much younger manager tried to correct his behavior, and he also asked on a dishwasher in the deli for moonlighting as a dishwasher at another store, so he was a two-faced backstabber too. Finally, our manager convinced the store director to transfer him to another store. This pissed him off royally, since he was in the same neighborhood as the original store, but now had to commute downtown to get to his new workplace. I'd say justice was served, but the store he was transferred to is even busier than the one he was at before. Those poor customers. since he left. Our store now has the fastest checkout time in the company, nearly double what it is at the other stores. Probably Dan. Dan is a kid, 19, who has no business in this line of work, fast food. I'm not sure where he would excel. I'm sure there's somewhere he would be an asset. It's just not here. While I'm pretty certain he has some sort of undiagnosed disorder, his incompetence is just mind-boggling. Dan was hired for odds and ends that don't require much work, but nevertheless occupy us when there are more important things we need to be doing. Dishes, taking out the garbage, putting the order away, helping clean, stocking stuff, that sort of thing. Problem is we're a year in, and he still operates as though it's his second month on the job, and cannot be left to his own devices. Dan has the worst memory I have seen, and puts no effort into his work. We have to supervise him for most tasks, but often can't, since we have customers and food and our own tasks to contend with. Here are some things or incidences off the top of my head, and keep in mind a lot of these are a daily or almost daily occurrence. A year in, he still can't remember where to put things. He has put frozen items in the fridge, or even on the open air shelves, or vice versa. He also cannot remember how the fridges/freezers should be arranged, and most things are just thrown in without any thought to order. Things on the open air shelves are often misplaced despite the shelves being clearly and obviously labeled. He cannot remember where he put things, even less than an hour after putting them away after delivery. I once asked him to go get English muffins from the freezer, less than an hour after he received them. Almost 10 minutes later he hasn't returned, and I need more cheese. So, I go down there, and find him standing in front of the fridge, door wide open, staring blankly into it. In front of him is a large box at eye level with English muffins printed on it. Note that English muffins also don't belong in the fridge. Dan, I need English muffins. I can't find them. Dan, they're right in front of you. Oh. He's still staring. Dan, get them out. And they belong in the freezer. Oh. So he pulls the box out and carries it to the freezer while I fetch cheese from the fridge. The fridge and freezer face each other, so my back is to Dan. I turn around, and Dan has gone, but the freezer is wide open, and the box of muffins isn't even open. I have also asked him to go get things and he will return empty-handed saying we don't have it, when he just didn't bother to look for it. When receiving the order he will confirm that all items have been received without actually checking that we have received them, if they are the right item, or if anything is damaged. He has cost the business a lot of money doing this, as once you sign off on the delivery it's the business's problem now. Our garbage compactor area is gated. He's gotten himself locked in there not once, not twice, but 3 times, because he can't remember to lock the door in the open position, or that you can still lift the latch from the inside. The one time I retrieved him, I found him sitting on the ground surrounded by the garbage he had brought out. He'd been in there for half an hour, while we were too busy with orders and he hadn't even bothered to throw the garbage out. Dan has had the same schedule and the same routine for the past year, and still needs us to direct him and tell him what to do. He is incapable of remembering his routine, or what his job is on his own. Furthermore, you must explain every detail of what you want him to do, or he will simply not do it, and even then there is a significant chance he will severely skimp out, meaning we have to supervise him, or at least double check his work. Every day we tell him to clean out the sinks and mop the floor after dishes. He always conveniently forgets to do it. I once caught him hiding dishes he didn't want to wash under the sink, including an onion slicer you have to disassemble to wash. I told him to wash it, and then turned around to grab a drink of water. Not 10 seconds later I turned around to see him putting the slicer, in one piece, onto the shelf, as though it was clean, after having been sitting on the floor. I told him he needed to wash it, again, and he huffed, before pulling it off the shelf. He made eye contact with me as he just dipped the whole thing in the water, before trying to put it in the rinse. Yet again I told him he needed to disassemble it, wash it, and then put it away. He claimed he did not know how to take it apart, and I told him he did, because he has been shown many times. Another sigh before he relents, and takes it apart, complaining about the blade, and how sharp it was. He's been late more times than I can count, and always has an excuse. His parents are trying to sabotage him, his little sister turned it off, the hydro went out, etc. Once he never showed up to work at all, and even his parents came by asking where he was. Turns out he woke up at 10:45, his shift was 4:10, and decided that instead of calling us and letting us know he would be late, he ran away. He still wasn't fired. He takes 15 to 20-minute bathroom breaks several times a shift. We've taken to denying him breaks and limiting them to 5 minutes, though we really have no way of enforcing that. His breaks have been cut down to 10ish minutes. He talks incessantly, all shift long, regardless of what we are doing. He is completely and utterly unaware of anything that is going on around him. We will be balls deep in the lunch rush with 10 active orders and he will be milling about in the kitchen asking questions and just talking about anything and everything. It doesn't occur to him that we are busy. Dan lies all the time. If we send him to go do something where we can't directly supervise him, like cleaning in the stock room, he will either just stand there for as long as he thinks is long enough, or do the most uninspired job possible just to say he did it. He doesn't seem to grasp the concept of the surveillance cameras and is genuinely surprised when we tell him to go do it again. For real point, his parents are aware of his ineptitude and restrict his access to his own money, much to Dan's dismay. He seems to also be unaware how expensive things are and how much he spends, or he doesn't care, because he will blow his allowance in the first couple days of the week and then spend the rest of the week either asking for money from us or complaining about how hungry he is. I'm not sure if he can count. We make onion rings in-house and we keep them in bins, 8 layers each. Many times I have double checked how many layers he's been putting in each bean, and they've been as many as 9 to 10 and as little as 6. When I bring it up to him, I get one of 2 responses. He wasn't aware it's supposed to be 8 layers. B. He wasn't aware he wasn't doing 8 layers. He once wore the wrong shoes to work, and they weren't non-slip. He suggested he go home, since he didn't have proper footwear. Unfortunately for him, trying to get sent home early is a known trick from him, and the supervisor refused to send him home. So, his next tactic was to complain about how everything was so slippery, the floors were dry. We watched him pretend to slip and slide, which was entertaining, and still refused to send him home. His next tactic was, while washing lettuce, to push against the counter to force himself to slide across the floor in an attempt to illustrate just how slippery and dangerous the floor was. He did not get sent home, but he did get a stern talking to about proper footwear from the owner. Pretty late to this one, but anyway, I work in hospitality. More specifically, I'm a line cook. This girl started working with us maybe like 4 to 5 months ago. She works out the front, mainly as a waitress, so luckily I don't encounter her as much as others. First of all, she is just straight up annoying. She asks the weirdest questions and tells the most pointless stories. At first I passed it off as her just wanting to make friends or whatever, but it's just straight up weird. She'll walk up to and just be like, "Guess what? I bought bread today," and just walk off. Keep in mind that we are extremely busy, and she tends to annoy the kitchen with her trivial BS at the worst possible times. She got very buddy with the assistant manager and ended up moving in with her. I still can't work out why the fact the assistant manager did it, but I guess she was desperate. Anyway, this has the beach thinking that, because she lives with the assistant manager, that she now holds some sort of power. She comes to work in his glossy, bright red shoes that I'm pretty sure are against our uniform code. She has absolutely no shame in asking management if she can do a particular job that is clearly out of her skill set for the night, like run pass, and then switches with someone as soon as it gets too hard. This is extremely problematic on a busy night and is just straight up frustrating. One time, she went up to my mate that works in the bar and informed him that she had cut off 2 customers because they were absolutely smashed, and that he would have to go over and explain why. First off, it's absolute bullshit that she just thought she could shift the awkward part onto her coworker. But what's more annoying is that when he went over to talk to the customers, he saw that they were quite elderly and that she had mistaken their old age for drunkenness. It's like she tries to latch onto whatever power she has so she can abuse it. She also fucks up orders all the time, but refuses to take the blame a lot. One night she faked up like 4 dockets I watched as whoever was on pass asked her about it, and she proceeded to say that's impossible. That is absolutely impossible. And then went and sat out the back in our storeroom for like an hour. On a busy night. There's more, but I'd be here forever. I should start off by saying that this woman does not work at my company anymore. But while she did, yikes, Jane is a 50-something-year-old from a super small town in the southern part of my state. She's ridiculously tall, wears ghost white foundation / powder, and has a bob / blunt cut fit for a 5-year-old. Jane also does not understand personal space or boundaries. She is a mouth breather and will creep up behind you to ask you something. There have been countless times when I've felt a presence in my area. I wear headphones, so I don't always know when people are around, and turned around to see her standing an inch away from me with her creepy smile. She asks way too many questions. Like, I'm all for being a team player and helping, but she forgets what Google is a lot of the time. She breathes really loudly and constantly giggles because she gets confused. She trips in the hall all the time and will most likely spill her drink at least once a day. Jane also will bring us treats without her knowledge. New flavor of icy at Burger King? She's on it. I'm diabetic, I can't have that shit, and I've told her this, and she still buys me candy and slushes. I throw them out every time. Lastly, Jane believes she was abducted by aliens. For real. She truly believes this. And she has brought pictures of her house to prove that aliens have visited because there are orbs in the air. When my boss let us know she was being let go, I couldn't stop smiling, and I felt really bad about it. I saw her at this restaurant a few days later and crept out the back door as to not have to see her. She called my coworker crying for days about losing her job and showed up at her house, banging on the door and begging to be let in. Oh Jane, please don't ever come back to our office. Ever. The new guy who gets really mad at coworkers when we don't go the extra mile to screw over our customers. One example of several. We are a hotel, and like all hotels, we have a cancellation policy. Ours is 48 hours before check-in, with a one-night penalty if we don't reserve your room. So Mr. Guest calls the morning of his reservation to cancel. There's a business catastrophe, he can't make it, the usual. We inform him of our policy, he grumbles but gets it, hangs up. Now, we are not very full that night. No one's clamoring for rooms. But by random luck, we get a walk-in. So the front desk girl working that evening sells Mr. Walk-in the room that Mr. Guest cancelled on. We still get paid for that room. Mr. Guest doesn't pay $200 for a room he never sees. We'll probably get repeat business from him. New old guy gets on to work the night shift, reads the notes, and is furious that FT sold that room when we have so many other empty rooms. I get a 20-minute rant about how she should be fired for selling a cancelled room when there were any other options. Fortunately, he's the newbie who works now because he's too slow to work days and no one has to listen to him except me, your friendly senior now. He's also just personally insufferable in weird ways. Aside from wanting very hard to be a shyster, he's a generally cheery guy, but he has this way of talking that is kinda shouty and has just random sounds making every sentence take too long. And now he's been here for months and still thinks he needs to update me about every tiny thing he does at his desk. I have my own job to do, new old guy. You can handle locking down a sleeping building and checking your files without me approving every little thing. I know you want to make sure the buck never stops with you, and I'm sick of it. Let's call them May and March. Not because March is young, but rather because March is old enough to be way past December, and probably mad as the hare himself. May is supposed to be a therapist. She sees, maybe, 3 patients per week. I have seen her sitting around the corner from the front desk window when her patient checks in. Tell the front desk staff yeah. Tell her I'm not here. I'll see her next week. Then turn to the billing department people and go back to her conversation about her Weisha Swiddle items puppy or her $1.5 million estate being oh so lonely and empty, but he pays her $2,000 per week, salaried, to keep up payments on the house. Well, it's almost empty. Our boss, March, lives in her basement. Why? Because he bought it for her. With company funds. It's across the street from his actual home, with his actual wife. But wait. There's more. March may have once been a brilliant psychologist. I do believe that. Now though, supervision that should be about what we are doing with patients and discussing development as a therapist. Supervision for patients we treat under his licenses we train to take our licensing exams. He told us not to take because we'll lose money when only he would lose in his pyramid scheme. No. What we get is, hey, listen to this Elvis song. Then he sings to it on his multiple TVs and screens and tells us about how we as therapists will never understand numbers and money like he does. What about the patient in the waiting room, you ask? Oh ho ho, my friend. You didn't realize it, but that guy in the waiting room, fuck him. You say he's going to go to jail if we don't give him his psych report. Lol, March don't care. He says to tell the guy's parole board he was non-compliant. I mean, obviously March took the folder home with him from the office and forgot because his brain is being eaten away by years of alcohol and guilt. But no, it must be the extern's fault. All his testing is complete and he's worked hard to overcome his addiction. March don't care. He decided he didn't want to write up a report. So now some man who has worked so hard to get better, he's going to jail. On a whim. From March's laziness. All testing is complete, but March said it wasn't. Now point the worst part in all this. March and May throw the hardest working interns and contractors under the bus, as though we did this. Then threatens us, sent an email around saying, and I quote, I have a strong personal reputation as a generous individual, particularly to those who appreciate my generosity and are loyal. On the other hand, as part of the drive to improve our economic and clinical efficiency, I will be closely examining the attitudes and competences of our clinical and clerical staff, and I will not hesitate to immediately remove individuals who are any combination of incompetent, negative, unnecessary, and divisive. Point I recommend that all be aware of the image they project, what they say out loud, and how they behave. Yeah. He just told everyone talk sheet, get hit. Point not to mention the Medicaid fraud and tax evasion we all know has been engaged in. Company overhead should not be going to your Lamborghini. March. He done been reported to the FBI. Next up, Board of Labor and Board of Psychology. Point I may lose my job for this, but I'd rather suffer the interrogation and have to job search again than see my patients drained of finances by this monster. Cheers, Sugatits. See you in hell. Had to make a throwaway account for this one. Point the most hated person in my office also wins the award for the craziest person I've ever met. Point I was at my company for 3 years, the only person in my role, website stuff and technical project management. I was pretty well loved and very well known across the company, and I had a solid reputation for getting things done, but I was constantly underwater. I got a new boss who hired this woman, I'll call her G, to help us. Let me sum up her first day. Told me she wasn't emotionally prepared to learn how to update the website, our primary job and the literal reason she was hired. Accused the director of infrastructure engineering of purposely excluding her from meetings, none of which involved her. Refused to learn Jira because the only reason anyone used it was because I lied to them and convinced them it was worthwhile. Point pulled me into a room and insisted that I'll let her do things her way and give her production access to the website with no training. When I refused, she reported me to our boss, who sided with her. Screamed at a marketing manager for asking a question. Point referred to our security team with their quotes, told me that my attitude was negative, and if I was going to talk to her I needed to say 5 positive things before I say anything negative. Point. That was her first day. Point not surprisingly, it got worse from there. She is an incredible liar, so my boss ate out of the palm of her hand. When she's not in front of him, she spent the rest of her time literally screaming at people and refusing to do actual work. She pulled people into rooms and berated them for things like accidentally forgetting to add her to a meeting, talking to engineers without her, and asking that our content people share information with everyone. She yelled at someone for filing a Jira ticket because she didn't like it. When she showed up for meetings she was at least 15 minutes late, disruptive, and constantly on her phone. Point the one meeting she was actually on time for, my engineer kept giving me the death glare. I couldn't figure out why until I turned around to see her in the back of the room doing yoga. Not oh I'm just stretching for a second yoga, but foot propped up on a chair, arms stretched over her head yoga. I've never wanted to shove someone over so badly in my life. The boss continued to love her, and soon my job became getting yelled at by him because of her behavior. Whenever anyone asked her to update the site, she would scream that I taught her incorrectly because I'm too competitive. Anything she didn't understand was stupid and not implemented properly. When I tried to help her, she stomped off in a fit and called me a faking beach. She demanded the engineers help her because I was wrong. When they told her the same thing, she complained that they didn't know what they were doing and they were just being mean. There was a massive launch happening and she cut me out of it. Complained to my boss again. I then found myself without a job. I was devastated. I loved my job and the people I worked with, save my new boss and they deserve each other. In the 6 hours since my departure, she broke the homepage, rendered a 404. Then she misspelled the company name on all of our pages, homepage included. All of the links on the site went to placeholders. Our pricing page was wrong. Optimizely was forcing a refresh of pages 3 times before you could do anything to them. She forgot to do half the launch. I knew it was going to go sideways, but it was a record amount of time. When asked what the fuck happened, she claimed that the entire engineering team, myself, a visual designer and our security guy sabotaged her, and have been, since the moment she walked in. I have never seen anything like it, and I hope I never do again. Edited because apparently I can make a website, but not format or edit post properly. Sherry is by far the worst person in my workplace. One of the typical snitches. She watches everything. She has eyes like a hawk and millions like a spider. When she was on third shift, she would find any little thing every person in my department did. The thing I always found funny was how she would be watching everyone and tell our supervisor if she saw us out of our seat at any time. Note, we are allowed to be out of our seat to talk to a QC or go to the bathroom at any time we need to, and she would automatically assume that we were doing something we weren't supposed to, and like I said, she would go to our supervisor and even go as far as calling a conference meeting to discuss all of the issues she's been seeing around the department. I have only worked there for going on 3 years, but I have heard that she even called the boss of the entire plant and all sorts of other figures that were higher than us. She also had this little clique that she would force to help her get people busted. And you could always tell that they didn't want to, but they did anyway, because they knew that Sherry would completely turn against them and surely find a way to get there as too. And I'm sure you already understand that she was one of the biggest bullies in the entire plant. She's gotten so many people sent to the office for something that they didn't even do, and I personally know that they didn't do anything wrong. I would see them coming out of the office in tears. It made me sick. But there is a happy ending. Our entire plant had a meeting, all shifts and one of my favorite people on third shifts, and mentioned something that we had a bullying problem. And she needed up getting switched to first shift away from her clique, and ever since then she started acting all nice and everything has been better. But I still feel those eyes scanning the place and her lips pressed tightly together. She looks like she's nearly ready to explode just because she always has to faking say something. Always point as bad as it sounds. I love seeing her suffer, but I'm sure you understand why. So maybe it isn't so bad. Oh man, I worked literally right next to this person. We shared a big office, and I was the only one to pretty much experience everything that no one else really does at work. Where do I start? Okay, how about every damn morning? The morning she comes in and sits down on her computer, she lets out this obnoxious yawn. Then she proceeds to say that she's tired / didn't get enough sleep. Beach. Go to bed earlier. She also likes to talk to herself, as if I'm going to chime in or talk to her to start conversation. One thing that annoyed me the most is the numerous times she eats throughout the damn day. She would have a giant stash of candy in her drawer, which she would faking eat every 30 minutes, and she eats in a way where I can hear her chewing whatever she's eating. Oh god, when she had Jolly Ranchers, she would make sucking noises every 10 seconds, then switch the candy from cheek to cheek, hitting her teeth in between, which I could hear. She also ate M&Ms, and like a heathen she would open that fun-sized pack and pour that sheet on her desk, making a bunch of noise. No, she didn't put it in a napkin or just eat it off the package. She ate it from the table. I can hear every tiny crunch when she popped one into her mouth. Then she would pop gum every hour, and she had one of those bucket ones that holds like 60 pieces with a snap on top. I can hear every squish and chew when she ate her gum, which annoyed the fuck out of me. Then later in the afternoon she starts eating crunchy sheet like crispy crackers or ice cakes. And throughout the day she drinks tea and loads that sheet with sugar, where she would stir her drink like 80 times before stopping, which meant I could hear that damn plastic spoon scrape the sides of her mug with each lap. Also, her faking computer speakers were always on, and she had an email notification sound whenever she got an email, which was annoying because she gets numerous ones throughout the day. She would play her videos / work through the speakers, which I didn't need to faking. Here for like 3 hours of wench's making video edits. Keeps playing the same part of the video like 40 faking times. Then she would have conference calls with other developers my company worked with through speakerphone. I'm pretty sure I've developed misophonia throughout my time working with her. Every noise or thing that came from her location would really irritate me. Thank faking God she quit recently, and I couldn't have been more happier when her last day came. We now have 2 new people who work with me, and they are much more quiet and don't do obnoxious shit. Hitler. That's not really his name, but we all agree he looks like Hitler, so I'll refer to him as such. Hitler has worked at every entry-level job in this town and the next town over, and has been fired or quit from every one of them. We work with food, but he only recognizes some of the rules we have to follow. For example, he will wash his hands when he comes into work every day, but is also willing to grab food with his bare hands in front of customers. A big no-no, even if he is wearing gloves. He has also been known to tell customers way too much, like how massive of a sheet he took not 10 minutes ago. We are currently doing a mass report on him because of all the sexual comments he makes to coworkers ranging from the age of 18 to 60. He mentioned to an 18-year-old girl how Hillary Clinton's mom should have swallowed instead of tacking the old cream pie. He is nearly 40, by the way. Hitler has also been known to take way too much of the communal food in the back room. He made too much pizza one day and had to take it to the back. Instead of coming back to work, he decided to sit in the back and eat the pizzas himself. We had not seen him in 45 minutes, so we sent a coworker back there to find him, and he found him eating the pizza. When asked to come back to work, he took one last slice and ate it all in one bite before saying okay and coming back. Has reached infamous at our place of work now. Okay, work at a supermarket. We'll call our person Jenny. Jenny worked in the deli. Jenny had the cushiest shift there is, 6, 2 or 3, Monday to Friday, which she got by making friends with the manager, then doing a backflip, and refusing to work any other time, because she needs to see her family. Everyone else who works with her is a lazy fuck, although Jenny has a mini tantrum when she needs to clean or serve customers. Jenny knows how to do everyone else's work better than they do. In fact, Jenny delegates even from other departments, to do what they were already doing. Jenny knows hard work because she used to be a trucker. No one in the store is allowed to buy a car without Jenny's husband looking at it. Jenny hadn't been promoted in her 2 years in the deli, and no one did what she told them. She no manager, so she made best friends with the front end manager and went to the checkouts. Jenny was going to be a supervisor and tell people what to do on the checkouts. She thought never made it off the learner register, turned her new buddy sour against her, and got sent back to the deli. So what now? New department of course, so 6 months later Jenny sniped a job at the bakery out from under someone else who'd been in the line for it 4 months by becoming best friends with that manager as well. What a surprise. The bakers don't listen to her sheet either and won't let her tell them what to do. She quits 3 weeks later. Jenny had a few legitimate friends in the store, don't get me wrong, but it only took a few shifts with her for them to change their mind. For interest's sake, after she quit she went and opened a fish and chip shop with her neighbor. Good luck to Jenny in all her future endeavors. I can't speak for how good the food is. She'd spit in mine. In the last place I worked, it was me. I was working in a high-tech industry as their cat tester. Nothing went out the door without me first ensuring it was up to standard. I did the job on my own, I might add, for 4 years. Everything was good in the beginning, but I have a tendency to speak my mind and put forward opinions, and as the company's unethical approaches to their business became more apparent, so I became more and more vocal in my disapproval. Looking back, I probably should have kept quiet, but that's just not in my nature. If I don't agree with something, I will say so, and to hell with the consequences. I didn't care who I was criticizing either. My boss would regularly get me pissed off by asking me to change the procedure to allow the tests to pass when the machinery just wasn't up to the required standards. I would refuse, point blank, pointing out that the tests were important as we were dealing with dangerous chemicals and that our customers, Pepsi being one of the biggest, were relying on this equipment to measure the concentration of formaldehyde, which some of you will know is a carcinogen, as well as others like DMMP, which is a chemical warfare agent. He was more worried about meeting deadlines than he was in making machines that worked properly. Anyway, as the company grew and became busier, I was approached many times being told to cut corners and miss entire tests in order to meet deadlines. Just before my 2-week holiday, I took the entire management team aside and read them the riot act demanding that they leave me to do my job properly and correctly. 2 days after I got back, I was fired. So yeah, fuck em. Oh, this is so easy. Let's call her Carly. I don't know how Carly is still employed. We work at a hospital. Back in the day, Carly started off just being a greeter at the hospital doors. Then she moved into housekeeping. Then she moved into some job where she called patients all day. She's had a million jobs at the hospital. Eventually she ended up in an office support / assistant role in one of the departments, which is where I work as well. Our boss gets daily complaints about her from various people in the department about various things. He knows how awful she is, but won't get rid of her. I'm pretty sure he's just waiting for her to retire in about 4 years. She is always showing up late and or leaving early. She's been written up multiple times. She always gets the lowest marks possible on her annual review. Most of her job involves using a computer and various hospital computer systems. This woman knows nothing about computers or technology. She is still on dial-up at her house and barely knows how to use the internet. She can only type by doing hunt and peck. She doesn't know anything about the computer programs we're supposed to basically be experts on. One of my favorite stories is the time she was sitting at her desk furiously banging on her keyboard, just going absolutely crazy on it. My coworker and I are just like, what the fuck is she doing? 10 minutes later she's still banging away. We had no clue what she could possibly be typing up like that. I look at her screen and there is nothing open. Nada. Huh. So I ask her what she's doing. I'm practicing my typing. What? But you're not really typing. You don't even have anything open. You're just randomly hitting keys. I know. I'm warming up my fingers. My coworker and I were almost crying from laughing so hard. She disappears for significant periods of time. We never know where she is. Sometimes she'll tell us she's going somewhere, but it's obviously a lie. It doesn't take 30 minutes to check the mail. The mail room is down the hall from our office. I'm going to go empty the laundry cart. She comes back 45 minutes later, and the cart is still full. Most of the time she just walks out without saying anything. Sometimes we are not sure if she's even still there or not. It's so bad that our boss has started popping in now and then just to see if she's at her desk. She usually isn't. When she is at her desk, all she does is eat. And despite eating all day, she takes insanely long lunches. We get 30 minutes. She'll disappear for 20 minutes, come back with food, eat at her desk for 45 minutes, then announce she's clocking out for lunch. She'll come back 30 to 45 minutes later, clock back in, then leave for another half hour. This happens daily. Her favorite thing to eat is pretzels. She chomps on them all day. Every once in a while she will even leave in the middle of the workday to run personal errands. One time she left in the middle of work to go grocery shopping. She came back afterwards. Like, that couldn't have waited a couple more hours until your shift ended. She ties up our phone line all day with personal phone calls. Her husband, daughter and mom call constantly. These are the only phone calls she answers. If she sees it's one of our coworkers calling and likely needing assistance with something, she won't answer it. She will just sit there staring at the caller ID until my other coworker or I pick it up. Sometimes her personal calls last up to 45 minutes. It's insane, and it's always the most unimportant chit chat imaginable. She is the most gullible person ever and believes the craziest stuff. She has an atomic clock hanging above her desk, and one of the guys in the department convinced her that if it ever falls off it will blow up. She talks about Sasquatch and chemtrails. But I don't know where she gets most of the stuff she believes. She thinks the government is sending young children into space to destroy meteors and fight the aliens so they won't invade Earth. Why children? Because the mission will take decades and adults will die during it. Also because children are small and then they'll have more room for food on the ship. I kid you not. Like where do you even come up with something like that? She also witnessed an airplane flying around the moon multiple times. She lives in constant fear of being abducted by aliens. She gets scared when she's driving and sees a plane in the sky because it might really be a UFO. So she starts driving faster to outrun it so she won't get abducted. She tells people at work this stuff like it's so normal. She's been in this job for around 8 years and still doesn't know the very basics. And the entire department, including our boss, knows it. Nobody comes to her for anything. Today our boss even told a few people in the department not to give her anything to do because he knows she either won't know how to do it or will try and completely mess it up and then someone else will have to fix it. She asks the same exact questions every day. We show her how to do the same exact things every day. She is incapable of retaining anything. I don't know why they keep her around. She got makeup remover for a secret Santa with an accompanying note that read, "All that makeup can't hide an ugly personality. Wilma Wonka, Wonka for short, loved purple overcoat. Purple over black, purple over bright eye piercing yellow, purple over whatever she fished out from her landfill. Combine that with impish and stout stature, we have unfortunately the making of an overturned blueberry, with the stem, of course. Smart girl, graduated from a top school, but unfortunately annoying as fuck." Capt gathers everyone around to introduce Wonka and most of us knew something was wrong when she slipped in. I have a resting beach face to almost no one's amusement. Some polite laughs were heard as Capt quickly changes topic. Wonka, not giving up on her stand-up, literally, routine, quickly offered up, "But you all know, I'll have company." Everyone's jaw dropped to the ground. Fast forward to a couple of weeks in, Wonka has made a sty out of her desk. It reeks of stale coffee and whatever strong scent she was obviously spraying on herself and got soaked into her chair. Poor Jimmy, her island mate, learned to be a mouth breather. Wonka has a strong work ethic, but has absolutely little decorum. The girl was offending people left and right and seems to have experience in the construction sector. Case in point, Wonka CC'd a poor girl's distant superior, at least 3 rungs up, for a favor, more like a information request. No thank you, no please, straight up, bulldoze point once, in her engagement meeting. Poor Wonka wasn't making any sense. Doubling down on her unfamiliarity with the subject matter, she chided the invitees for causing her confusion and promptly declared she should not have been in this meeting. I guess Wonka gave many fair warning about her snootiness. She wasn't suffering from a resting beach face syndrome. It was a God I hate this world train wreck. Her mixed race background made her extremely insecure and hence, as the blurb above suggested, made her overdo her makeup. God, if only that helped, and hence, we suspected that it hid all the emotion lines normal humans use to detect emotions. People started avoiding her. It was with great trepidation that we approached her desk to ask her to participate in the Secret Santa program. The rest is self-explanatory. In the last 3 years, this coworker has been suspended probably 6 or 7 times and was fired last summer, but was brought back due to an overwhelming lack of service. She's very sweet for the most part, but she snaps when things don't go her way. We rotate sections and parties, small restaurant, but if she's not first in rotation, or she doesn't get the back section, or if she can't leave an hour before her shift is over, then she will scream and cuss right in front of everyone. One time she asked me to come outside for a cigarette, and it turned into a screaming match in front of the damn police station to cause we're next door, faking humiliating, because she was convinced that I told our boss that she didn't have pink eye. Long story, but the reason why he asked if she actually had pink eye was because her eye looked fine and she touches plates with food. I'm only there part-time now, if that. I'm a ghost manager slash server, so when I came in to work for the first time in maybe 3 or 4 weeks, I was surprised to find out that my other coworker had hired this person back. I was not surprised when she said it's only 2 weeks of her being back and I've made a horrible mistake. Apparently, this coworker is on unemployment and does not want to go off of it, but still wants to work for us, so she can only work like 10 hours a week. The other complaint is that she's acting like a diva or some sheet, making constant changes to the schedule, telling other servers that they can't use any of the nozzles on the soda machine, while she's using it to get like one faking Coke, not running anyone else's food but her own, and the beat goes on. So happy I'm not working there as much cause she is too much of a job herself. Either a manager named Allison or a kickthun hand named John. I work in a bistro, but the bistro is only part of a much bigger entertainment venue, where people can also drink, gamble and watch shows we have on sometimes. The bistro is a place where kids can also be brought, so families not into that other stuff can just come in to eat, and that's the part one work in as a waiter anyway. We have plenty of kitchen hands who wash the dishes after we bring them in, wash the pots, pans, trays etc. from the kitchen, help do prep work for the chefs etc. They all have a surprisingly good attitude considering their job, except for one who's pretty much the Grinch of the place. OL John. Imagine your typical miserable middle-aged overweight man with thinning hair who you never see smile. Seriously, I've been there for 4 years and never seen him smile once. He complains when he has to do his job really. He whines to the chefs when they ask him to get something because they are busy handling 50 orders at once. We are a very popular and busy eatery. And will often even say you get it, or some other variant of whatever like that. He abuses waiters just for bringing used plates in to clean. That's our job. I was training a new waitress recently whom this guy told off on her first day. She asked me what did she do wrong. I told her nothing. He's like that to everyone. I mean, I get it. Just stuck in a shitty food service job. We all are. And all of us are only there because we couldn't get anything better. But man, hate the job, not the workers. The other, Allison, is a typical stuck-up beach type who never does anything but somehow managed to get into a position where she gets to strut around in a suit with her arms folded while the rest of us are doing actual work. Probably by sucking the CEO's dick or something. One waitress said to me, if she spent as much time actually helping us as she spends on her MacUp she might actually be a nice person. Said waitress was only there a week before she noticed that too. The mark of a shitty worker is one where even new staff pick up on it quickly. She just scowls at all of us lesser workers if we dare get near her or ask her to do her job. I did once, after being told I needed to notify her about a problem a customer had. She just rolled her eyes and groaned. So I don't believe the bullshit they say about having a good attitude towards work. We'll see you climb through the ranks. This beach is rotten to the core and has authority over practically all of us. This female coworker who recently came back from a year of medical leave was already on thin ice before, and we were all surprised she was even allowed to come back. I never saw her past 11 AM in the office. She would trade her on-call shifts with other coworkers and then trade those shifts again, so she never would end up doing them. One time she did this was for a shift right before a holiday. She said in the email that she wanted to trade her on-call that morning because her nanny was sick and she would have to watch the kids. She then gets caught when a coworker overheard her tell her husband on the phone that they could leave that afternoon for a trip instead of tomorrow. She made up client visits, billed enormous hours for tasks that would take less than a quarter of the time most people would bill for. That is, she would bill 4 hours for doing chart reviews, when we all know that takes less than 30 minutes. She would write annual reports and bill 6 hours, when we all know it takes 3 at most. Our minimum daily billing was 6.5 hours, so she could get away with doing 3 hours of actual work by overbilling her tasks. She confronted me when the whole office was talking about her, since we all brought it up with management, and accused me of spreading rumors about her. I told her that nothing we complained about were rumors and that everything she's done has been written down and quantified. She walked in a couple of weeks ago and everyone was aghast at the turn of events and no one has talked to her since while she sits quietly in her cube. I used to work in a sales office, and there was one guy, who I'll call Steve, who was the epitome of the office jerk point. Though he was supposed to start at 9 AM, he usually rolled up at about 9:30, logged onto his computer, then strolled down to the canteen for a read of the newspaper and a good old full English. He would finally start some actual work at around 10:15, though not much, because of course it was time for a cigarette break at 10:30. On a good day, Steve managed to work for a sum total of about 3 hours. But his casual attitude towards timekeeping was the least of the problems the rest of us had with Steve. At least in the offices I've worked at, a liberal sprinkling of misogyny was commonplace and was completely overlooked as long as the misogynist in question could sell. And considering how little time he actually spent at his desk, Steve was always among the top sellers at this point. I should point out that I'm a woman and was in my early 20s during this period. Steve was in his late 30s and married to someone I knew before I ever met Steve, and she was a lovely girl, and he had 5 children, 2 with his wife and 3 with previous women. There are so many completely inappropriate things that Steve said/did throughout the years we worked together, but here are some of the highlights. As the only person in the office apparently capable enough to remember where a few wires plugged into the back of a computer, I was always roped in whenever someone moved desks. Steve would wait until I was holding something heavy, then come up behind me, grab me, and grind on me. This was hilarious to my colleagues. He really enjoyed creeping up behind me at my desk. Then, while I was jumping up with alarm, he would use the opportunity to grab my boobs. By mistake, of course. Point at a conference one year I was given a very prestigious award. As I stepped off the stage, brimming with pride, Steve came flying over, then accidentally spilt champagne down my front. He then proceeded to lick it off, though he didn't get far, because I accidentally kneed him in the nuts. He was utterly incensed that I wouldn't sleep with him. I was very promiscuous back then, and decided to show me his secret selection of bar charts and graphs, which he had been working on for years. He charted the best places he picked up women, what line worked, what was most likely to get them in the sack, where he was more likely to meet girls more on the kinkiest side etc. There was page after page of that sheet. To this day I have no idea what made him think that crap would impress me. Honestly, it was just really fucking creepy. In any normal office Steve would have been fired over any one of those incidents, or any of the other countless episodes just like that. Or, not turning up for a whole day's work, ever. This place didn't fire people easily. You could get away with ridiculous shit, because management knew that the process to fire someone was so ridiculously lengthy, and even if they managed to get them through those hurdles, the union would scare the shit out of anyone trying to fire one of their members. Oh, did I mention who our union rep was? Yeah, Steve. A couple of years after I left, they finally managed to get rid of him. Apparently sick of working 3-hour days, he decided to approach a rival company, promising them to divulge company secrets. The rival company told him they were very interested and asked him to come back for a formal interview the following week, and that provided he was as good as his word, could start almost straight away. Steve went back the office, handed in his notice, and announced loudly to anyone that would listen that he had been headhunted by the rival firm. Sadly for Steve, his manager by then, Karen, a very good friend of mine, was also friendly with the woman he had spoken to at the rival firm. She called Karen to ask if the obnoxious little sheet that came looking for a job was the same obnoxious little sheet that she was always complaining about wanting rid of. Karen immediately sent off Steve's resignation and made sure it was all done and dusted by the time her friend gave Steve his formal interview, at which it was explained that companies generally aren't desperate to employ people that are happy to sell off confidential company information to the highest bidder. Neither were they willing to take on someone that, in his 10 years of working for the company, had never arrived on time. I will never miss working with that T. What? My former boss was the biggest asshole I've ever met. His office was inside of a larger accounting firm, and he was universally hated. Some things were just social annoyances, but what really bothered me were the unethical decisions he made with clients' money. He was generally a pig. itched himself in public, burped loudly right next to you, used papers he was about to hand to you to itch his oily bald head, left used toothpicks everywhere. He also had this bizarre habit of using the door frame to my office as a bud scratching post. I swear it was so difficult to take a conversation seriously when he would be rubbing his back up and down and wiggling like a damn grizzly bear. He would regularly fall asleep in the afternoon and snore loudly. Point offered to take everyone out for administrative professionals day. Took us to the nasty buffet we all ragged on, which was closed down for health violations about a month before. Begrudgingly paid. Point talked smack about every single person in the building who was his superior. Same for clients. When a client left him as an advisor, a slew of insults would follow. He would accept no blame for his own actions, generated unnecessary, even harmful, trades to build up commission. Chose investments for clients based on his personal gain, never what was best for the client. Point was completely addicted to work. I think he hated his wife. So naturally everyone else had to be addicted too. Even on days when the market was closed and there was literally nothing to do, he'd make us sit there until 5 PM. Point was glad when his dad died because he was such a burden. Likewise, I had to fight for time off to see my dying grandfather, who was like a father to me. And the crazy part was how dead slow this job was. I got all my work done between 8 to 9 and spent the rest of the day on the internet. He just really hated answering the phone, and if I was gone, he might actually have had to answer a call or two. Awful, right? Bragged about being an elder in his church, as if this made up for his incredible lack of morality in all other areas. Quitting was one of the happiest days of my life. Edit forgot one of the crazier things he did. I had a wall calendar of landscapes or something like that. One day he walked into my office with a printout of puppies and taped it right over my calendar without saying a word. I mean, I like puppies, but what the fuck is that? We've had a few creepy or hard to deal with types in my office, but the most interesting person was someone I'll call Amy. Amy was only a few years older than me, probably in her early 30s, but she had a daughter who she loved, and a husband who seemed kinda shitty, so I kind of had a soft spot for her, and would help her out, as I do with any coworker, when she needed help using our database or various other software. However, I gradually realized that she wasn't really trying to help herself at all when she kept asking me how to perform the same basic function in Excel. She would quickly become exasperated by difficult tasks. To be fair, our database is a nightmare, and when this happened she would give up and crochet while watching YouTube videos for a few hours. Sometimes she used headphones, but sometimes she would watch them with the volume on. While Amy was not moralizing or preachy necessarily, she had a very Christian streak of a rather superstitious variety. The YouTube videos she watched on a daily basis would invariably be end times preachers talking about how this Saudi prince or that other random celebrity were actually the Antichrist, and various other signs that proved that the apocalypse was upon us and everything in the book of Revelations would come to pass. I'd know she had given up on a task for the day when I heard the familiar drawls of "read your Bibles, people, it's all there." I say Amy was not necessarily preachy, but every once in a while I'd forget about her apocalypse obsession and get into a normal conversation with her before she'd sneak attack me with the end times stuff. "Hey, did you watch the lunar eclipse last night?" "Oh yeah, I did. So cool, right?" "Yeah. Especially because it fulfills the prophecy of..." Oh god, oh god, oh god. I got her started. In the end, Amy could have been likable if she had actually been responsible with her work. Instead, she was ultimately let go when the boss noticed that no one would delegate work to her because she wouldn't do anything but the most simple of tasks. Ultimately, the most hated person in the office is the relentlessly smelly guy who thinks he knows computers but needs you to stand behind him, literally pointing to everything on the screen to do something as basic as burning a CD with iTunes, and makes slightly too creepy comments about and or touches the clothing of women in the office. LPT, your much younger coworker has flattered you like her sweater, but she doesn't want you to start feeling the material. He's no longer at my branch, but here goes. Meet Barry Point. When he started work after a qualifying period, he was meant to be allowed to drive any vehicle. The manager thought his driving was unsafe and kept him at the smaller cars. Feeling victimized, he went straight to ours and complained. As it was written into his contract that he be allowed, they told the manager to allow him and just keep an eye on him. Barry started the job the same time as Dave. Dave was great, hardworking, motivated and determined to progress within the business. Barry was laid back and happy with what he had. Barry would take his sweetest time in doing tasks such as going to other branches for vehicles because he was getting paid for it, and b, if he got done quicker the manager would just give him another task to do. Barry was a chiller who often took more time coming back to the branch once Pokemon Go came out. Dave soon managed to impress the people and he was promoted. Barry all of a sudden thought, why wasn't he getting pushed and promoted instead? After all, he'd started the same time as Dave and he knew his job just as much. Barry did the thing that he knew best. He went to ours and complained. He argued that the manager was biased against him and wasn't helping him develop. Of course it was everyone else's fault, as he tried to convince us guys, but not his own. Ours came down to speak to the manager and when faced with the facts realized that there was no case to answer. What Barry also wanted was to move to a new branch, but unless a manager requests you or the area manager moves you, that doesn't happen. So Barry in his wisdom gets a sick note. He's suffering from stress from this situation, and being at this branch, ours realize that unless they move him, he's going to be on long-term sick. So after speaking with a few people they agree a swap. Thankfully he's been gone for a month now, and we don't have to hear his crap as to why he isn't motivated enough to work hard. Our assistant manager, why? He's a complete dick to people for no reason and talks down to certain people. Those certain people he talks down to, he targets them specifically because he knows they won't do anything about it. When he sees you slipping at all, for example, taking an extra couple of minutes on your break, he will personally inform you of what you did wrong on the spot, then later alley your department manager and say he's concerned that you believe your breaks are more important than the customers. And finally, he will proceed to check the cameras, time your break and document the day and time that you went over, so he can eventually write you up for it. At some point you would think that he thinks that he's taking this way too far for a mere few minutes, but no. He's got to take it to that level. This guy is a complete 100% jerk at times. Also, he has no fear of losing his job because his wife owns her own business and it's successful. Why doesn't he work there? I have no fucking clue. Probably because she won't put up with his shit and will beach slap him. I honestly don't mind the guy as I've gotten to know him more and figured out he has a unique sense of humor. Unique as in you got to know him for a long time to really get him. But I'm primarily speaking as to what I've heard and saw from everyone combined at the workplace. As for me, I just try and stay out his way and watch his actions towards others. I work in a factory that produces/inspects screws, bolts, nuts, washers, etc. for major auto companies, NASA, and military vehicle/aerial manufacturers. My job is to oversee a small team that boxes the parts, to program the machines and configure parameters so parts pass and fail accordingly, as well as dump new parts in the machine when required. That brings me to the as-whole of the shop. All our machines require a forklift operator called a dumper to dump the parts from large metal tubs into the machine. The dumper in question, we'll call him Samuel, is an elderly African American man in his late 60s. You would think Samuel is a teenage girl with as popular as he is because Samuel, regardless of our company's no phone policy, can regularly be found texting on his phone in the corner of the shop on his forklift. He will do this for between 5 to 15 minutes each hour, ignoring intercom pages for dumps in different cells. Only when he happens to notice a supervisor does he start driving again. We also receive no break periods in an 8-hour shift, legal where I live, but apparently Samuel is the exception to this rule, as at least 3 times a day he parks and enjoys a nice 5 to 10 minute smoky smoke. On top of all of this, Samuel never looks behind him when backing up, always drives his late 60s, wafts the absolute most disgusting food smells around the shop from open Chinese containers on his forklift, never sweeps, is constantly dumping parts over the side off the hopper when his vision fails him, and he doesn't align his forklift correctly, and never faking cleans up said parts probably. The worst part is how arrogant, beachy, and inefficient he is. There will be 4 or 5 machines lined up to be dumped, He will dump one machine, drive the empty tub halfway across the NFL stadium, size chop to stack it, and repeat. This causes him to become verbal upset when he inevitably returns from his R&R texting/smoking sessions. When he realizes he has to dump a dozen or more machines, supervisors have been notified, and nobody has done anything about Samuel. He consistently causes every cell to do worse than the other shifts in production, which falls back on myself and others in my position. The shop has recently begun a vote to diagnose Samuel with dementia/Alzheimer's and retire him to a old folks home. I've had this guy in my department for 4 years. I'm not a manager, so I didn't have full control over his promotion to my group. We are a tier 3 tech support group. I've had influence over all but 2 people getting the job we've ever had. This is one of the 2. The other is outstanding points. So this guy, he whines constantly about the shift he receives, the workload we assign him, and what everyone talks about between calls. Whether it's what an asshole the previous caller was, personal stuff, or anything really. Just a Winnie Beach. Someone got tired of him winging, so he called him out saying, "Dude, you're 32 years old, living with your parents. You've never been out on your own even once. You're a virgin, and you dare whine about anything we talk about. Drop dead." Well, that got that guy a call from ours, from the guy this story is about. He's put ours complaints in on at least 30% of the team. Recently, I asked him why he wasn't doing the work I was assigning him. In a prior meeting, we'd said that all assignments would now be assigned through our proprietary program, which auto sends an email to both management and the person we assign it to. He hadn't done any of it, and was just taking calls. When I asked why he wasn't responding to his emails, he says casually, "Oh, I haven't set up my email yet." I was livid. This guy's been on our team for 4 years. Hasn't been pulling his weight. Has been dragging down our team's morale to horrible levels. And this asshole really doesn't have his email set up. I went to management on it. I explained everything, including the email. Said, "How do you expect us to get our work done when our team is pulling stupid shit like this?" The manager actually said back to me, "Well, you have to take it easy on him. He's the newest person on the team." I obviously replied, "He's been on the team for 4 years. He's not new. If he can't keep up with expectations, he should at the very least be written up. This is faking ridiculous." In the end, I got a verbal warning for cussing at our manager. He did actually get a verbal. Whined about it loudly. Management overheard him telling a customer about his verbal. He got a write-up. He's been dead silent ever since, and actually doing his work. So at least there's that. The name Josh makes me feel aggressive as a Pavlovian response at this point. When I first started at my job, Josh was a pleasure. He worked hard, he cared, he was in on time, and didn't mind helping out. He would hit on me from time to time, but respect it. When I declined interest, I'm not really sure what changed, but one day, he wouldn't accept no as a possibility to his request, and even after reminding him I was engaged and flashing my ring at him, claimed he won't find out, and even if he did, he wouldn't mind. So I just walked away. A few weeks later, I show up for 3rd shift and he's leaving 2nd shift. I'm in the kitchen, putting up chairs, when he suddenly and intensely grabs my wrist, and I think there's a bug or something gross, and he's trying to help. While holding my wrist, he starts saying some weird and creepy things, like, "You know I'm your big brother, right? You know you have to listen to anything I say, right? Everything I say." My other 3rd shift companion comes in. Josh drops my wrist and walks away pretending nothing happened. Josh crashes the company van while a student is in the van and provides inconsistent explanations of exactly how the crash occurred. The next week he won the company raffle for a new iPad. I personally write up Josh for leaving a student in their own fesses, which is by definition neglect. No follow-up is ever completed. I'm never asked for more details. Josh is pulled to another unit and doesn't like this, so responds by yelling at the supervisor on shift. I step in to tell him to leave her alone and go, and he tells me I'm lucky to even have a job, because women in his country wouldn't. I would be dirt beneath his feet. Josh is promoted to be my direct supervisor. Even after me complaining about these interactions to supervisors, Josh never has positive interactions with any staff who are not African males, like himself. He has told my coworkers that have worked there longer than him, and sometimes who have higher rank, to leave him alone. Shut up, you talk too much, and grows increasingly misogynistic until a coworker literally quits because of him. He blocked a student with a table. All he has to do is retraining on proper blocking techniques, Josh, and I have many verbal escalations which lead to us not being allowed to work on shift together. There was a single day that this rule wasn't followed, and I had to write him up within the first hour of the shift and ask to go home early. Josh no longer picks up overtime in the unit where he is a supervisor because the other staff don't like him. This is true. I've only written about things I have personally witnessed and written up. I don't understand how he still works here. Almost all of us have actively been trying to get him fired since he's a huge dick and doesn't work well with our students. Please help. I have a coworker that has appointed herself as the office busybody. Even though she is not the boss, she thinks it's her job to keep track of everyone in the office. We work at a fairly prestigious private university and all have advanced degrees. This isn't a business that needs to be staffed from 8 to 5. We are all salaried, and our chair has been very clear that he doesn't care which hours we are in the office, as long as the work gets done, and there is always someone in the office to make sure students are served. Office busybody went to the chair last week to tattle that I come in late every morning and leave early every afternoon. Also, I apparently haven't done a single bit of work in weeks. It's my busiest time of the year, so I've been working evenings as well as weekends to take care of everything I'm responsible for. Busybody told me that she used to follow the person in my position before me because she would say she was going to a meeting, but she was pretty sure she was just going home early. I have meetings all over campus, and sometimes I move my car when I'm going across campus and then home from there. I don't doubt that she has followed me out to the parking lot and assumed I'm going home, then run to tell the boss that I'm skipping out on work. She's already run several people out of the office. She's just exhausting. If you don't profusely thank her for existing every day, then you're ungrateful for everything she does. If you are having a private conversation with someone, she's sure you're whispering about her. She holds on to every bit of power and responsibility she has with an iron grip and refuses to give up one single bit of her job, even when there are better ways to do something. I'm so done with her. I've worked my ass off to get where I am. It's not my fault that she is 30 years older than me and hasn't advanced any further. It's not my fault that she alienates everyone who meets her. It's not my fault that my job responsibilities are none of her damn business, or that I'm competent enough to do my job without her help. Okay, my competence is my fault. I've put in a request to have my office moved far enough away that she can't keep tabs on me. I'm picking up a new course to teach next year, but I'm not going to mention it to her until it's been posted under my name so that she doesn't take it from me. I'll get paid significantly more for teaching this course, and I'm not letting her have that money or my students. She's enough of a pain in the ass that our chair would give in and let her have the course if she pitched enough of a fit so that he wouldn't have to deal with her. I'm also done cowing to her abuse. Just to fuck with her, I showed up early every day this week and then startled her when she walked into the office each morning. I would be casually sitting there drinking my coffee, and when she commented how early I was there, I just said it really wasn't all that early anymore, since I had been in the office for so long already. Want to play passive aggressive? I can play that all day long. She doesn't get to be the office bully anymore. She's run a few people out of our department with her crazy, and if I'm going to be run out, I'm going to be run out with a better job title, a pay raise, and an office with a damn window. It was cathartic to write that all out. I've been stewing all week, and now that I have a plan to not only get away from her, but to pick up more responsibilities and a possible job title bump, I'm feeling better. I know this won't be seen, but I hate her so faking much. First, she goes by a self-given nickname. Let's say it's Beach. Beach stinks. Beach never washes her grey jacket and wears it in the summertime. It gets 100 deck.f plus HERE. Beach refuses to help the kitchen crew because she is in customer service and it's not her job. Beej will hear a conversation from across the store and will fly across the restaurant to interject her Tumblrized opinion. Beej will follow you outside during your smoke break and talk at you. Beej constantly harasses customers and has refused service to an elderly woman for parking incorrectly. Beej has 9 write-ups. Yes, you read that right, faking 9. Our area coach believes that she is being attacked and targeted. Beej cries every single time you correct her. Beej intentionally takes a longer time to do her job to receive more time on her paycheck. Beej is never wrong. Beej won't respond to you unless you address her by her nickname. Beej will fight and complain to get off work early, only to walk around the outside of the store and harass the poor gas station workers across the street. Beej rolls her eyes when given a task or direction. Beej wears sunglasses everywhere regardless of the fact that we are night shift workers. Beej wears her work hat wherever she goes. Beej has been told to leave the restaurant on multiple times off the clock on account of the fact that she cannot bring her sickly kittens into work with her. Beej is literally 40% of the reason I hate my job. I hope that anybody reads this comment and feels, even for just a moment, the insane amount of hatred that I and all of my co-workers hold for this human being. I fucking hate you, Beej. I've worked for all the major banks in Hawaii, middle management. The worst experience wasn't one person, it was a group. 6 older, 60 and above, women have worked together for over 20 years before I got there, but they were all snitches on each other, filing complaints on each other like a merry-go-round. But in public, in front of the entire office, they'd be buddies, hugging, making plans together to catch the bus home, etc. Every day, every week, every month each would have a different complaint about each and every one. Examples would be so and so is tired. I saw her fall asleep and she gave me a mean look. After a year's worth of incidents, it all came to a boiling point when one of them didn't serve the other food during an in-office party. Even if the food was self-serve, one yelled and stormed off. So I pulled all of them aside with my superiors, requested them to talk to each other, air their grievances, and communicate effectively, though in my mind, I was thinking, quit acting like faking children. Well, that didn't work. All 6 of them filed a complaint on me 2 hours saying I made them feel harassed. Blam. Harassment investigation. Luckily, horizontally and vertically aligned managers backed me up. I survived it. Later that same year, one of the 6 older women made a complaint which got me released. What she didn't know is I did sign a non-compete clause and agreed to a severance package. I took 2 days off after working 13 days straight. System upgrade. The old lady said I had left without notifying everyone on the day that I was off and notified all my superiors. 3 years to the present day, I ran into the last complaint's daughter, who's my age, at a mixer for young professionals. After a couple drinks, she decides to spill her family troubles, namely her mother is in jail for banking fraud and disability fraud. Supposedly she does it every year, during the same time every year. So this year she had a public Instagram. Another one of the old ladies snitched, showed the managers and auditors that her videos show her well, capable, and in Las Vegas/Anila/or. Oh, and also, she's been typing her own account number when customers' cash transactions came through items processing, proof, then passing multiple fraudulent cash in/cash out tickets to hide where the money went. The very few instances where I remember person's name out of hate. PS. There's enough in this post for a company to know who I am. If you have a problem, do something. The most hated person at a previous teaching job was the principal, Dr. S. At least she was the most hated by me and my circle of friends. There were a few people who sucked up to her and liked her. I will start by saying that I think she had the students' best interests at heart, but her way of doing things was extremely different than everyone else's, and she had zero interest in any of our opinions or needs. It was her way or the highway. Classroom teachers had one planning period per day, about 40 minutes. She took up their planning time every day with a meeting. She would keep them late in their meetings too. While they were in their meetings, their students were in art/pair/music/ECT point, and so that would make them late to pick up their kids. Meanwhile, because she allowed no time between classes, not even 5 minutes, since it was a waste of instructional time, the next class was already standing in the hall waiting because their teachers were afraid to be late to their meeting with Dr. S. But teachers couldn't do any work like making copies, grading papers, ECT point during our contracted after school time because more meetings. Our contracted time ran from 7:30 to 3:45. Earlier if you had morning duty, but you would regularly see teachers at school until 5 to 6 because of the sheet they had to do that they couldn't do during the day. Because meetings, she only allowed 10 minutes of recess a day, except kindergarten who got to 10-minute recesses. That 10 minutes included the time going to / from the playground in the bathroom / water break after recess, so really recess ended up being about 4 minutes. She stood up in a faculty meeting and told the staff, mostly female, that we needed to time our pregnancies so that our babies would be born in the summer because she was tired of finding maternity leave substitutes. She also told a teacher who was scheduling a hysterectomy in October she had some severe medical issues that she needed to wait and do that in the summer because that's not serious enough to warrant taking time off work. It's not like you have cancer. She told us that if our children got sick at school, that our spouses had to go get them. We were not allowed to leave during the day. This is one of the few things she got a smackdown from the district office for. She cut every teacher's budget. For example, under the previous principal, the art teacher got $3 per child. We had around 500 to 600 students, and the pet teacher and I got $2 per child. The art teacher got more because her stuff was consumable and needed replacing, whereas the pet teacher and I were buying mostly non-consumables. When Dr. S came along, the art teacher got $1 per child and the pet teacher and I got 50 cents per child. Keep in mind all our copies and everything had to come out of that budget too. She had full discretion over what to do with the school budget because the district did site-based decision making. What did she do with the extra money? She bought new furniture, carpet, and curtains for the front office. I would have been way less bitter about having to make do with less if she'd spent that money on stuff for the kids, but no. It was about making her work area look good and putting on a pretty front for visitors. When standardized testing came around, she decided that all of the bubble kids, her term for students who were scoring just below passing on practice tests, so on the bubble of passing, needed more help with reading and math. So she made the art teacher, pet teacher, and I give up our lunch break to do reading/math groups for those kids for the 4 weeks before the big test. To this day this is still the dumbest faking thing I have ever heard of. If the people who are actually trained to teach kids reading and math can't get these kids to pass, it makes no sense to have the people who are not actually trained to teach reading and math give them extra reading and math tutoring. I also hated the fact that she stopped even thinking about the high achieving students or the ones that were way below passing and focused everything on those who were close to passing. Everyone else kind of fended for themselves. I made it clear to her what I thought of this scheme and she scolded me for not being a team player. I thought about quitting many times, but my mindset was that I had been teaching at that school long before that beach came along, and I was determined to be there long after she left. And I stuck around too. I loved those kids, and I was not going to let her shitty attitude ruin my job. Finally she retired, and then got elected to the school board. She still hates me to this day. If my name comes up in conversation, she calls me a troublemaker, but really she didn't like it that I wouldn't be her yes man and tell her that every idea she had was great. Not a cowwalker, but a boss at a design agency. Very small local company. I got hired on as the social media manager, one of 3 employees under her. Now this woman, my new boss, is in her 70s and has absolutely zero knowledge of design, marketing, social media, or even how to do anything on her computer besides send an email. I shared an office with the graphic designer, a very nice girl a little older than me. We are both in our 20s. She has worked there for about 4 years and is so scared of our boss that she has been trying to muster up the courage to quit for 2 years because her boyfriend moved 2 years ago and she was supposed to move with him. This boss lady, she immediately hated me. I was actually very productive and good at my job, but her last social media person lied to her constantly about the functions and possibilities of social media and used a lot of company resources for her own things. The boss would yell at all of us. Constantly she talked me in front of both of us in the office, went off on a couple of clients that brought us Christmas gifts for a totally made up reason, and would listen for when I went to the bathroom and then start yelling at me from across the office. To come to her right now point, the office was actually an old house filled with her possessions from years worth of hoarding and a bunch of her furniture from moving. She would constantly turn off the heat completely after hours in the middle of winter, knowing I was the first one to come in and deal with it. It is very hard to type on a keyboard in a 45-degree room. She eventually promoted me to graphic designer and social media manager when the girl I worked with finally quit to move, and she would stand over me barking instructions on where to move things. What to fix. Told me you're a good designer, but a crappy person. I would go home almost every day crying, while also being extremely pissed. I was very good at my job and her clients really liked working with me, and I didn't want to quit, because I was just starting out, and I needed the agency experience to get hired anywhere else. One Friday I came in, sick, but came in anyways, because I'm the only person for 2 departments and there was work that needed to be done. I got all of the work done by 11 AM and asked her if I could go to the doctor and then home, since everything was finished. She closed the door and blocked me in, saying, "I thought you didn't feel good because you were nice to me today and you're never nice to me." She then fired me over text the next day, stating, "I will tell you why after the weekend." Finally got her to email me with reasons. They were all made up and untrue. Things she never could prove, and she still owes money. At my last job I was sent to a department because mine wasn't as busy. One of the shift managers was a complete sheethead. He was just sucking up to higher management on the backs of us. We had a small remote crane that moved coils of aluminum from the ground up 5 floors to the working area. It was a pain in the ass. It was slow and possibly dangerous as you are lifting these coils over where people can be working. Well, one of the wheels of the crane went missing. I have no idea, so it would get stuck if the coil would swing the wrong way and lean on the missing wheel area. So now we have a heavy suspended weight swinging over a working area. Well, his idea is just swing it more, that will get it moving. Yeah, but fuck safety, I guess. That worked for a few weeks until I had had enough of putting my friends in danger because a part was on back order. This little pose crane would cripple all of steel making, since it was the only way to get the aluminum that was needed to the feeders to keep the steel on grade. So fuck safety. Anyway, I had enough because every day Cap Jackass would get on my ass to fill out the safety checklist on the crane, but oh my god, don't mark it as being inup. Fuck him. I had to sign those, so I started writing crane has line failures octopus shift manager. So now I have to have a meeting with Cap Jackass. I forego my union rep since it's a safety issue. I'm wearing bulletproof unders. We started in the control booth and the shouting begins slowly but pointed. The rest of my crew starts slowing, filtering in to get out of the noise, and CJ and me are going at it. That crane is fine. Why did you say I octed on the safety checklist? Because it's not safe. But you told me to run it anyway. It is safe. Okay, so it's safe. Let me go out to the parking lot and take one of the wheels off your faking car and tell me it's safe. Or better, since you want me to do this and put my coworkers in danger, I'll wait till you get your family in the car, then take the faking wheel off. Stop signing my name on the checklists. Then you fill them out. Yeah, I know what. Fuck it. Picks up phone, calls safety team. You need to get up here now. Safety team lead gets to us in about 2 meters. Lots of steps. Walks in the door and says if it's not safe don't run it. Boom, mic drop. CJ just lost it. I think he went home. The crane was fixed the next day. That was just one of many things Cap Jackass did on a day-to-day basis. He made me stop working, making 2 people do the work of 3, and one was a 50 years old lady with a bad hip and blind in one to go down to the parking lot and spread salt because it had started snowing. That wasn't my job. It wasn't really anyone's job, but it was the parking lot that the general manager used. So I got a pallet of salt on the forklift and made a 3-inch deep sidewalk of solid salt, used a 50-pound bag for about each 3 feet point. After a blizzard we were stuck at work for 3 days straight with just bus breaks. Then CJ decided that, since we were just reheating ladles, we didn't need as many people on the floor, so off we go to shovel. I was bitching about it, and he turned to me and said, "I don't know why you're complaining. Last snowstorm I shoveled out my driveway and my neighbor's eye. Didn't know you lived next door to." General manager's name. 30 pissed off. Tired workers bust out laughing, and CJ walked off. ELDR, a shift manager in a steel mill that only cared about pleasing the boss and not about safety. I don't know if this guy was hated by everyone, but I know I hated his ass. I used to work at a very shady call center with a god-awful reputation. Seriously, I never once read anything good about the place online, and they have an F rating on the BBB. And one of the, I guess you'd call them, senior reps, these guys sold the harder to sell products, started making small talk to me during lunch, and said things akin to, "I don't know why everyone says this place is a scam. It's an honest business and it's so easy to cancel if you don't like the service/product. People who have a hard time with our company bring it on themselves." He also talked the company up like it was such a genuine privilege to work there, and acted like being an employee of this company should be your only payment if it was legal. Exactly how the boss talked. So what he was saying was that the thousands upon thousands of people we called and duped into trying our awful, overpriced free services were all stupid for not understanding how to cancel their trials. The instructions were kept intentionally confusing, so people would screw up and be sent to collections. Basically, the brown-nosing Kool-Aid drinker. What the unfortunate customers bring on themselves is being called for years either by the company or their equally shady collection agency, and since they rotate products so often, there was no way to avoid getting their calls. Even if you were on the do not call list, probably no surprise that the company had a lawsuit brought against it for paying its employees less than minimum wage and violating labor laws. I don't work there anymore, and neither does he. He left or was fired sometime after I quit. But when I worked at a department store, some guy named, let's call him Bob, got hired into my team. I was part of a group of about 10 people that stocked various areas of the store. I had my own department which I worked in solely. Other departments also only had one person, while some larger ones had 2 to 3 each. Bob was filthy. He smelled like cat piss, and his hair was always matted with grease. I don't know how he got hired. Either he cleaned up for the interview, or management was just that desperate. You had to hold your breath when he passed you, and the smell would cling to an area for about 10 to 15 minutes after he had gone. It was so bad one day when he came in for his shift, and coworkers and even customers had complained that the store manager made him take a bath in the employee men's room sink. At one point I had to raise hell because he had been working in my department when I wasn't there. He wasn't asked to, he just took it upon himself to go over there and try to help, I guess. My department had some very high-priced items that needed to be secured with spider wraps. He didn't seem to understand the concept. It took multiple times of him being told by me and by his direct supervisor before he started sticking to where he was supposed to be. Because of his smell, he ended up being regulated to truck unload, and then when that was done he was allowed to stock merchandise on the pet food and laundry detergent aisles. Because those had their own strong smells already, his smell improved slightly when he came in with his head shaved bald one day. Rumor has it that he had had a very bad case of headless, hence why he shaved it off. I think management wanted to get rid of him, but couldn't think of a way how. Plus the company very rarely fired anyone for fear of paying out benefits. He was still there after I left, but I know he no longer works there. I'm going to assume he left of his own volition though. My work crew is a second family, so we don't hate this person, but she's at the top of everyone's complaint list. Will always remind everyone how old she is, how long she's been in this line of work, and how long she's been with the company. Doesn't like answering to pharmacists just out of school, or particularly young, because she is old enough to be their mother will find anything to complain about. Literally point goes helpless at the worst possible times. I will be trying to count pills and she will scream my name over and over until she's got my attention to ask me something she could have found out for herself. Repeatedly point if she is upset at something. She goes on and on about it repeatedly. Then when someone comes in the door for their start of shift, they get to hear the same story/complaint 3 times too. Repeat until entire pharmacy has been informed of her grievance. Stays past her shift and acts holier than thou about it, and gets incredibly angry when the boss tells her to take a long lunch or leave early later in the week. Because we're a corporation and overtime is a no point, apologizes for things no one even complained or remarked about, and follows up with "I'll probably get fired for being a screw up." Has a shitty and impatient attitude in general, and pisses off at least one customer per week, enough that they leave us a bad survey rating, or flat out demand to see a manager icing on the cake. She has one of those high-pitched, nasally voices that carries straight through one ear and out the other, dragging its figurative mails across your brain and sanity as it passes through. Tom, or as we call him, Fucking Tom. He's not a bad guy, don't get me wrong. He just does everything wrong. Everything. I work at a golf course, so let me give you some examples. We had a huge pile of gravel in our parking lot and decided it was getting in the way, so we hand scooped it to a different location once it got low enough. The next day we get another shipment. For some unknown reason, Fucking Tom decided he would be the one to tell the guy where to dump it. Yes, you guessed it, right in the old spot, so we had to scoop all of that up again. My back still hurts thinking about it. We decided to give him an easier job and place all of our bunker rakes out of the way so we can mow around them. Easy enough, right? Wrong. Tom has worked there for 2 years and still skips bunkers. When he does this, he knows where they are. I see his Fucking Tom tire tracks drive right past the bunker, but for some reason he can't seem to get all the bunkers. We spray our greens with chemicals and need the flags out. While doing so, Fucking Tom on multiple occasions will go around the course putting them all in, slowing down the whole operation. This one is my favorite. We do a hayride for the surrounding neighborhood and needed leaves for an area that we scare at on our 18th hole. I see Tom across the way with a like 400-gallon vacuum. Call him on the radio and say, "Hey Tom, are you full?" "Yes," he replies. "Okay, great, can you bring them over to 18? We need some over here." He drove to 11 and dumped all of them. Fucking Tom. I work at a school and I don't know if I'd say she's hated, but for the most part is not well liked. She is a teacher and is just old as hell and so out of touch and terrible at her job. I teach art, so I go into her room 2 times a week to do art, and it's a madhouse in there. She has kids who hate each other sitting directly across from each other, so they always start fighting. The room is so fucking messy and disgusting. She will yell at children at her desk while I'm in the middle of teaching. She also yells at kids for no fucking reason. Not to be shitty, but she has a very strong accent, and it makes her incredibly hard to understand. Couple that with the fact she's old and also has no idea how to teach anything the right way. The kids really suffer. Any teacher who has ever been in her grade band hates working with her because she doesn't know how to use a computer and she will keep pressuring you to do things for her. Recently there was a competition in the classrooms to design this poster. It was said over and over the students were supposed to be the ones doing it. She winds up basically asking me to do all of it one day during art class. There's another similar thing they're doing now, and she kept trying to get me to do things, and I said no. She then asked me which kids are good at drawing, loudly, in front of all of them. So then of course I say they all are, and she should allow every kid to work on the poster. She seemed irritated, like I wasn't helping her, but damn lady, this sheet is not so hard. Oh, and just to add with how out of touch she is, for their current project they had to design a character. She's so confused she doesn't understand what this means, so she just let one of the best artists in class choose the class character. Well, this kid loves drawing ripped dudes with tons of tattoos, so he makes their character buff and shirtless with tattoos everywhere, including black teardrop tattoos under the eyes. She doesn't know what those mean, and we work in an urban district, so basically everyone else knows what it means. It's just, ugh. I'll call him A. He was my employee, but I often worked direct care right alongside my staff. This was at a group home for boys with autism plus SEVERE behavioral issues. There is a state regulation for the type of home, of how many staff need to be with the boys. 4 residents equals 2 staff. He faking worked 1 night a week during the school year, for only 5 hours. I had other staff who were working 50 plus between my and a few other homes in the agency. He also would call in constantly. That ratio that I mentioned legally has to be maintained. Further, it's a safety issue. Many a night we would have to call the police for assistance and you couldn't deal with the crisis and keep the other 3 safe. So even if I had been there for 10 faking hours already, I would call in 5 to 10 minutes before his shift. So even though I was salaried and not eligible for a dime of overtime, I would have to cover for that idiot. More times than not it was too last minute to find someone to come in and cover. That got real old to all of us. And it was a running joke. Who do you think will be in an ambulance tonight? That was his excuse. Shockingly, weeks in a row he had family rush to the hospital. We had a no phones while the boys are awake / doing programs rule. So when they went to school during the day, yeah sure, listen to music and mess around on it when you're eating lunch. Or when they're in bed and the house is clean. I was pretty lax until a came point he was on his phone constantly. The residents and other staff got to the point of yelling at him about it frequently. I wrote him up so many times. There would be so much laundry to do, bathrooms to clean, meds to be passed, homework, etc. And A would just be chillin' on faking Facebook on the couch. And during a performance evaluation he asked me out for sushi after we had just been talking about my upcoming wedding. He also at times refused to follow the behavior support plans. That's what ultimately got him fired. I lost count of the number of times I wrote him up. So discouraging that my bosses refused to pay a high enough wage to get good people, so they were desperate and wouldn't let them meet him. Luckily, the people that are hated in my office tend to get fired within a few months. The first one was this guy who was a total frat boy. He was in sales and supposed to be in sort of a management role within the company and spoke to clients on the phone like a total douche, calling them bro and saying cool constantly. He used to have this weird problem when he ate. In his defense, it was probably a medical issue where he would sweat profusely. It was like a game of musical chairs to avoid sitting next to him at work lunches because he would use napkins to wipe his sweat and then put them back in the middle of the shared table. Like a whole pile of sweaty napkins. He also used to chew with his mouth open and eat super disgusting food all the time. But the worst thing he did was smoke cigarettes in the office. Often that smelled like cotton candy. I would complain to my manager and he would be asked to stop, and then he would just do it again every time my boss was out. He was the absolute worst. The most recent was a woman who is about my mom's age. She was one of those people who never stopped talking. Ever. She would come into my office and babble on about her neighbors, her mama, her Aunt Joe. You know, those people who can't take social cues? I wouldn't even make eye contact with her, just continue my work, and she'd just rattle on. She would sometimes get upset and come into my office and cry. I'm not someone to cry to anyway. Both of these people are gone, and our office is rather peaceful right now. I'll call him Joe. We are a small business, 8 people total. Joe is the son of boss's friend. You can probably guess where this is headed. Some of Joe's notable incidents: flipping people off when they aren't looking. Screaming, throwing, kicking boxes. Lies of the bald-faced variety. If you call him out he will angrily deny. Stole money from work. Does work as slow as possible but will criticize others about their own work. Curse me out. Lots and lots of stabbing people in the back to anyone who will list and threw away boss stapler just because he was pissed one day. Bought candy on the company's credit card. He broke the front door by kicking it hard and repeatedly to open it. If work is remotely difficult, he throws his hands up and declares it impossible rather than solve the issue. Icing on the cake is he very obviously has mental health issues, serious anger problems, and OCD, so there's no real arguing with him or the boss about any of it. The bad vibes this dude bring into the place. He is petty and will actively try to make a person look bad or else cause them as many problems as he can, all while blaming others for his work not getting done. Worst part is I spent some time trying hard to be his friend because it was obvious he had none, for faking obvious reasons. He admitted his anger issues caused him to self-sabotage any relationship he has/had. Considering how he treated me afterwards, I'd have to agree. I feel for the guy, but Joe makes work shitty. I'm a manager at a very popular coffee chain, and my store is in a very busy mall in a very large US city. Our cafe is very tiny, and we are very slammed all day. Our baristas and shifts have to be fast, knowledgeable, and keep us somewhat personable at all times. Barry can't do any of that. Barry is miserable. Barry is in his late 20s and lives with his mom and complains about how he's been with the company for forever and it's not fair how I've been then less than him and I'm younger and I'm a shift and he's not. It's because Barry is the slowest, grumpiest, most unaware person I've ever met and he makes a lot slower than some brand new hires. Barry is also pushing 400 pounds. I don't care that he's large. I'm not the skinniest woman either. I could lose 10 pounds. But Barry takes up the entire aisle. Remember when I said how small my shop is? He consumes the shop. You cannot move around him, and he will not move for you. He screeches at customers and talks down on them. I told him to take the trash out, and he left all the trash cans bagless, because you only told me to take the trash out, not put new bags in. He had a girlfriend who I don't think is really, because he calls her a Puerto Rican goddess, and Barry is the weird pile of stale McDonald's french fries you find under your car seat when you finally clean it out. Barry tried to sit in our manager holiday meeting and literally started pouring when we told him he had to leave because he wasn't a shift. Barry once tried to tell me that because of my age and gender I didn't fully understand the horrors of war. Barry has never enlisted and none of his friends or family are in the service. Barry just watches Saving Private Ryan every Thursday night before bed. Barry smells like wet fritters and stale milk. Barry makes me hate my job. Fuck Barry. I work with a person that has driven me insane. Literally, I have had to seek professional help. This person's personality is just obnoxious. He talks over everyone. His conversations are one-sided because he never pauses, so it's impossible for anyone else to get a word in. During these conversations he repeats himself over and over again. He is also an idiot. He has a doctoral degree, but he is an idiot. It took him twice as long as average to complete his degrees, and I highly suspect his programs finally just passed him along when they got sick of looking at his face. He does not understand the fundamentals of the projects we work on, and when he does say something intelligent, jaws drop to the floor in disbelief that his brain does in fact work. He cannot write. If he needs to write something up, he procrastinates until someone else does it for him. If he does write something up himself, someone else ends up having to rewrite the entire thing because it is factually incorrect, verbose, and impossible to follow. He procrastinates. Data that should have been analyzed and written up sits on his desk for years. He works less than 40 hours a week. He always has some medical/personal/childcare reason for not being there. When he is at his desk he watches movies. This person is many years out of his doctoral training, but makes mistakes one would expect from a first or second year graduate student. He has committed offenses that should have gotten him fired because they violated strict policies and could have put our funding in jeopardy. If I detailed these numerous mistakes, anyone in science would understand my confusion at why this person is still employed. He is delusional. He complains that he deserves a raise and a promotion because he is always there and works so hard. He expects that when our boss leaves he'll be hired on by someone else in the department, yet everyone else can see that he is a joke. He also thinks he'll be competitive for a faculty position working less than 40 hours a week with a 10-year gap in publications and no funding history. I used to work as a guard in an art gallery. All of the staff was really friendly and we generally had a really good time, most of us students working part-time. Then the management hired this guy, let's call him D. D was hired on a full-time contract, which was different from our student ones, and he was in his 40s. Initially, his demeanor was really friendly, but right from the start, something was off, and everyone felt it. First he just started using our stuff. Making himself coffee without replacing it, that kinda stuff. Then his behavior started changing. I guess he could only keep himself at bay for so long. He started ignoring orders from our boss. He wandered through the gallery, it's pretty big, and tried talking to everyone, which is the one thing you're not supposed to do. It's literally the easiest job in the world. When he talked to any of us, he got more and more weird and intrusive. I was in a serious mood once and didn't feel like talking, which I let him know. The dude got even closer and asked me if I ever smiled and that I should. Red flag right there. Asked me what book I was reading and I showed him. He said, I only ever read one book and it's the Bible. He meant it. It was the only book he ever brought to work, but I never saw him reading it. He had this look in his eyes. He literally gave me the creeps. I stopped talking to him after that, and so did a lot of my co-workers. When he learned that one of them was a lesbian, he called her an abomination and told her she was going to hell. To her face. Things like that started happening every day. He wasn't doing his job and started getting weirder and weirder to the point that we would stop talking mid-sentence or cleared the room if he came by. Everyone started hating him and he seemed more crazy by the minute. We found out he was previously with the Hare Krishnas and an addict before that. He started ignoring our boss completely, going on long breaks and act like his rights were being threatened if she asked him to do his damn job. Problem was, our boss couldn't fire D because of his contract. Desperate to get rid of him, she tried giving him a different job in the gallery. Didn't do that one either. Management finally caught on what was happening and put him in a different location of the same institution. Everyone was so glad to get rid of him, and we soon started hearing about the same stuff happening over there. They still can't fire him, and I'm sometimes afraid I will meet him on the street and he'll follow me home. That's how creeped out I was. Still am. I won't name names, but the communication department has a serious problem with not only failing to communicating with other departments, but also the public. They are in charge of /list of grievances, social media, and they did such a bad job that the company decided to just hire an outside firm to take care of it. Designing logos, flyers and publications, but to get anything done you have to hold their hand through the entire process. Because nothing is actually done in-house. Even though they are the in-house designers, they contract other designers to do their work. To make things worse, you are not allowed to speak directly to the person they hired to make your publication, so they are just middle management that does nothing but hinder the process because they can't communicate what you want to the actual designer and they just end up faking Googling clip art anyway. Updating the website. Your event is this Thursday. Okay, we'll make sure we have everything ready by next Saturday. And last but not least, despite everyone else having to do all their work for them, they get really indignant when departments produce their own material, as they had done some 20 years prior to bringing in this new manager. So every department already had outside designers, instead of dealing with communications bullshit. Now they won't share their templates with anyone and will only send you sheetage pegs for previews because, do you have a degree in graphic design? Beach. I have a degree in art practice and worked as a freelance graphic designer and web developer before you guys hired me to teach the faking public the goddamn principles of design and visual literacy. The communications manager, person once in charge of social media, uses a BlackBerry from 2005. She no longer works with me. She was fired after 3 months. Lunaton could not do her job. Why she got fired? She constantly had balances off. She was also full on crazy. Now, Nutsy talked to herself. A lot. I heard from a coworker that, while she was in the bathroom Ditsy came in and had a full on conversation with herself in the mirror. I mean like, are you as tired as you look? Why? Yes She was also incredibly annoying. She'd bitch and complain to everyone, whether they were listening or not, about everything: her divorce, her second job, her lack of money, her overabundance of yard work, the list goes on. This Dilbert would also sheet all over everything you loved. Mention you want to go to Hawaii this summer and she says how Hawaii isn't that great or special. Psycho once loudly announced to a room full of people how ungrateful and selfish she was. The bigwigs bought us lunch for the end of the fiscal year to thank us and whatnot. She comes over to my desk asking where we are supposed to go. She follows me downstairs to the boardroom whining about how it had better not be pizza. Welp, it's pizza. There's probably 15 to 20 people in the room when we walk in, and she nearly screams, oh it's pizza. I have to pass then. Thanks but no thanks, then turns and storms out. I heard from others she stormed up the stairs muttering to herself, God love you, you crazy lady. Sheila. Sheila is actually competent in her job. She shows up early and stays late when needed, usually without being asked. She's knowledgeable and experienced, and could potentially be a resource for younger people and new hires, but everything is a faking 5-alarm fire. If the slightest thing goes wrong, instead of calmly assessing the situation and fixing it, we have a full-on meltdown that can be heard on the other end of the department. Any attempts to defuse the situation just make it worse. She also constantly complains, loudly, how ridiculously overworked she is, yet refuses any and all offers to take a task off her plate or to develop automation tools for her. I tried showing her how to record a macro for repetitive tasks, and she replied she had to do those tasks manually because she didn't trust macros cause they always made it wrong. She sends high importance group emails for the most mundane sheet, which sets off notification alarms on everyone's computer, like an emergency alert is happening. She demands that you drop everything, no matter how urgent it is, and pull her data that she needs 2 weeks from now immediately, because if she doesn't get it right now the world is going to end. And if Sheila's actually having a good day and nothing is going wrong for her, well then she starts finding problems with everyone else's job, tasks, performance, and screaming about the problems that she's going to have to deal with because of it. She adds so much unneeded stress to the office that when she goes on vacation, it's like watching timid deer cautiously tiptoeing out of their cubes and into the meadow. You see people who normally keep their head down and keep moving are now looking around and smiling and commenting on how quiet and peaceful it is, and then she comes back and everyone disappears back into their bunkers. For context, I work at a university doing research. My job is pretty similar to what a master's/PhD student would do, minus taking classes and writing a dissertation. I have a lot of experience doing a certain kind of qualitative analysis, and one day my boss asks me to talk to this guy who's on the research team of a colleague of hers. She tells me he's going to be doing analysis similar to what I've been working on, and it would be really helpful for him to talk to me. He's a sophomore in college and relatively new to this kind of research, so I'm happy to help. The meeting starts off okay. I asked him some questions about the data he's working with, scope of the project, etc. I then start explaining how to do the analysis, or rather, I try to, because this faker will literally not stop interrupting me. I didn't get the chance to string together more than 2 sentences over the course of the whole meeting, which lasted over an hour. A couple of times I just kept talking when he interrupted, and he talked over me until I stopped. It got so bad that I started counting how many times he interrupted me, just to amuse myself/keep the irritation to a minimum. From then until the end of the meeting he interrupted me 30 times in space of about 45 minutes. The cherry on top was when I witnessed him do the exact same thing to my boss, who has a doctorate and is a professor at the university, at a meeting later that week. I could see her getting irritated too, and my boss is a pretty chill person. Since then I've seen him interact with other professors and the effect has been the same. Everyone else I work with is pretty respectful and laid back, so having someone in the department who's so unapologetically rude, especially an undergrad, is super annoying. Ricky. Idiot. Ricky is basically Kevin. The guy's been with the restaurant for around 5 years. Ricky isn't really a bad guy, he's just not very good at all at his job. A few examples. One day he goes in the back room with a plate full of pasta. I'm on dishes and he goes, "Hey bro, check this out," and then flings the plate like a frisbee across my dish room and into the back wall, where it smashes and falls to the floor. Meanwhile the pasta itself slipped off onto the floor and left a nasty trail. I turned to him with a nasty look, like what the fuck bro? I gotta clean that sheet up now. He just goes, "Oh man, I saw Joe, forgot name, do it earlier, it was cool." What? You saw someone break a plate and thought you should do it too? Faking Ricky. Another example. Ricky liked to help himself to food in the restaurant. We weren't really allowed, but for the most part the bosses didn't mind if we took some fruit or pasta if we got hungry. Well, one day Ricky decides he wants cake. We don't serve cake by the slice, only the 12-inch round cake. This man cuts a little square out of 3 different cakes, thinking noon would notice, and puts them back in the display case. Sometime later the boss starts chewing out each employee one at a time. When he finally got to me, I just said I didn't take it, and I didn't see who did. Apparently the others said the same. When I'm in the back, the cook is cooking, and the boss is smoking out back. There's only one motherfucker who cold done it, Ricky, who was nowhere to be found. This guy constantly breaks dishes, can't carry more than one plate at a time, isn't allowed to use knives, long story, and I'm pretty sure he's the one who's been stealing cheese blocks out the walk-in point. Honestly, the guy's a faking brick, but he hasn't actually been caught doing anything bad enough to get fired, and nobody gonna snitch on him. I wish I were a little more sober, so I could do this post like it deserves to be done. Small machine shop. Owners are married couple, can both run machines, and 5 of us workers. All of us absolute pros at what we do. Well, 4 of us, the newest guy Lindsay not so much, but is a world class pro as kisser. Never seen anything like it. Acts like he is their son, and acts like it around the shop. Treats other people, all 4 of us, like he is above us, because of his relationship with them. He also goes and gets our lunch every day and sits front with them, apparently having their ear telling them what's going on in shop, and how we are mean people. Point, maybe we are a bit mean. We all hate him. Thing is, he can't do his job. He needs constant help. Takes 2 to 3 times longer to do anything. Crashes his machine regularly. Will spend 5 to 6 writing a program on CAD/CAM with his machine not running, which I could do with a calculator and a pad of paper in under 1. Not to mention his scrap rate. Parts machine to wrong specs. Pure loss. Comes in late. Leaves early. But the worst is the little things. Throwing his half-eaten lunch trash in other people's trash can. Only guy in shop to lock his toolbox. Only guy in my 20+ years I've seen do this. Oh, and every time he uses a toilet he leaves the seat down. We do have a woman, but she has her own restroom up by her office, and would never use ours back in shop. No females are ever going to use this toilet. Leave the gosh darn seat up. Every time. I don't want to touch the seat. I flip the seat up with my foot. Point, I could go on all night, but that's just a snapshot. The level of hate we all feel for this guy is truly unprecedented. Oh, and owners know their shit. I respect the heck out of both of them. That's what make him the world class brown noser he has got them snowed. If they just took a step back, or maybe forward, and got the euphoric feeling of that nose up there, as they would realize what a fraud he is. There is a man I work with as a casino dealer. Let's call him Joe. So I didn't know Joe until a few months into working there. I was on break one day, and so was he, and I'd forgot how it started, but we were talking about video games. He seemed weird to me, but just socially awkward, so I brushed it off, and we exchanged PlayStation Network names. Also, to make this clear, I'm in a long-term relationship, and in no way was I flirtatious with him in any manner. I was polite, and we simply talked about video games. That's it. So, he adds me on PlayStation asking me if I want to hang out. Mind you, this guy's in his early 30s with a wife and kid, and is not at all attractive. I'm not trying to be shallow, this is just the situation. So, I'm a young and somewhat attractive girl. I can't see why he would think I would be interested in him. Anyway, so when he asks me to hang out, I politely responded back, over PlayStation message, that I have a boyfriend who wouldn't be comfortable with that, but that we could play together anytime. A few days later, he sent me another message saying, would you like to hang out, non-sexual? So I found this to be extremely creepy. This message implies that it is sexual, lol. I didn't respond, and a few days later he deletes me LMAO. The bizarre thing is that he would still talk to me at work once in a while and act like nothing ever happened. I later found out from a million other coworkers that he is definitely the most hated worker here. He smells horrible. He acts like he knows everything. He interrupts conversations to put his 2 cents in, etc. He is definitely what you would call an ear rapper. I recently found out that after our first conversation those months ago, he told a coworker of ours that I had a crush on him. Lol. Geo away Joe. My boss. I think he has narcissistic personality disorder. The word sorry isn't in his vocabulary. He actually beached at me today for apologizing on his behalf to fix a business relationship. He constantly fucks up business relationships by badgering people constantly to jam in a deal that works for him. He's always blaming employees for his fuck ups. Spends tens of thousands on unwinnable court cases. Makes employees do shit that has nothing to do with the company but his own personal life. He constantly yells at everyone. He once vaguely threatened to kill an employee. It's not a wonder there aren't any women in the office, and frankly I don't want any here, because he sexually harasses all the women by making lewd comments every so often. He doesn't listen to his employees on important matters. He doesn't do his own job. Whenever he's in the office he just distracts people by talking very loudly. He's a faking slob. His desk is just messy as fuck. He hoards the fuck out of things. He orders too much product for us to store in our warehouse areas. He thinks everyone wants to buy his sheet when no one wants to buy his sheet. He wastes a ton of money paying employees to spend hours researching marginally cheaper options for things. He cheaps out on just about everything. When we need to get rid of product, he refuses to let us lower prices. He even raised prices on a client as the order was in process. He just thinks he can give employees responsibilities out of their job description, and he thinks things magically can be fixed. He fucks shit up whenever he involves himself in crap. He just destroys everything he touches. Problem is, he doesn't let us do anything without his approval. It's like when he isn't here we can't do shit, because he won't approve anything. If he isn't here, we can't do shit, because he's an annoying whiny little beach bussy bloodsucker of a human being, and I'm quitting in March, right before we get a huge shipment of product because fuck him, let him burn. Oh how I hope the law comes down on him hard, because I'm sure he's breached plenty of contracts. I take happiness knowing that he's alone, and will most definitely die alone, sad and miserable. I just fucking hate this guy, and every employee that has managed to stick around feels the same. This guy seriously never learns from his mistakes, so yay. Everyone hates the boss, and will eventually quit. Me, I work at a small bar, and I'm the newest employee. I'm also the manager, with only the owner above me. He's the GM too. Since we are a very casual place I'm very easygoing. I also do not have hiring and firing privileges as of right now. I've been there since the beginning of July, and have purposely gone out of my way to learn how everything is done the way it is at our place, and even consult the employees on their opinions. There are only 4 of them in the front house. They were pretty much all offered my position, but none wanted the responsibility, so they declined. That's when I got a call for the job. Point most of them are so insecure that they constantly tattle on me to the owner. Luckily for me the owner watches the cameras and is so pleased with me that I've received multiple raises in the short time I've been there. The whole reason I know they are tattling on me is the owner told me himself, so the joke's on them. Confrontation makes me ridiculously uncomfortable, so I've been trying so many ways to end this silliness. Still trying. I know as a manager you're not supposed to be friends with the employees, and I'm talking about being friendly, not friends. It makes work so much easier if everyone gets along, and with only a handful of people it should be easier. Also when there is tension it makes it so much more awkward. There is a woman who comes in late almost every day, grabs something from the just in case you forgot your lunch pantry that work generously provides for free. Then slowly, so slowly that she probably gains calories instead of burns them, trudges to our workstation and proceeds to eat, and fetched from 8:40 I sham until 10. Then she takes a sheet and either clogs the toilet, or if it's period time she leaves menstrual blood smeared all over the toilet seat. After her bathroom destruction she trudges back to our workstation and texts her boyfriend on and off while eating. Some days there is added whining because he won't answer her. Then she'll take a 15-minute break at 11 and get more food from the pantry and eat while laying on the couch in the break room. When break is over she gets more food from the pantry and brings it back to snack on until lunchtime at 12:30 After lunch she brings another snack back with her for later. She whines all day about her feet hurting, but refuses to wear heel shoes that would be 1000x better for working in a warehouse with cement floors. I have seen her as crack so many times that I have lost count. She must have something against wearing clothes that are the right size. She takes every opportunity she can find to go sit down in another department, even though she isn't supposed to be working there. More fetchting. Sometimes she makes jokes about squirting and does Borat impressions. If she doesn't feel like doing a particular thing, she will just go to the bathroom, so the task ends up being mine instead. She doesn't clean up any of the stuff we use as a team, or the shared areas in our debt that she sometimes spends hours in. Her agenda seems to be eating and trying to figure out how to make the least amount of effort possible, while also coming up with any excuse she can to leave early. She is also one of those people who thinks having a dog is exactly like having a kid, and she will not shut up about the faking thing. At first it seemed like she was a decent employee, but after she got comfortable she just went downhill. I still can't grasp how one person can fetch so many times in an 8-hour time frame. We have a tie at my job. The first is Jay. On Jay's first day she complained to the manager that coworker 1 and the prep guy said that she smelled bad. Both nice guys. After manager confronts them, both of whom were really confused, we learned that while she was in the back prepping salads, coworker 1 enters the room as prep guy is slicing turkey and says, "Man, it smells like fetched in here." And prep guy agrees, and they laugh, obviously talking about the turkey. Manager drops it, thinking it to be a misunderstanding. A week later she says that another coworker, 2, called her ugly. Mind you, 2 is the most PC, body positive, feminist, hippie that I have ever met. Manager asks her, confused and horrified, 2 about it, and when she later confronts Jay, Jay claims she never went to the manager and said that. The next day we get a call from ours saying that Jay emailed them saying that she's been treated unfairly from management and she is being discriminated against for being black. The manager is black, coworker 2 is black. This girl had worked there all of 5 shifts and we have never had any issues like this before. This girl is crazy and constantly complains about everyone being lazy, rude, and she called another coworker, 3, fat one day. She has some serious insecurities that she needs to work on and is just unpleasant to talk to or work with. Now the second most unpopular coworker is inserts himself in every conversation and interrupts with a 100% off-topic conversation. The latest being my manager and I talking about his plans to go to Vegas for a week, and comes over and starts talking about the history of Native Americans and how his white is 1/4 Cherokee. Cool, I guess, but we are talking about Vegas. He also loves to gossip and always tries to get us to talk shit about other coworkers, which makes everyone pretty freaking uncomfortable. He stinks of cigarettes and makes sexual comments about every female that walks in the restaurant. He's super classy. I have a coworker who is constantly drunk on the job. We work for a company my family owns, a party and event rental business, which is mostly manual labor. The job is mostly loading trucks, delivering and setting up the items, large tents, like for fairs/festivals, tailgates, weddings, graduations, etc., tables, chairs, catering equipment, breaking down and picking up items, returning to the warehouse and unloading. It's a non-stop process. Anyway, this guy is the trashiest alcoholic I've ever met. Once during a conversation, I had given him the impression that I gave a shit what he was talking about, and in the process, encouraged him to divulge things he otherwise wouldn't. One thing he let slip as he was talking about drinking was, I gotta take a few shots before I come in. Just don't feel right if I don't. I gave him a right to make him think that I found this normal / thought it made sense, and to let him continue to believe that I was someone he could tell things like this. He doesn't drive the trucks, he doesn't have a license, too many DUIs, so he routinely drinks a half pint. At work I've seen him down them in one gulp without the slightest wince, like his morning coffee. This doesn't get him drunk though, just normal, and smelling like alcohol. On his lunches he'll often go home and drink some more, roughly half the time coming back stupid drunk. When he's drunk, he's loud, stupid, obnoxious and a disaster to work with. He finds a reason to punch something almost every day and thinks it's funny when his hands are bleeding all over the place. A lot of times he'll chase people around with the threat of touching him with his bloody fingers. His drinking has led to the most awful hygiene of anyone I know too. His smell, we call him reek, is like the smell of clothes that have been soaked in sweat, not washed, worn and sweated in again, not washed, left in a heap of similarly unwashed clothes for a month, then continued to be worn. It's the scent of old sweat and BO, so thick that it's built up into an oil, like the grease in a pan, after drying up some bacon. We're almost 100% sure he showers and does laundry less than once a month. Some coworkers who hate him significantly less have spent time with him after work, drinking, spending the night, and going to work together in the morning, multiple times. The stories they tell of his post-work routine are always the same. Go home, drink till he passes out, no shower, wake up, shots, get dressed, dirty clothes from a pile, no shower, go to work. We have no reason to believe that he doesn't do this every day. Also, working a manual labor job with a bunch of guys, there's a lot of sheet talking, mostly just jokey breaking each other's ball, though when someone's faking up they can be called out pretty roughly too. Everyone takes it in stride, laughs along, no feelings are hurt. Except for his. He's the most sensitive motherfucker I've ever met. You make one tiny harmless joke about him and he flips out. One day he was eating a bag of hot nuts, and my buddy says to him, "Ha, you like hot nuts?" He slams the bag on the ground and goes, "Fuck you, Luke. You like hot nuts." Once he was bragging about getting a girl's number, and I said, "It doesn't matter, you're not gonna call her. And if you do you'll be like UMM. Hi. Other some, this is a guy. A harmless, silly joke, and he flipped out. Fuck you, man. I get way more bossy than you. You'd be terrified to do the things I do in bed. I almost made a joke after that about how I would never do the things that is the women I'd seen his typical lady friends he did in bed, but I figured I'd hurt his feelings enough for one day. So he's a drunk, he's dirty, he smells, he's overly sensitive, a pain in the ears to work with 70% of the time, and oh yeah, he raps. When he's drunk he likes to freestyle, and it is the most stupid ridiculous shit you'll ever hear. When I refer to him rapping, I'll mockingly rap, I'll flip it, and whip it, and jip it, and glip it, and pip it, and rip it and zip it, because that's a pretty much dead-on imitation of how he sounds. He swears he's great, though the only consolation is that his last name ends in Kerman, and we make great names for him: Drunkerman, Reekerman, Trasherman, Crackerman. It's super versatile as far as insults go. TLDR. Fuck you. Read the whole thing. I'm on my phone. That took forever to write. The most hated person at my workplace is a girl named Kathy. A brand new clinic had just opened up, and our managers decided it would be a great idea to have all brand new registration reps so everyone would all be on the same level and there'd be no leader, only teamwork. There were about 8 new hires for this new clinic, and one self-entitled chick who just thought she was so much better than everyone else. She would talk to you with a super sweet tone, and then she would wring your neck if you made a simple mistake, such as not handing out all of the labels or misspelling a word on an appointment note. She would constantly go into cute guys' medical charts for their personal information, so she could stalk them on Facebook. She would flirt with any guy that would look in her direction. She would flirt super hard with the providers, and she even had a fling with the maintenance guy and would disappear whenever he would come to fix something. She would always share stories about her love life, like how she's dating John and they've known each other for a month and now he's not really talking to her anymore, so she's starting up an old flame with some guy named Tom that she used to know, but now he doesn't talk to her anymore. So then she decides to fling it up with our maintenance guy, Jim. She's all head over heels for Jim, but then he stops talking to her, and now she's planning on moving in with some dude named Bill, and looking forward to getting married. He hasn't even proposed. It's been like 2 weeks, while still flirting with every single guy she sees. She likes to violate patient privacy. One time she googled one of the patients that hadn't even checked in yet because the appointment note had caught her attention. There was an actual article about this patient and her medical condition, and Cathy just kept ragging on her like, why did she need this second organ? She clearly doesn't take care of herself. She doesn't deserve it. Why do you care? It's not your body, it's not your life, it's not your job. And she pretty much just treated everyone cheaty like that, unless you were a guy. I remember I was checking someone into their appointment once, and I could see her waiting impatiently for something. The moment I hit the check-in button, she opened up his charts and asked me where is this address? The fuck? I asked her why she was even in his charts and why she needed to know where he lived. She would boss everyone around and shout, you all know that I'm the entitled supervisor here. Listen to me. When you'd point out her mistakes, she would make you fix them and say you better fix this right now or I'm the one who's going to get in trouble. I already know how to do this, so I don't have to fix it. Idiots. Anything that didn't go her way, she would call up our managers and complain about it. If someone went to the bathroom 2 times within 1 hour, she'd tell on you. If you were 5 minutes late from lunch, she'd tell on you. If you were 5 minutes early from your lunch, she'd tell on you. If you simply forgot to log out of your phone, she'd tell on you. She was just the biggest narc ever and everyone hated that. Everyone felt so targeted by her that most of the new hires just wanted to stay where they were stationed to train, and 3 people actually quit because of her. I had a talk with our managers about her attitude and how absurd her logic is, that she feels entitled to break into people's charts, but they insisted on waiting it out. One of the girls that had left found out that Catty had been in her chart keeping tabs on all of her appointments and just never showed up for work again. Another girl was out for about 3 weeks because she was in the hospital. Catty had her Facebook open to that girl's page for the whole time she was in the hospital. She would constantly call our managers saying Bon is not really in the hospital. She just posted a status and it says she's in Mexico, and the managers would play along with it, insisting to keep an eye on her when they very well knew she was in the hospital. They visited her twice. The 3rd girl was just tired of being treated like crap, so she just quit. Eventually the managers got fed up with everyone leaving. Because of her they moved her to the actual hospital to keep a close eye on her. Then about a week after she was there, ours took her and our managers into their office out of the blue, and she never came back. She was such a bossy, creepy, nosy, sleazy chick that everyone in the registration department knew about her, even the ones that had never met her. She had only worked there for about 3 months and boy was she famous. The firing thing happened yesterday and all I have to say is good riddance. Edit. TLDR. Catty was a huge tattletale who would Facebook stalk patients, violate HIPAA, flirt with every guy, and make people feel so unwelcome and uncomfortable with her bossy and stalker attitude that they all quit. Pretty much everyone that had to work directly with her quit. The store manager. He came down hard and made the department managers be more all about wastage and keeping things clean, and thus the workers under the department managers resent them /him. Personally I don't mind the guy. He's pretty nice and upfront about what he expects from the whole team, which is useful. Nobody slacks off. We are doing a lot better than we were in terms of audit standards and sales, and considering we are the store all the national managers come to most, since we are the only store right in the middle of the city, I think he's been really great. Other coworkers that have been slacking off and breaking rules regarding breaks don't like him whatsoever because he put a stop to all the things they aren't really meant to do. I don't know, I'm being trained slowly to take over my department and I really appreciate organization and directness about what needs to be done. I can see both sides of it. Edit. Also, before this guy, there was a middle-aged lady who came into my department for a month or so. Good faking lord. My department has to be super sanity, and this lady would announce loudly in front of customers that she'd need to chuck a piss. Her words exactly. She'd refuse to do any cleaning, work with the hot food etc. And when she did she'd only half-as it. And since there's a coffee machine right there in the department, she'd be making a latte every 15 minutes and smash it back. Best thing is that she'd pick up the pace in front of the department manager. She was a nice enough lady when you talk to her, but she's not a woman cut out for a fast pace. She might not have been hated within the entire store, but she annoyed the hell out of the department. My stories appear lame compared to the others here, but I'll say them anyway. I honestly think the guy sitting across from me doesn't have cable at home, because he has nothing better to do than to give me shit the second he walks in the door. Either that or he's one of those bro types that does it because that's how men talk to each other. He derives pleasure from telling me I'm lazy and I'll get fired soon because I don't do anything except sit on my phone all day, night, being I work third shift, like, okay man, you have to come in on Saturdays because you don't get your sheet done on time and you don't know how to manage your own work properly. He also bitches about how the guys at another location don't know how to do their jobs and bragged about yelling at a coworker at yet another location. One day I was having none of it, so I asked, what's your job title? Huh, what's your job title? For privacy. I'll omit his response. Oh, so not supervisor? They're not paying you to worry about other people and yell at them. They're paying 30 for that. Shut the hell up and do your job. He's gotten better since then. My biggest beef is with another coworker though. I'll call Y. I was originally hired as an intern, and one day, when I was shadowing Y, I said, hey, just as a heads up, I have intern stuff to take care of, so I have to leave at 2 to head to X building for that. X building? There's nothing. Job removed for privacy. Over there. I never said there was. I said there was intern stuff I have to take care of. He noticeably sighed, making a show of it. Fine. I had another intern with me that day, and when we left for that, he asks Jesus, what's his problem? So I'm not crazy. At the end of the day, I went to the boss and gave him a heads up. I had no intention of being a tattle, but I've worked with enough sheet bags to know a problem child when I see one. Sure enough, Y starts hating me. Most recent problem, me taking next week off. I'm an army reservist and I have military duties all next week. Sunday to Saturday. Y starts walking around the office, complaining to anyone that'll listen. One reason why everyone else hates him. He complains about how busy he is, but finds the time to gossip with everyone for 45 minutes after lunch. He's on call that week, and apparently I'm doing it on purpose, because I left for military stuff last time he was on call as well. I didn't hear the pager, and slept and got written up for it. This is Alrighguy 28896's fault. Luckily, the other people I work with are cool, so they were real quick to shut that down. The sad part is this guy was in the Navy, but maybe active duty doesn't understand that reservists have 2 jobs to worry about. Sorry for going too long, it feels nice to vent. I'm going to get sushi. Let's think about Tim. Tim graduated with a degree in information security systems. He landed a pretty decent job with a small company as the information systems security manager. He had so many computers to manage that he had to hire someone help. That's where I came in. My job was basically to be a sysadmin with the added security audits and annual checks. First off, this job varies from company to company, so the requirements for your system are set by you, and you report them to DSS, who either agrees and grants an approval or rejects it, and you try again. So you basically justify exactly what you need. My first task is an annual check of every machine in the company. Familiarize myself, etc. Here's the checklist: 15 checks. Cool, easy. We must be lucky and not be too restricted. After completing the whole task, I'm called to the carpet in front of management, cause I've obviously lied about my job or my knowledge. The checklist is a guideline for the most pertinent information, not the only thing that mattered. Okay, where are our requirements? ODSS set those, but that's not how this works. So how am I supposed to know what settings are required? I had to dig through our entire SBP and find every requirement. 500 pages, and if I miss one, God forbid. So fast forward a year, I find out I've lasted longer than all 5 of my predecessors, and all the users hate him. Why? Oh, the zero obvious ninja. You need to go remove every CD drive from all computers. That's now a security risk. Idiot, we deliver media to customers. How? So I did this. This guy comes behind me and installs massive drafting configuration management software that changes a login account to active. This allows the server to log into the machine and update files as needed. Tim goes to do annual checks, sees account, obviously they were new activations. You could see creation dates, but no. The zero obvious ninja has not been doing his job and lied about maintains these checks and audits. He must be fired at once. So I was. That was a year and 7 days ago. He's had 3 people in my old job since. Fact him. And fact the management that knew what I was going through and let him keep doing it. M is a suck up to those in authority, a rival to his peers and a condescending asshole to those he has authority over. This isn't a penny ante job where all this jockeying for position really means squat, but makes for a needlessly tense workplace. Additionally, he's always fake busy, and knows that bustling and loud conversations with customers are often mistaken, at first glance, for actual work. People who only see him on occasion, such as management, tend to see him as a go-getter. Those that work with him more regularly see sound and fury signifying nothing. Also, he's pointlessly noisy. Actually, I'm of the opinion that he lacks an internal monologue. Now, since we work sales, this comes across talkative and outgoing, but when it's just you and him in the store, you can hear his ongoing thought process. I'm walking over here. OHH, what's that? Do I need one of those? It's brown. I'm going to put it down now. And if he's not talking to himself, he's whistling, either along with or over top of the store music, depending on whether he likes the song or not, or clicking his tongue, or humming or singing jingles. All the faking time. Finally, he's gay, which is not a problem, but I guess it makes him feel as though he can make totally inappropriate comments to his female co-workers because, hey, he can't actually mean it because he's gay. Drove a couple of ladies to quit rather than deal with him. If you want a mental picture of him, imagine Jennifer Aniston's co-worker, Brian, at Chotchkiss. Anyway, I transfer away in January. Can't faking. Wait. I work for an IT company that contracts with a major organization. Nearly all of my coworkers are extremely bright, well-educated types that specialize in IT, engineering or some other specialty fields. The boss is a manuscript from MIT, that kind of place. For the most part, I'd describe my coworkers as type A sorts of people. About 2 years ago, company decides to hire a communications person to handle things like press releases, quarterly review meetings / materials, Matt's emails, award fee related items, and basically as an all-around utility employee. She's got a B.A in communications, which is fine for what she was hired to do, and she's also extremely attractive. Everyone knows where this is going, so I'm going to jump forward. She's placed under a manager with some pull, and in short order rumors start swirling. Manager promotes her to an engineering lead role, and somehow gets the company to okay the move. This pisses off a ton of actually qualified engineers who suddenly find themselves working for someone who's never worked in the field and has no professional experience or certifications. Fast forward some more, and she's in charge of roughly 30 to 40 engineers doing software deployments, packaging, migrations, OS upgrades, and is easily the person whose name I hear the most often in non-flattering ways. Old manager who gave her the undeserved promotion moved on, and she now works for a different guy who is your stereotypical IT guy, overweight, extremely awkward and introverted, non-confrontational. He guffaws all over her daily and has others covering up her frequent mistakes. She continues to run an entire department into the ground, where few quality people are left. I'm a software developer, and at my last job I was on a team with an open position for a junior developer. We interviewed this one guy who totally nailed the interview and we all liked him. He answered the technical questions with ease and he seemed like a cool guy, so we made him an offer and he accepted. At the time the only people on the team were myself and the manager, so it mostly fell on me to train the new guy. The first sort of red flag was that friendly guy in the interview now kept mostly to himself. He never wanted to go to lunch with any of the other engineers and barely socialized. Now this wouldn't have been so bad, but there's more. So I started by giving him small tasks. These would be no-brainer types of things like changing the error code of function returns or saving some data to the database. Nothing that couldn't be completed by a junior developer in a couple of hours at most. But after I would give him tasks I wouldn't hear from him for the rest of the day and he would ask absolutely no questions. When I looked over at his computer he was almost always on Reddit or Facebook. I would follow up with him the next day and he would have nothing done and would say something like, "I got stuck and couldn't figure out what to do." Time went on and he continued to barely do any work. Occasionally he'd ask a question, and when I'd try to show him the answer he'd get bored and play on his phone. It was pretty frustrating, because the guy was clearly smart. He just seemed extremely naive and acted like this was some college job his rich dad got him. My manager was the sort of guy who really wants the people on his team to be successful, so he would have regular one-on-ones with him to try and figure out why he wasn't motivated to finish his work. Once the guy told my manager, "If I finish my work you'll just give me more to do." After about 3 months my manager figured it was probably time to fire him, but the guy did us a favor and turned in his 2 weeks notice instead. 2 days after he turned in his notice he never showed up to work again. Lines call her tea. My god, was this woman awful. She was actually really good at her job, managing a restaurant, but fuck was she awful to deal with. She would relentlessly pick on me, so much that other managers and all of my coworkers noticed. To this day, I still don't know what I did to make her hate me so much. It was at the point where the other host said to me once, "Holy shit dude, T hasn't yelled at you once today." It was bad. Almost everyone else hated her too, but she was tight with most of the bartenders and a handful of servers. But then she would do this weird thing where she would come over to the host stand and chat with me, and it was all good. We'd have a nice little conversation about nothing in particular. I shit you not, within a minute of her walking away, she would say, "Shouldn't you be finding something to do?" in the beachiest of all beachy tones. Even weirder, she was definitely the type of person that I would have gotten along with really well outside of work. I just don't know what the fuck her problem was. Fast forward, she left a year ago, and new manager is way more chill, and had me moved up to server and now bartender. I really love working there. T is apparently back with the company at a different store. I kind of hope to see her again, to see what she says about me bartending, and if she'd still give me shit attitude. She absolutely refused to promote me, some bullshit about how I wasn't ready. But part of me is really glad that I don't have to deal with her anymore. She even called our store once, and I answered the phone. I don't think she had a clue who she was talking to. If she apologized to me for being a cunt, I'd definitely give her a chance to be cool. But I also hope that Beach sees this, because fuck her for making the first 6 months of my employment more or less miserable. Edit. She also had some really cool tattoos, so she at least has that going for her. We lost our 14-year-old bather when she went back to school this summer, and we somehow ended up with a 40-plus-year-old lady that claims she is a certified groomer, but only wants to be a bather. So 3 months in, and she has only gotten worse than what she started at, and the boss sticks up for her piss poor work that brings the whole shop quality down. To make matters worse, the boss is giving her %100 of the tips for the bath only dogs, and %50 of the 3 real certified groomers that work in the shop, even though she does not bother to dry the dogs well, clean the ears, or do proper brushing, and it is making the groomers have to do twice the work for horrible quality finish. We are beginning to think that the bather has come up with some sort of blackmail on the boss when dogs come off the drying table still shaking water on the receptionist when they should be absolutely crisp clean and dry to get a good cut. I hate this lady. She makes my job super hard, lowers the possibility of tips, and then she steals half of my tips when she does 10 minutes of sheet work on a dog I spent 2 hours grooming. So at the end of the week, someone who did not pay for a degree, did not pay for her equipment, doesn't pay to maintain the things she uses, and is paid hourly to be there. Even though everyone else is commission based, she still manages to come in later than the rest of us, and leave earlier, even leaving us to bathe the last group of clients on our own with no pay, but the chance to keep our whole tip, and she still makes more than anyone in the shop. Good news though, the bather is a super homeopathic hippie and is trying to fight cancer with goat's milk, herbs and crystals. So all things positive, maybe things will sort themselves out and she will go ahead and just die and let us find someone with a work ethic and personality. This will probably get buried, but I need it off my chest. It's not just one person. It was multiple people, same company. But most of the staff hated them. So I worked for an airplane detailing company. We worked out of a hangar. We cleaned the planes that were there for maintenance. I'll start with Sam. He's in his 40s or 50s. He'd been working for the company since it was started. Let's say 10 to 15 years. This dude was a habitual liar. Lied about everything. Lied about his life. Lied about coworkers. Everything. He managed to get a hard-working coworker fired. And he was slightly insane. Or maybe just off kilter. One day he was doing fighting moves, and as I walked by, he did a weird little backwards kick. Almost took my knee off. I laughed uncomfortably and walked away. And he didn't stop talking. One of the mechanics, Tim, one time got on the plane as Sam was talking to another mechanic. Then Tim goes, tell him to shut the fuck up or you'll never get any work done. And to add on to the endless talking, he always had a one-up to everything. You gave birth last month. Well, he faking jumped into the ocean and gave an octopus a cesarean while holding his breath. That type. Last thing. He claimed to have manuscript, so he couldn't work. Just stood around talking 97% of the time. But if he couldn't find anyone to talk to, the manuscript went away. The kicker? In all those 10+ years, he never provided documentation for it. Never. The boss, Steve, sucked. He never managed anything but getting on my nerves. He sat in the office all night sleeping. Made his assistant manager do all the work. Then when the AM got done with the manager's work and tried to come down to help us, boss would call him back to wherever he was and make him literally just sit there with him. He would always threaten to fire people, but when they tried to leave he wouldn't let them. That place had a faking turnover rate of like 147. I shit you not. So glad I left. I have a teammate in my team who is simply cancer. He has zero emotional intelligence. He randomly starts talking to people when they're in the middle of something to ask the stupidest questions, like, oh, you made your lunch today, or oh, you have to leave early because of a doctor appointment. What is your health problem? He interrupts people having in-depth technical discussions and forces them to explain everything to him, effectively breaking their train of thought. Plus, his intense stuttering and pedantic off-topic monologues make it all worse. I can confidently say that any meeting he attends goes 1.5 times slower because he hijacks all the discussions. When he works, he makes a lot of distracting sounds, groans, loud sighs, talks to himself, and hits his mouse when he's angry, which is like 5 times a day. All that would have been okay if he was actually a decent engineer. He writes awful code, and when people tell him to fix it, he fights desperately to defend it without ever once humbly admitting he is wrong. Our senior engineer tells him nicely to fix his errors, and even though he has 5 more years of experience, and he knows what the F he is talking about, this asshole is trying to act like he knows more than him, and is being stubborn as a mule, costing valuable developer time. He has zero ability to learn from his mistakes, so we constantly tell him to fix some issues that he consistently keeps on getting wrong, and which would likely cause outages. Our company requires a minimum of 18 months of work before being promoted, and he actually thinks he is entitled to a promotion in his first year. My colleagues and I complained to our manager, who talked to him, so he slightly improved. But Jesus Christ, if he lasts more than a year in this company, I will not want to live on this planet anymore. Although, judging by this election, anything can happen. There are so many things to say about this guy. He is the most crooked man I've ever met. He is constantly stealing customers from the other employees in our department when he knows they will draw a commission. He never takes the blame for anything. It's always, well, I was just under the impression that, or I'm just doing what I'm told, in order to justify his mistakes. And when someone calls him out on it, he sulks and acts as if we killed his puppy. He had no respect for women. Every woman in the office, including myself, can say they have been insert last name Ed. Something will happen, and all of a sudden he will just blow up. He screams and yells and waves his arms and balls up his fists, and gets right up in our faces with his nasty breath. It's a rite of passage really. If a woman greets a customer at the door, which consists of asking if they want any refreshments, he will walk out of his office, interrupt the woman greeting, and proceed to ask if he can help them. The other day, I corrected him on something, and he told me to go sit out by the door and answer phones the rest of the day. He plays the victim in every situation. His job is always a sacrifice for the greater good, and anybody who doesn't go above and beyond even off the clock is looked down upon. He throws everybody under the bus. Nobody is safe. Nobody trusts him. He sabotages everyone else's tasks to make himself look better than the rest of our department. He doesn't wash his hands. Ever. At all. Our job requires us to touch human remains, and he refuses to wear gloves. He then proceeds to touch all the food in the kitchen. And the other day, he sneezed and sucked the snot off of his sleeve. I watched him do it. He's not just the most disliked employee in our workplace, he's also the most disliked employee in all of our sister locations. And he will never be fired, because he is a model employee on paper. He makes the company the most money out of anyone in a quarter of the US. There is so much more, but I'll just stop here. I'm starting to twitch. There was this woman who single-handedly caused my branch of a major department store to shut down. So in retail jobs with multiple departments, each department may have a different method of paying their sales associates. For my store, cashiers got paid straight wages, hardware made 10% commission, housewares got straight pay plus a bonus for high-end sales, and appliances got a 15% commission weighted, based on the month. If you don't sell anything for a week, your pay comes out of your next paycheck. This one woman was probably the best salesperson there, bringing in number 700% to goal. This is because she was sketchy as fuck in the way she went about sales. First she would tell new cashiers to ring things in her number to get the commission, while she wasn't on the floor, which many would do to lower their own sales goals. She would then stray from her department, while our coworkers were on break, and sell items outside her department. This ended up costing the company tons of money, because she would get her straight pay plus COMMISSION selling appliances, or her straight pay plus COMMISSION plus BONUSES selling housewares, as well as membership bonuses for making people sign up for credit cards. Everyone hated her because of this. No one was making above minimum wage, unless they stole her customers, but if we had caught, they would be docked pay, which would go directly to her. She on the other hand technically didn't do anything wrong, other than making people use her number, and this never got caught. Our managers thought she was single-handedly keeping our store open until corporate sent a financial advisor to see why our profits were low despite high sales. When our company realized what she was doing, she had been making the company too much money to fire her, but costing them too much to keep the store open. So either way, all of us, we are going to be out of a job. They ended up keeping her on until the very end, and not offering her a position at another store like many of the others that were there a long time. I work at a used game store. The job kicks ass, but we have one dude who ruins it for everyone. Let's refer to him as Justin. He's the owner's son and is, by default, an incredibly annoying person to interact with. He's a type 2, but into every conversation, she talk people behind their back, and also loves to one-up everyone all the time. Anyway, he gets a discount at the store. He bought the collector's edition of an expensive game kind of on impulse one day and later tried to return it to us. We don't have the money in the drawer, so he has to get it from his mom. Says he won't impulse buy again, immediately buys a PSP. What do I find in our return section 2 days later? That PSP fact Myers hole. I hate this kid. For a while he didn't even work here, he just hung out. Constantly. He would snoop around the back and hang out behind the counter and tell us how to do our jobs. Many customers thought he worked there, and rightly so. He sure acted like he did. His attitude drove away many of our regulars and many new customers too. He even told me that he hates working with people and has no intent to get better there. Great, thanks bud. This was a huge problem, so I brought it up with my manager. Hoss faking awesome by the way. Let's refer to my manager as Mark. Mark hated this faker more than anyone else, and that's saying something. We knew we had to do something, so he brought it up with the owner. Justin's mom couldn't even get a word in before he learns that Justin's now working with us officially. She doesn't care that her son's an obnoxious piece of shit ruining her business. Fuck me. What's worse is our owner's opening a new store soon and intends to have Justin manage the place. I might take bets with my coworkers on how long that's gonna last. Also, he thinks Boku no Pico is a good show. I can't make this shit up. Picks his nose every day. Interrupts every single person in every single conversation, ever. Racist. Homophobic. Birther. Conspiracy theorist. Anti-vaxxer, and he's uppity about it. Kids are homeschooled, and he's uppity about it. Does not take a lunch break, so he's only in the office 8 hours a day, not 8.5. I know the labor laws, believe me. Monopolizes conversations. Keeps expecting a promotion to an officer level position and beaches ad nauseum that it's taking too long. It's been 23 years, here's your sign. Talks shit about our company on conference, calls beach that he doesn't get to travel like the execs do, so our boss sent him to another site for a week. Then he beached about airports, WhatsApp, the laptop was too heavy, the city was hot, etc. Boycotts retail establishments over any perceived slight. Wife and kids text him all day long because they're fighting, and he must take the time to mediate. Talks about politics, but gets pissed when you disagree. Tells the same 2 jokes every single day of his life. Eats constantly. Eats noisily. Drinks constantly. Slurps every goddamn drink. Must show you, or tell you about everything he's eating. Takes credit for other people's work. Watches internet videos all day. Freaks out if a meeting goes 10 minutes past his shift. Beaches about being broke, while his kids are in 19,000 activities that they don't even like. Has been asked to leave every group or troop or HOA board he's been involved with. Thinks he's a developer because he uses phrases like parse the data or use an if, then statement. Sucks up to managers to the point of being nauseating. Walks out of meetings when people disagree with him. Takes his headset off and throws it on his desk when calls aren't going well. Refers to himself as being a native of the city where he was born and immediately moved away from. Hates that city, but talks about it constantly. Never ever understands a question the first time it's asked, but consistently launches into 20-minute answers that don't address the question. Talks about how behind he is, like months behind, but he could get caught up if he quit talking about how busy he is. That's a fun little hamster wheel. Point did I mention picks his nose conspicuously, and that he picked his nose on a conference call yesterday? And he told me he was glad his webcam was off, and I didn't have the heart to tell him that it was on. Shit. All of these happened at least once this week alone. Well, I doubt anybody is still around to read this, but I want to vent about Mike. I don't know if anybody else hated him, but I loathed that as whole. He was hired about 6 months after me, so he went through his training class just as I was really starting to hit my stride. Our job was simple in its commission, really a glorified call center environment, but we were dealing with accounts, and so there were a lot of minor details to remember. There were different rules for billing from state to state, insurance carrier to carrier, and something you might do on one claim could be straight up forbidden on another. But to compensate for this, they had a long training period, 12 weeks, a very generous probationary period, to get up to minimum standards, 90 days, and minimum standards was doable, and very specific flowcharts for every type of claim. 9 times out of 10, the answer could be found in the handy flowchart we were required to have open all shift. So, they made allowances for a certain level of difficulty, but between us Redditors, that job was not difficult. By the end of my 90 days, I not only met standards, I reached the highest grade, which resulted in a performance bonus of nearly $2,000 a quarter. It was pretty sweet. Mike, however, could not figure it out. He simply could not figure it out. And I don't mean that he was stumped by obscure claims. He couldn't do anything. Not even the type of work that made up 90% of our day and never really varied. He sat 2 desks over from me, and I heard him ask 1 million questions every single day. Point now, noobers weren't supposed to ask our coworkers for help. It interrupts the flow of their day if they have to constantly stop to hold somebody's hand. That didn't stop Mike, though. I'd say that the 3 women who sat near him each had to stop 1 to 2 times an hour to answer a question for Mike. Point despite all the constant hand holding, Mike had terrible CAS scores. I sat next to his TL, so I would happen to overhear their weekly meetings, where she would explain for the upteenth time what mistake he made, why he made it, how to fix it, where to find the answers. It was all in one ear, and out the other. Mike loved to golf. Oh, he loved to golf so much. He wished he could be golfing that minute. But since he can't golf, he'll just have to settle for talking about it. So that's what he did. He would wander over to our direct supervisor's desk and just talk and talk. I guess he wasn't concerned about his aux time. Or maybe he just logged right out of the phone. What difference did it make to him if he wasn't there to answer any calls? Mike had gone to law school. He was not a lawyer because he couldn't pass the bar. He took the test multiple times. I'm not surprised. I'm surprised that he can remember how to spell his name. I was on to Mike from the beginning, and so I simply ignored him. I treated him like he was not there. I didn't tell him good morning, or talk about sports, or answer any question he tried to ask me. He probably thought I was a real beach, but I was also there to make money, not to help him limp along to the end of his day. As Mike got closer and closer to his 90-day mark, it became clear that he couldn't pull it together. His overall CAR rating was failing, his production numbers were pathetic. The company was generous but pretty hard-nosed. If you couldn't figure it out in 90 days, you were gone. Period. I'd already seen some people let go because they just couldn't get it. At day 90, our company announces that they're closing down the depot in that branch and moving it all to another branch. We'd all be redistributed to different departments. Instead of getting fired, Mike is transferred to a new depot. His 90 days reset. Yeah, sadly that's me. I get in late most times and have to leave early a lot. Lately I've been having to miss at least one day a week. My wife had fibromyalgia and died unable to work and has chronic fatigue and pain with it. To add to that, we have a 5-month-old infant. So I ended up having to run home from work over lunch to give my wife a break. Ask she has some chance to watch the kids for the rest of the day, so my lunches often run long. A good amount of the time her pain just gets too much. It's the fatigue, and I have to take off early because she can't mind anymore to take care of the baby, or can't stay awake anymore to watch her. I try to work remotely, but it's hard to get much work done when you have to help take care of a baby and a disabled wife. To add to it, a significant portion of my job is lab work, so that means that even if my remote work time wasn't being eaten up with caregiving, there's only a limited amount I can do outside the lab. I think I'd have been fired already if not for a really understanding supervisor who is trying to help make things work. But yeah, all of the other people within my group hate me, I'm pretty sure. Actually, I'm positive, because they've sniped behind my back and complained to my manager even before the baby came along and things reached the current breaking point. There's more to it. At least a portion of my co-workers were making it a toxic environment for me from early on, even when I was a model employee and life got complicated. But if I go on too much, it will be a huge wall of text. Edit. TLDR, it's me. Chaotic schedule and missing time due to infant and disabled wife. First off, some background info. I work as a lifeguard at a public pool. It's not the most glamorous job because it's a public pool and most of the members who come in to swim are older folks. But in the summer is when we get the most amount of customers. Families, teenagers, youth camps, and yes, even the older people come in to swim their laps. But I'm getting off topic. My pool manager, we call her the pool gal because she's devoted her entire life to being a lifeguard. And I'm not talking beach lifeguard. Seriously, I give all my respect to those guys. I'm talking pool/Disney/lake lifeguard. She's around 60 years old, short, and fat, and her life has basically hit a peak. Meaning she has nowhere to go but down, and that means she will take everyone down with her. For starters, she's one of those holier than thou vegans. So if you bring in a lunch of Hot Pockets and potato chips, she will sit there and lecture you on your unhealthy eating habits. To make things worse, she will go into detail on how to cook her recipes, which is just gruel. So going back to what I first mentioned about being a pool lifeguard, is the fact that she takes her job so damn seriously you would think she's working the Olympics or the beaches in LA. I'm talking things like, if you cross your feet on stand, it takes an extra 0.5 seconds to jump out and get to your guest in distress. She adds unnecessary amounts of stress to the job and makes sheets so much harder for me and my co-workers. It wouldn't be a big deal, and I would maybe doubt myself if everyone who either came to swim or works there felt the same way about her as I do. Another thing she does is ride her bike to work every day. That's a cool thing, but at the same time she brags about it non-stop. She claims a 7-mile ride is a big deal, but that's the furthest thing from the truth. In reality, she rides her bike a mile to the bus stop, gets on the bus, and then rides her bike 1 mile to work. She claims to be fit and healthy, but has the same mass as a manatee. To finish this off, she is the bane of everyone's existence and makes my job 10x harder than it needs to be. And that's a lot coming from a pool lifeguard. TLDR, my fat vegan boss makes being a pool lifeguard a living hell, with her constant health advice and nagging at employees. Meanwhile she sits on her ass all day long. So, in my last job, it was me. But I had decent reasons for it. I was promoted to chief of staff, ahead of a doctor with 25 years experience, and taking the job from another with 40 years experience. I was 11 months out of school. You can imagine I was immediately well liked. 45-year veteran and demoted veterinarian's daughter is the hospital manager. I'm now 023 technician. #1 became upset when I wouldn't let her play her hyper-Christian music in surgery. I don't like music in surgery, regardless of genre, and since I'm doing the surgeries I get to make that call. She believes this is a liberal assault on her religious freedom. I also tell her I don't like the use of the word libtards. I, the heathen liberal commie, am 0-4 technician. #2 is 20 years old and married. She dropped out of basic training after like 10 days, but ended up marrying the guy she faked. She now hates her and tries to hit on me. Rebuffed and reported 2 hours after she left sexually explicit notes on my car. 0-5 technician. #3 refuses to work more than 6 hours per day and threatens to quit if she is made to work a night shift. She makes good on her threat, ignores that I don't make the tech schedule. 0-6 technician. #4 is upset that I institute a dress code that insists on wearing scrubs in the hospital. Wild notions, right? Complains 2 hours after being sent home for showing up in basically see-through stretch pants. 0-7 receptionist is upset that I won't let her work from home because, in fact, I do need someone physically faking present at the front desk. And no, she cannot see a marijuana leaf patch on her hospital issue scrubs. 0-8 essentially I was tasked with taking a financially disastrous hospital and making it successful. I got 0 corporate support, no training, and wasn't allowed to hire anyone remotely competent. I quit after a year. They've lost a catastrophic amount of money since. She was foul and annoying in literally every conceivable way. Thank the fat Christ she technically no longer works with us. We can call her Annette. Annette was running a rigged game from the start. She's the wife of a man who carved an indispensable niche for himself at the small business I work for due to spurious computer programming skills. Our store runs on a janky phalanx of bad choices and 1990s bootleg software that Mr. Annette weaves together with the expertly creative hand of a lifelong hash smoker. Hired solely because she was physically present at a moment when extra help was needed, Annette quickly bedded down and took root at a vacant desk, much in the manner of malignant cyst. Annette is the sort of woman that would offend most people without even exchanging words with her. She constantly stole food from the company fridge, is a religious zealot, shuffles with every step, refuses to indulge in even the most rudimentary bathing, is racist, and doesn't understand the concept of an inside voice. Every thought in her head immediately pours from her mouth, like muddy water from a forgotten garden hose. She's the most clever person she knows, and isn't afraid to advertise her intelligence to anyone who will listen. This display of brilliance is somewhat undermined by her inability to properly pronounce and use about 20 of her favorite words. Some were simple, told was toll, kitchen was kutcher, and truck was usually trunk or trusk, depending on her level of alertness. Other words were harder to decipher. Library was iberally, Mexican was muslican, and peanut butter was pebbletoda. More on that later. Not content to simply do her extremely simple job quietly, Annette spent her days whining loudly about her inability to lose weight, the various failings of her 3 grown children, and a general sense of being unappreciated in her own time, despite her truly formidable intelligence. She slept at her desk every day, refused to answer the phone when it rang, and would shuffle off to take multiple cigarette breaks while leaving her post unattended. On the rare occasions she did answer the phone, she was unable to help the callers, even after 5+ years of employment. A congenital liar, she encouraged her friends to believe that she owned the business, and frequently gave conflicting information to people due to an inability to keep track of her own lies and that peanut butter. She ate a large jar roughly every 3 days. She kept it at her desk and would use the same spoon to fish her portion out every time the urge took her. The spoon was licked clean, returned to a desk drawer, and never properly washed in the years I worked with her. The peanut butter was sometimes augmented by a variety of fast food condiments, a wide selection of which also lived in her desk. This meant that, at any given hour, one could look over at Annette and see her sucking on a dirty spoon that was covered in a blend of Chick-fil-A honey mustard sauce, Burger King mayo, and her beloved peanut butter. Perhaps due to diet, perhaps due to personal hygiene, perhaps due to the truly profound quantity of extra flesh that orbited her petite frame, Annette had a constant and foul aroma. The scent was yeasty, bitter, and aggressive. It clung to her clothing and work area, and hung in the air for up to an hour after she left for the day. She didn't believe in cleaning herself during her time of the month, so her desk area was littered with soiled towels that she used in lieu of feminine care products. Annette's offenses go much deeper, but this is already too long. Despite her numerous failings, the owners of the business couldn't get rid of her. You see, Annette wasn't technically even an employee. She showed up and worked, but her pay was folded in with her husband's check. This little magic trick was done so that she could get disability checks. Scamming Uncle Sam for shuffle money didn't stop her from racist diatribes about the damned Muslik and steal in welfare. Though she was frankly useless, we were stuck with her because the owners were afraid of offending her husband by firing her, lest he leave and abandon the unholy technological abortion that he cobbled together to run the store computer system. Thus things continued much the same for nearly a decade, until Annette decided to take some time off. The short stint of vacation turned into a month, then 2 months, then a whole season. After we cracked into month 5, the owners finally took the revolutionary stance of letting her know that she didn't need to come back. They didn't, however, stop paying her through her husband. We all agreed that it was a small price to pay to never have to smell her again. Despite no longer working at the store, Annette still visits often, usually to annoy her husband. She usually steals what she wants and shuffles back to the car. Her continued presence on the periphery of my workplace is what necessitates the shift in present and past tense in the narrative. Apologies to anyone who made it this far for any confusion. I don't work there anymore, but it was our manager. She initially started on the same level as us and got promoted, Lord knows how, and then it started. She promoted teamwork, which translated to delegating all her new responsibilities out to everyone below her. So Fat knows what she actually did all day. And the work she did do, she time managed horribly and ended up staying late, thus taking whole days off to make up for the sacrifice. I get that it was time off in lieu, but it was more the fact took it because she was bad at her role and managed her priorities like wonk, as opposed to being asked to stay late or working on something that had just sprung up. This was like everyday tasks. Then it would come to times when we'd actually all have to pitch in and help with something, but she'd push out back until she went on leave and be like, that thing needs doing. Do it before I'm back. She'd also look for the smallest detail out of place in your work and fixate on it. Not just point out, but give you an entire lecture on how you faked up. But when the shoe was on the other foot and she corked up, oh yay, shit happens. Just forget it. Except one time, when she signed for a package and lost it. Although the mailer showed it to be hers on their invoice, she insisted that one of us has stolen her identity. Obviously it was found, and not another word mentioned about it. I think the worst thing was when she opened work mail addressed to me because she was my manager. It never really bothered me because it was just like invoices and forms and sheet business stuff, but it was very much their principal. I could go on, but my fingers are starting to hurt. Jay works in manufacturing. He is, intentionally, the slowest person in the department by far, and when a person consistently gets higher production numbers than him, he calls them a little beach. I used to get some extra overtime by doing a few hours on Jay's shift. In this department everyone runs 2 machines, and as there are 3 employees per shift and 7 machines, there is one left over for someone on overtime. I would run the extra machine and then assist with the others, trying to help the entire department get more parts than is usually possible. Anytime I would take parts off the machine so Jay could finish them, he would slow way down so that his numbers stayed the same as usual. When I asked him about why he didn't take advantage of my help and get more parts, He would say that he didn't want the company to know he was capable of getting any more parts, because then they would expect that out of him. Never mind that the fact there was extra help that day would be well documented. Point J is always talking, usually trying to top whatever story anyone else has just told. The problem here is, most people can do the job while talking. J can't. He has to stop work entirely to focus on a conversation that he would carry on all shift if you let him. Point twice in the past couple of months, Jay has misloaded parts on his machines in such a way as to cost the company quite a bit of time and money. We are talking broken tools, machines offline for hours, scrap parts. This is in addition to several smaller misloads on Jay's part. Every single episode is not his fault. There's a station on that machine that sticks. No, there isn't. Or, if there is, it miraculously only happens on his shift, and not on the other two. The worst part is, with the misloaded parts, you should be able to hear, when the first tool runs, that something is not right. It will sound much louder than usual, and it's pretty obvious to anyone in the building, let alone the department, that something is very wrong. Somehow, probably because he's too busy talking, every time this has happened, he doesn't notice it until there is an alarm on the machine. This is after there are already 5 or 6 broken tools and a completely mangled part. A little backstory on this one. The previous store manager was forced to resign from his position. At the same time this was happening, it was time to hire a new overnight support manager. The now ex-store manager was naturally pissed off, and as his last act as manager hired the most incompetent piece of trash that applied. Point end to this beach. Now this woman, who I frequently refer to as a troll, was short, fat, ugly and had a voice that can only describe as gargling banshee with a deep woods Maine accent. If that wasn't bad enough, she's stupid as all hell to the point where one of my coworkers had to explain simple math to her when discussing stock. Regardless of her intelligence, she assumed the people around her had the intellect of burnt toast and would talk to people, often grown adults, as if they were a puppy or 5 years old. She was always yelling and singing to herself and would often scream at other employees from other end of the aisle because it was Goddamn Wednesday. When she was reported for this, she tried to be everyone's best friend. It didn't last, and no bought it. This woman had no idea how to manage time, tasks, or employees. Someone had to explain to her once that a large pallet of candy she put off couldn't be done in the last 5 minutes of our shift. This company does not allow overtime. She did not get it. Everyone hated her, no one respected her, and everyone in management knew she was a sheet manager. It got to the point where they started giving her little projects to do alone so the other employees wouldn't have a stroke. Also, she had multiple harassment and sexual harassment reports against her and was banned from the store she worked before for the same reason. You would think a manager this awful would be gone in months' time. Nope, she has a manager for over 5 years. Salvation came when the store started hiring more female managers, and she was forced to step down and take a job on the overpass maintenance crew. She was awful at this job too. A short time later she used the system to fake an injury and given very light tasks to do. When she was texting or making conversation. Eventually, she convinced someone else to hire her and she left. But, she frequently visits the store just to make small talk with her ex-coworkers who hate her. I found out later that she has 2 children, one of which she has no idea who the father is, and a twin brother who looks just like her. Dear God. TLDR. Troll woman was a sheet manager, sheet maintenance worker, and even though she doesn't work for us anymore still won't leave us alone. Our lead mechanic. We work for a large paving company and there are 4 other mechanics and me, the welder, working with the lead mechanic. He's been there 15 years, is annoying as fuck, selfish, and he does absolutely nothing all day every day, pushes his sheet onto everyone else to do, and then takes credit for when the job is done. He bitches constantly about how he's not getting any overtime anymore and that, because he deals with management all the time, he should make more money than the rest of us. We are in a union, so this is a big no-no. He's been told by the union numerous times to stop talking shit and to keep turning wrenches, but he refuses to, so he collects Class A mechanics pay to basically order parts, get specs for jobs, and go out on road calls where instead of actually fixing shit, He assesses the issue and then sends one of the other guys out to do the repair. He also has no regard for the union or what it means, and he has tried many times to go on salary, but the company won't pay him what he wants. We hate him for this. A good example of something that drives us all crazy. He and I were on a job together. He spent all day doing next to nothing and telling everyone how busy he is. He's one of those guys that walks real fast and talks real fast and always looks annoyed, but is never really doing anything at all. Anyway, at the end of the day, after 16 hours on the job, my windshield was covered in concrete dust and I had no rags left. I asked him to give me a rag or paper towel and he looked me right in the face and said, sorry, I only have like half a box left and I need to keep my truck stocked. I hate running out of sheet. He watched me clean my windshield off with my shirt and drove off faking douchebag. I wanted to kill him. 102 point story time. At my previous job, I worked at a small bookstore / tobacco shop. They were combined and had the look of an old ma and pa store. But the true owner was a gross old man who required magazine born in every store and would sometimes check in at his different stores to make sure we were displaying them properly. Point anyways, the store is open every day and upper management refuses to have more than 5 people work for the store and only allows overlap shifts during the holidays. They stay at minimum wage and the manager of the store makes $2 more than everyone else. It's pretty shitty. We have this one employee who has worked there for 9 years. She is the most awful employee you could ever ask for. She is older and is set in her own ways. She won't listen to the manager on how to do stuff, and she will constantly turn customers away. Because she hates tobacco and doesn't want to get it for them. Because we all worked by ourselves, there was no one there to help the customer instead. Unfortunately, they will not fire her. My manager had recorded all the incidents and dates, including using video footage, albeit shitty cameras, of her sitting and reading / doing something she wasn't supposed to do. She had proof that this woman is constantly short / over on the drawer at the end of the night. Management will not do anything about it. They are aware of the problem with her and have been for 9 years now. Because she is the most loyal employee, high turnover rate. Just take a guess why. They said they need her in case of emergencies. Like when a manager up and quits because they can't handle her. She is the most negative person and she basically is untouchable at that job. But she always listened to me, cause I have 2 flying facts about her, and would always stand up for everything. It got to a point that when we had new hires, she would tell them not to make me mad, but yeah, it sucked. Haha. Most of my coworkers are pretty likable, or at the least not hated. The only one I can think of is Kappa 17. Reeks of cat piss, stumbles around her job despite claiming she was a manager in the industry for 10 years, and constantly oversteps her position when management isn't around. Cat piss. Enough said. I don't know exactly how many cats she has, but she has implied she has too many. She is also a bleeding heart to nauseating levels. She was on the verge of tears once because someone pulled through the drive-thru with a dog in the backseat wearing a cone. It had a minor procedure like getting fixed or something. This isn't the only thing she cries over. Babies and young children. A coworker had to walk home in the rain. She cried when I told her about the time no one came to my birthday party over 15 years ago. She's mentioned multiple times how she was a manager at a different location for 10 years and has been working in the industry in general since she was a teenager. Yet, she stumbles around her job like it's her first, maybe her second. She has difficulty punching in orders properly, cannot remember what goes on the burgers, and has punched in completely erroneous items on several occasions. When she is reminded how to do things properly, or reminded to double check orders, or otherwise corrected, she adopts the defensiveness and sass of a 15-year-old. This woman is in her 50s. Her position is the same as everyone else. She has no authority over anyone, and we have no authority over her. She is one of the newest, if not the newest employee, been here since midsummer, but as soon as management leaves she assumes the position in their stead. No one actually listens to her because she doesn't know what she's doing, and she doesn't have the authority to delegate tasks or create rules anyway. It's still grating on the nerves when she tells you to do something that you were either already going to do because you already know what your job is, doesn't need to be done, or contradicts what management has laid out. When management leaves, they make sure all breaks for the evening are scheduled, and the evening's tasks are laid out. Campus regularly tries to override the break schedule, add new tasks to the list or remove them, and tries to send people home early without permission. Fortunately, most employees have the common sense to ignore her, but on occasion people have gone home when they really shouldn't have. I once had the displeasure of working with a certain guy at a summer camp. I'll call him Jeff Johnson for the sake of anonymity. He was easily the most disliked person amongst the generally positive staff. He got his job through family ties. His parents donated a large sum of money to the camp. The first year I worked there, he was just annoying. There were bigger things to worry about. There were illegal drugs found on camp property, which was resolved within the week. Thankfully, a staff member's MacBook Pro being stolen, etc. Year 2, he was far worse. He got the 100 GB data limit used up within 3 weeks. He downloaded games like Diablo 2, The Witcher, I forget which one, and other large games, and he streamed Netflix regularly, all of which was against the rules. He would tell us that higher-ups had said to start doing something, and when said higher-ups found out and asked what was going on, he said that he tried to stop us, but we wouldn't listen. He also got the police called to camp 3 times that year. The first of which was a dubious claim. One staff member claimed he harassed her, but she was often over-emotional, and I was present when the harassment took place. I don't think it was that bad, but whatever the second time was because of his computer lab. We had our experimental computer program started where campers could learn programming and graphic design skills. On this computer lab he had installed all the Adobe design software. Well, that software was all pirated, and an adult noticed. The computer lab was taken down that day. The third time was the best and the most unbelievable. After his precious computer lab was taken down, he no longer had a way of playing Wizard 101. And yes, I know that's exactly what he played, and he had 5 LVL 100s in the game, or maybe a different MMO, but you get the idea. So he brought his personal laptop to use instead. Now, remember that stolen laptop I mentioned in the beginning of this? He works in the same room as the guy who used to own it. The guy looks at Jeff's laptop and realizes it's the same one that was stolen from him. He compares the serial number on the laptop's original box and it matches, and he calls the police 1 hour later, and Jeff is finally gone and no longer allowed to work at the camp. It was definitely the highlight of the season, and everyone was in high spirits after that point. I apologize for any poor formatting or typos. I'm using mobile. I used to work in this rather small sector of work that is worldwide, and you can pretty much know someone through someone within 2 degrees. He may be a redditor. The turd that no one wanted to deal with was well known to ruffle feathers and even get banned from locations from his own parent company because he would blow up on the manager. He worked as a subject matter expert technician. The guy was even known to break something or log in into equipment, which access was only granted to company representatives of that equipment, mess some program up, and blame it on the company for it being inferior software/equipment. The guy was even suspected of putting child pornography on the computer of another at a prior company he worked for, because he was asked to buy another sorry individual, because he wanted another gone. The turd quit, wiped his computers clean so nothing ever came of it. They know it was him, though. I had the misfortune of landing in the same location due to one of my assignments. I was doing an inspection on a control system. While inspecting, I was accompanied by our authorized permanent personnel, and I even had permission from the installation manager and the operator manager, the 2 top guys there. I report directly to one of them with my findings. Anyways, the douche asks me who I'm with. I tell them the name of the company and he straight yells at me to get the F out. I was so surprised and in shock I didn't even respond. The guy I was with was flabbergasted, and we just left. Anger washed over soon after, but I bit my tongue and reported it to the operating manager. He told me I did nothing wrong, and I was even backed up by the guy that was escorting me. I notified my manager back in Texas. Again, I was told I handled myself well by just leaving and notifying the proper people. The next morning the douche takes me aside and tells me he spoke with the maintenance supervisor, which he reports to, and says I'm no longer allowed to inspect anything without being cleared by him. I just told him no worries. I get called up by the maintenance supervisor and he tells me to disregard whatever he has told me and to continue with what I was doing. The douche was there only for one job and he had no authority there. The douche was kicked off and sent home the next day. The maintenance sup even let me know that they had requested for anyone but him, but he was the only one available at the time. He was banned from that place too. I have no clue how he remained employed there for so long. I moonlight in a dish room, but more often than not I close. This means I don't clock out at a specific time. I only get to leave when everything on our checklist has been done. Everyone in the dish room knows exactly what they are supposed to do, and carrying your own weight for this job is simple. Except for one guy whom I will refer to as CC has made several excuses as to why he should not have to pull his weight. He has not outright said it, but his actions would speak otherwise. On top of this, he is extremely slow in every aspect. He will move slow, work slow etc. as a means of frustrating people to the point that they will just pick up the slack just so we can get stuff done. Some of his excuses have ranged from he doesn't have to put dishes because his feet hurt because he has flat feet. He was excused on one specific day because he was taking too long, so now he thinks he doesn't have to do that part of his job anymore. He's spoken to our manager and said manager has excused him from putting dishes away because of his sheet work ethic and general refusal to do part of his job. Anyone who was unfortunate enough of being scheduled to work with him clocked out on average from 11:30 p.m. to 12:30 a.m. at the end of the night. Every single person who has worked with C has complained to management and management has said they will take care of the problem, but none of us saw any improvement. Also, none of us could say anything to him to get his act together, or he would get pissed and go cry to upper management. C replaced me when my shift was over one night, and I told him that I do not want to hear about him getting out at midnight because it would be unfair to the person who would be working with him that night, as this person had let me know that the previous time she had worked with C, he again as usual slowed everything down so much they weren't done till midnight. Sure enough, when I told him this, he went to upper management and accused me of threatening him. When he was questioned to get details, the little faker backpedaled and said that he didn't remember exactly what was said. Management still needed to get to the bottom of it, and the kitchen manager asked what happened, but I'm sure she was in disbelief that any misconduct occurred. Though things started to turn around when C decided he was going to call in and say he was going to be late. He also said that just driving through a small town that was only 15 minutes away, he called a half hour before he was to start his shift. Fast forward a bit, 3 minutes before he is to clock in, he spotted walking through the front door and walking upstairs to go talk 2 hours. The kitchen manager then gets a call and is told that C has hurt his arm and can't work in the dish room until he has healed, and ours was shown a doctor's note, which honestly was completely unfair to the person he was supposed to be replacing, because said person had already worked 6 hours that day and he was going to have to cover the additional 4 that C was scheduled for. C also has not been back for some time, and we are getting a good feeling he will not come back. Faking Gary. Guy shows up whenever he wants and barely shows up to the morning meeting, and if he does he's 30 minutes late. We ask faking Gary to do something and he's staring at his iPad, not even faking listening. We also had an event today that faking Gary had one of his crew set up because he was too busy. It's his job to do it and he never does anything. How the hell can he be busy? We had a huge company picnic and faking Gary brags for weeks about how he's going to have a 10-piece orchestra show up and play. Day of the picnic, this orchestra shows up right before it starts. They take forever to set up, play for an hour and a half, then faking start eating all the food while they are still getting paid to play. Faking Gary has no idea what's going on and all his crew hate him. This guy is the stereotypical 90s nerd dad and still wears one of those neon 90s windbreakers, black with green, blue, and pink. How could a 90s dad be such a prick? Everyone in the building knows this guy is a fucknut. The boss thinks it'd be too much time to drop him and hire someone else. Faking Gary SMH. By the way, he worked last weekend because a manager from at least one department is the manager on duty for the weekend. Anyway, a toilet clogs, and he calls the head of the building and the maintenance man at least 6 times, because he didn't want to ruin his shoes. Little late, but back when I was working in a Big 4 company, I had to work in a huge litigation project. One of the areas was supervised by an older woman working as a paralegal. She didn't have a degree, and had not a fixed salary. Suddenly the leadership team decided to hire a couple more people. That turned out to be 2 more women, both with experience, both with degrees, except one of them had a college degree and the other had a master's. Leadership decides to give the supervisor job to the master's woman. Flash forward some months and all hell breaks loose when she simply cannot cope with having power on the area. She starts yelling at many people, wants everything done like she says, even when it wasn't the best/optimal way of action. She always brings the fact that she acquired her experience by working in Iraq and how we didn't know what real work looks like. She clashed with almost everyone in my area and had the elder woman, the first supervisor, leaving the company for good after years working there. She had mixed feelings because of the frustration and because she said she was looking forward for a juicy severance compensation. How would such a horrible, difficult and idiot person could possibly keep her job for long? You'd probably ask. Well, she instituted Treat Thursday. She baked cookies, pies and other desserts in general, in order to bribe and empathize with managers and part of the upper leadership as well, whom all were completely unaware of her antics in my area. Yes, we were afraid of speaking up because there seemed to be true friendship between them. I left the project. My time there was over, and some months later I find out she was demoted because the client's top leading attorney found something my former boss screwed. I wasn't told what it was, so basically the client asked for her head and the college degree woman was put in charge instead. Even so, another friend from the project told me she basically burnt all the bridges in the project, causing her to resign. I learned many things from that time. One of them is that you can be certain that many, not all, people ain't having what they deserve, and poetic justice exists in many cases. I work in a hotel. Several months back, our boss hired this guy for our front desk through the VA. He's a veteran. He also has a massive drinking problem. For a while, it was great. He made mistakes, but now, he's new. That's to be expected. Oddly, he came in wearing a suit every day, the same suit. We're a unique property. No one wears a suit around here, generally. Then he started showing up late for every shift, like 30 to 45 minutes late. It was around then that we found out he was homeless. Additionally, when he showed up late, he would generally be drunk. You can smell the booze off of him. We reported this to the boss. He still kept his job. Our female housekeepers began complaining that he would make sexual comments towards them. He still kept his job. He was discovered looking at porn sites and Nazi sites on the work computer. This was reported to the boss. He still kept his job. The guy who reported Nazi/porn guy, however, was let go after a month of every staff member. It's a very small place. There are only about 10 people employed here, complaining about Nazi/porn guy. Our boss finally had to do something. He moved him to maintenance. Not full time, just sort of part time. He came in whenever he felt like it and watered plants, changed light bulbs, etc. He still showed up drunk and was expected to climb ladders to change light bulbs in the hallway or paint a room. One day not too long ago, Nazi/porn guy showed up so drunk, he lost bladder control in our elevator. Our carpeted elevator. So the poor housekeepers who wanted this man gone because he was being inappropriate with them now have to clean up his urine from the elevator. Nazi/porn guy still works here. Other people have been fired for stupid reasons since, but Nazi/porn guy just can't seem to do anything that could get him fired. It's not that I want to see him without a source of income. I definitely feel for the fact that he's a homeless vet. I'd love to see him get on his feet. But at the same time, showing up late, drunk, reeking of alcohol, and hitting on housekeepers shows that he's not capable of holding a job at this point. There's a new girl at my work. Let's call her Dippy. She isn't the most hated member of staff. That title goes to the beach of a manager. Too many reasons why everyone hates her, and I just get pissed off thinking about it. Anyway, Dippy's personality is just so cringy. She'll stand on the corner of your peripheral vision and just stare at you until you walk away or look at her, and she doesn't even do anything when you look at her. She just faking stares at you back. She's one of those people who will change the conversation to be about her, more specifically a bad thing about her, and act like it's really quirky. Like I'm so fat lol. That kind of thing. The first shift I worked with her, we were having a perfectly normal conversation. Then all of a sudden she says, well, I do have a physiotherapy appointment tomorrow. Like what the fuck, we were talking about the faking song playing in the store at the time. One time, Dippy greeted another member of staff in German, and then acted like it was weird when the person she greeted didn't know what she was saying. She's not even German. Nobody knows why she did this. Dippy also managed to work into a conversation about the stock on the shelves, that she was staying at her boyfriend's house because her grandparents kicked her out. That's all she mentioned about it, and it raises so many questions. The staff all feel bad about disliking her because she's not a bad person, just faking painful to be around. Worked at a fast casual sandwich / smoothie kind of place. There was this nutty chick that only had a community college degree who came to the interview in a suit. First red flag. For whatever reason, she was hired and turned into a nightmare on the job. She was a total brown noser to the manager and thought of herself as some kind of celebrity and talked down to people. She got away with murder and drove a lot of people off, bungled things up, and worst of all, was a total snitch. She repeated everything to our manager. She had no shame at all. You couldn't trust her. She developed lifelong grudges with pretty much 50 or more people who worked there. If she ever went for an interview and anyone saw her, they'd say don't hire her. She was evil. At some point, I had enough of her and my crooked boss, who turned into an asshole when he got married and started running the place like shit. Not too long after I left, she was gone. Beach. She could always talk shit to me, but without someone as competent as her facade of being so valuable fell apart. Her best friend was a daughter of a local hit cop, and she was psycho too. Very hot, but when you talked to her, you knew something was wrong. You could tell her father was emotionally abusive to her. She was brainwashed to worship cops. Very faked up individual. Not workplace of sorts, but charity shop I help out at regularly. Ashot, as I'll call him here, was sent here by job center and stayed on once his time was over. He has no idea about being on time. He's turned up as much as almost an hour early to just a few minutes early. Then, he'll go out back, prat about on mobile / smoke / drink what the fuck he brought with him. I'm meant to finish at 2, and he won't come out until anything from 1/4 to 1/2. Bad timekeeping is one of those things that really pisses me the fuck off, but that's just starters. Once, I was chatting with another volunteer and she asked for the time. I said 14:10. She asked time do I normally leave. I said 10 minutes ago. She went in back to get him moving. Even with the door closed, he looked through the glass from other side of back room and said loud enough, why should I give a fuck if he's got to be somewhere? Loud enough that customers in shop even heard him. That woman left for a short while, but has texted me saying she won't return. He regularly tries to tell others what to do, despite the others having been here for years, and he's still learning the ropes. He'll sit at the cash till, so-called bad back, and do crosswords, play with mobile etc. I've even had a couple of customers complain about him when I've been out shopping and ran into them. Manager does nothing, I guess because needs people, even at the expense of others getting sick of him. He's one of those that also talks about one thing or another, as if he knows it all, like psychology after seeing a book on shelf, only to be shot down by another volunteer, and then says, oh, you misunderstood me, or you weren't listening to me, I said. And so on. Worst, by a long shot, is we have a couple volunteers with learning difficulties, and he'll raise his voice and swear at one of them, whilst trying to flirt with the other. He's not done it when I've been there, presumably because he knows I'll give him shit, and then some point I normally go with the flow, and can tolerate a fair bit, but this idiot has pushed all the wrong buttons with all except for one person, so far. I don't work there anymore, but I worked at an Ingles in my hometown for a year, before graduating and leaving for college. Ingles is a chain of grocery stores in the southeast US, mainly in Georgia and the Carolinas. A couple of months after I got there, our assistant manager either quit or moved to a new store because of major family issues. I think her husband killed himself. Harsh sheet. We got a new assistant manager shortly after named Justin, and I don't think I have ever been more annoyed by a person. He didn't know shit about sheet. One day our bookkeeper was out, so it was his job to do till counts, which usually just consist of taking the small bills like 1s and 5s from my register. He came to my register and, for whatever reason, made me hand over literally all my bills, 20s and 10s along with my 1s and 5s. So I had literally no change besides coins, with a line of 3 customers at my register, 2 out of 3 of which wanted cash back. He asked me to block the frozen section 3 different times one evening, after I had already done it once. One day, a nice little lady came in and asked if we did price matching. Instead of simply saying no, he began to boast that Ingles didn't need price matching because we have the lowest prices. The lady simply asked again, "So you don't?" To which he, again, responded with the statement that we don't need price matching. To top things off, he was a nasty motherfucker. He wore cargo pants with a dress shirt and tie, and his shirts were usually too small and always came untucked. Then he would bitch at me about my untucked shirt constantly. He always smelled like ass, and he had manager's pay with 60+ hours a week, and lived with his family without rent, so I know that his hole could afford deodorant. One day he was kneeling by a drink cooler and half his hairiest crack was hanging out, and I was blinded. I hated him. Most of the workers hated him. I'm glad I don't work there anymore. He got transferred, but we had a guy who would talk to me multiple times about a project, without good reason, and then never go away. I work with graphics. So this guy would come and describe to me these graphics that would arrive in several weeks. Now, I don't give a shit what color these things are. I'm not really a graphic designer. My job will entail putting these stills and video in a couple of different computers for playback. However, I can tell by the duration, which goes where 3 to 4 seconds long. It goes in this computer 30 to 40 seconds long. Goes in that computer. We are not in an art gallery, and I do not under any circumstances need anything described to me how it will look for any reason point. Yet this guy would come and describe these things to me several times before they would arrive. The problem was, he would never go away and would talk and not end the conversation. If I had to go somewhere else, he would follow me down the hall, still talking about whatever stuff he was talking about. It got so that if I heard him coming, I would duck into the bathroom or stairwell. I also on occasion heard his voice in my head on the weekends. One time my supervisor talked to him about this, and the situation improved for about a month. Then he was back to his impulsive conversations. I started telling him to his face, "We will discuss these graphics when the hard drive arrives," but that only worked for maybe a day or so. Once the graphics arrived, I didn't need his help anyhow, because it was obvious to me what needed to be done with these things. I work at a juvenile detention center. Every night a perimeter check is conducted by the supervisor. They basically walk the outside of the building and make sure all doors and windows are secured, vehicles are secure, that there are no unusual persons loitering about, etc. On this particular occasion we had a fairly newish employee we will call Jake. Jake had some kind of crazy eye situation, where his half-closed eyes would randomly jiggle around sort of like he was falling asleep in mid-conversation, but it was all the time. Jake was asked by the supervisor, a very small and youngish gal, to go with her on the perimeter check and bring a flashlight. While checking the building they came across an unsecured door to a wing of the building that is used by the court to store documents. There were no lights inside, just dusty boxes and books and 5 or 6 rooms that come off a main corridor. Jake refused to step foot inside with the supervisor because of ghosts. Not only did he refuse to go inside, he refused to give his flashlight to the supervisor, who then stumbled around in the dark with an iPod screen for light and secured the wing, checking to make sure no one is inside and then ensuring the door and all windows are locked. That is how the legend of Jake No Go was born. No Go lingered in some capacity for a few months and continued to make an ass of himself in amusing ways, including falling asleep in a classroom full of detainees, locking his keys in the office, which is a problem when every door is locked. losing his radio, which is how you know what's going on in the building, or call for help if you get into a dangerous situation, and oh yeah, having a hit and run accident while transporting some youth. We found out from the kids about how he wasn't paying attention and hit a pair of mailboxes and just kept driving. As terrible a worker as he was, I kind of miss hearing about his fuck ups. But it's a line of work that could go pretty badly if you're stupid, careless or have poor judgment, so no go had to go. From an old job. Dada. This was the actual nickname he was given. He was just weird and very difficult to have a professional conversation with. It can't be summed up easily, so here's some examples of day to day with Dada. Boss took us out to a pizza place. Dada placed his pizza where it was overhanging off the table. He then proceeded to get on his knees and no hands bite the pizza. He then tilted it up and wolfed it down. Very similar to how seal would eat a fish, he had a laugh that sounded like some disturbing combination of a witch's cackle and a hyena. He had tics that almost seemed like he over-exaggerated them for the attention. But he would randomly lurch himself onto the floor and such things constantly when he ended up driving for a couple. This was a door-to-door solar sales job. He had his GPS placed directly in front of his face and would spend more time watching it than the road. The previously mentioned tics also happened while he was driving. After several close calls, we convinced management that he shouldn't be allowed to drive with other employees in the car. I was knocking in a neighborhood a few streets over from Dada. A police officer stopped me and asked about a call that was made. Apparently Dada was under the impression that a back trash alley was a road. He was knocking on everyone's backyard fence. He opened one and 5 dogs got loose. The lady was very upset. At sales meetings he would interrupt presentations and conversations with his puns or completely unrelated observations, mostly involving Transformers. Funny at first, but it was constant. We learned there were certain things we shouldn't encourage with him. There's probably more, but that's all off the top of my head. One of the upper managers had been in medical before transitioning to solar power and came to the conclusion that he more than likely had undiagnosed Tourette's syndrome. Regardless, he always met his quotas. Somehow, we came to the conclusion that quite a bit of it was from sympathy. We were mostly nice to him, but he was so damn difficult to be around at times. Especially when I took over managing the team, there were days I came very close to losing my cool. Mostly just felt bad for him. I hope you're doing alright out there, Dada. You dragon loving crazy bastard. Oh boy, let me tell you about Man Bun. I have an internship working to help engineering students in university who are having difficulty with their first year courses, calculus, physics and the like. Basically, I sit in an office all day and students come in for help. I like the job and enjoy helping students with things that I was having difficulty with when I was in their place. I rarely find it frustrating, since the students who come into the office are, naturally, looking for help and are open to receive it. Their attitudes towards us generally reflect this. I'm having difficulty, please help mentality. Not Man Bun. Think of the label fuckboy. Think about everything that label says about the people it is applied to. Man Bun is not this person. Man Bun is someone who tries their absolute hardest to be a fuckboy, to make everyone think of them as that, to be the pinnacle of fuckboy evolution, to the point that I don't think anyone who has met Man Bun has believed a single word that comes out of his mouth. I don't know if he can't hear himself talk or if he just can't help himself, but everything Man Bun says has to tie back into some story about a party or drugs or what girl he allegedly had sex with last night. Seriously. Everything. Here are a few of the stories about Man Bun. He was having difficulty with some concepts in linear algebra and wasn't able to figure out a problem. He said that he had been trying to figure it out the previous night. While high. He told a story to another tar about how, when he went to Mexico, him and his boys, his words not mine, went to the top of a mountain to sacrifice a guinea pig. When the cops showed up, they went back down the mountain and ate the guinea pig. He said that he was at a party in Banff town in Canada and he left with a girl to canoe across a lake to a cabin where they had sex. Banff doesn't have a lake near it, and even if it did, it's in the middle of a national park. I doubt they'd let you build a cabin. When I asked him about himself, this was at the beginning of the semester, before I knew not to ask that question. He went off on a tangent about how he had spent a year off partying across Europe. or Asia, or Central America. It changes. He said he matched with one of his classmates on Tinder, but didn't want to go for it. She says she doesn't use Tinder. Same person from says he tries to flirt with every single girl in his class. This includes when they are asking for help from the professor. Several students had the same question. I helped out one, and man bun was next. He said he knew the way he had done the question was wrong, and yet he kept trying to explain to me why he was right and I was wrong. During the process, he managed to confuse the student I had just finished helping, and I had to run her through the problem again. A coworker said he was at a kegger when man bun showed up. The party was winding down, and the cops showed up 5 minutes later. My coworker went out to talk to them. Man bun came with him, talking about how he was there to back him up. The second my coworker started talking to the cops, man bun disappeared. Just Jesus Christ. I know it's bad, but I honestly hope he fails this semester, so the rest of his class is spared. The amount of bullshit I could tell you about this guy could literally fill pages, but for brevity I'll try to keep it to a few points. Gary has to be the most hated of all the 200 people that work in our building. At first glance he seems like he's a nice guy, but if you spend more than a day with him, you'll come to understand his true self. He's annoyingly talkative. He will spend our entire morning half-hour coffee time blathering to anyone around, even though no one will actually talk back. He's a people collector. He likes to make friends with people and then cash in favors to get them to do things for him. He's also a one-upper. If someone got something he got a better one and cheaper. Gary also has a house in a very prominent neighborhood in our state, like with the governor, athletes, TV personalities, and will find a way to push it into every conversation he has with someone he's just met. He'll then proceed to brag about how he's friends with all these people and how their kids all play together. The kicker is, it's not actually his house. He recently married a woman who is an in-home caregiver for the elderly woman who really owns the house. And if all his rich friends are anything like the people he works with, they just tolerate him because they are too polite to tell his annoyingness to fuck off. And finally really likes his smartphone. However, he never really learned proper phone etiquette. He will hold an entire 15-minute conversation fairly loudly in the middle of a room full of people. If it's someone he wants to show off that he's talking to, he'll put the phone on speaker. The only reason this works is because either people are too polite to say anything or are simply stunned into silence. Let's call him Rimboard. Rimboard was my manager. He doesn't work. He spends all day on the phone, and when someone approaches his desk to give him work, he says he's busy. What he is really doing is reading his emails and organizing them in folders. Most of his emails are from the outsource company confirming that they got the work or they finished it. I usually take care of that part, so he doesn't have to read the bloody emails. He does overtime from home when literally the work was completed and all the projects were delivered on time. He doesn't participate in the actual work, so what the hell does he do during the overtime? Or staying up late until 3 AM and emailing us shitty stuff like tests to see if we see colors correctly. Once I came to the office at around 8 PM after leaving at 5 PM to go to a class. I walk in. He was cutting his mails at his desk. I was, "What are you doing?" He said, "I have a lot of work." He was copying the projects to the hard disk as if he can't set this up and leave and come back the next day and find everything done. He even called his wife and said he has a lot of work and he will be late. He stayed until 1 AM copying files while his wife was home alone. He even spilled his hot chocolate all over the place on the desk and it started dripping on the PC and the cables. But instead of rushing to clean it, he stood there and took pictures of it and started laughing while I rushed to get paper towels. He says that he shows up to work at 7 AM so he can leave at 4 PM. Remember, he's the manager. He should stay with his team. So what he does is that after 4 I'm the manager from 4 to 6 and I'm stuck with all the responsibilities because all the projects get delivered at the end of the day, but he's not there, so it's not his problem. I showed up several times at 7 AM and he was never there. What a piece of nothing. And let's not forget he doesn't drink water. His breakfast is from R&W. He's about 30 yo. He says McDonald's is good food. He doesn't eat fruits or vegetables. He drinks soda at 8 AM. Once we had a lot of work, so he said that he will stay all night and work. He stayed all night. When we showed up in the morning, he gave one of us the Excel sheet and told us which rows he finished working on. The team member that got the Excel sheet shared it with me so I can give him a hand. I noticed that all the rows that he claimed were done were actually not done. He was sleeping all night at the office. He actually wanted to backstab us by making us believe that he did the part. If I haven't checked, we would have been in deep shit, thinking that the work was done when it wasn't all done. Point are lots of stories from this rimboard. In our shop it is a very loose schedule. There is no start time and end time. So long as you get at least 40 hours at the end of the week, you can work anywhere from 5 AM to 6 PM. Overtime is optional, and you can work as much as you'd like. This one guy is basically a walking disaster. He is a functioning alcoholic, and often comes in still reeking of booze from the night before. He usually rolls in around 9 AM, and it is a toss-up if he'll even work 8 hours that day. We nicknamed it the Quest 440 with him. He's almost always broke. Payday is Thursday, and he's usually broke by Monday. Then, he'll go around asking people for money, and we all know that he's just gonna use it for a case of beer or to catch up on his tab at the bar. Many people quit lending him money after he almost blew his entire paycheck on a $800 pool stick for the bar's pool league. Meanwhile his water was shut off, and he was behind on rent. On top of that, he never brings a lunch, and instead he will eat a few bags of fun-sized potato chips that are kind of a community box for everyone. Usually 2 bags for breakfast, 3 for lunch, and maybe 2 in the afternoon. He gets coffee from a guy's pot every morning without ever saying thank you, and on Fridays the boss buys lunch for everyone, and he's always the first in line, and eats as much as he can, again, without saying thank you to the boss. He is like a scavenger, scraping up as much free stuff as he possibly can, and like most people say, if he just said thank you once in a while, we'd be okay with him. Patrick. Fact: that guy, 6 months after he quit every bad habit a new employee has, is still compared to Patrick. Nobody is as bad as him, but we just can't get the comparisons out of our minds. It went like this. Have a story about something you did this weekend? Patrick did something even cooler, and he wants to tell you all about it. Bought something awesome the other day. Patrick will go out and buy 2 that are even better. Going to the gas station to grab a snack? Patrick wants a Red Bull, and not a little one either. He wants a 20 ounces. But he's going, and you want a Snickers? Well, fuck you as whole. Patrick ain't got the cash for that. So yeah, fuck that obnoxious, know-it-all piece of trash. I can't even take a sheet without him telling me how much bigger the sheet he took yesterday is. Oh, and don't ask him any questions. Oh wait, you can't remember what form to fill out for a part requisition? Patrick is going to lecture you and remind you all about how to do your job and about the non-existent seniority he has, even though I've been working there longer than him. Christ faking Jesus. He even showed up today to brag about his new piece of sheet car. I'm going to drink now. Fuck you up for making me dredge up memories of this bastard. Let me tell you about Ronald. Ronald was like a walking man-child, dressed in comic book and superhero shirts that were far too small, has thin blonde hair down to his shoulders, but was bald in the center. Think of him as Hulk Hogan on a heroin bender who happened to wear the same Spider-Man costume t-shirt 3 days per week. Everyone kinda wrote him off as a simpleton because he spent most of the night talking to himself and conversation with no one in particular. Ronald could not control the volume of his voice. Ronald also smelled like burning cat sheet and always insisted on sitting next to someone. Yeah. So one night I went to take a sheet. When I get to the men's room I open the first stall and find, frankly, a worrying amount of blood in the toilet. So when I get back I sent an email to my supervisor to advise him that I found a worrying amount of blood in the sheeter. When I went to the restroom, my supervisor was in the middle of a conversation with Ronald about politics, and he glanced over and read the email while talking. Mid-sentence he stands up and walks out of the room, presumably to check the toilet, while Ronald continued to babble to no one in particular. I received an email from my supervisor a few minutes later to let me in on the conversation, since he had since inquired with Ronald about all the blood. The gist of it was that sometimes this happens, and my doctor says it's no big deal, besides it goes away after a few days. So without any context, this is a truly terrifying thing to behold, but who knows? Maybe the dude has vibes and just doesn't understand the concept of hygiene, or maybe sometimes he just cheats a terrifying amount of blood. I'll never know. Not everybody hates him, but I know a coalition of people who want to see him gone. But since he's retiring in 2 years anyway, apparently that means he's untouchable. Point, he's not even a good engineer. He just does the bare minimum to get shit out the door. The client comes back asking why the fact the project looks like a mess, and he formulates some excuse, usually defers blame onto my department, and gets away with what is essentially negligence. Point, the part that really gets me is that he thinks he's funny and well liked, but nobody enjoys interacting with him. He'll tell the same few jokes over and over, like spouting his own in-joke or meme phrase, and thinking people actually think it's entertaining. He says whatever is on his mind, and has basically no mental filter. He is way beyond obnoxious. The worst, most unforgivable offense though, is that he shows up late to work almost every day and leaves early almost every day, and often disappear for days at a time without warning or explanation to anyone. He often goes on vacation back to his home country, telling us he'll be gone for 2 weeks, and then show back up at his desk a month later. No repercussions or penalties, not even a warning or a where were you? The time he does spend in the office, maybe half of it is spent working on project and the other half he's eating or faking about on the internet. Point, if I pulled that sheet I'd be out after 2 days. I've also caught him complaining that we, the other employees in my department, leave a bit early or come in a little late to make it to important appointments once in a blue moon. The goddamn hypocrite. Point, yeah, he's a total douche and a source of major stress and frustration in my life. Can't wait until he leaves. Bill faking. Bill. Point, works about 1.5 hours a day, tops. I'm assuming he is the last efficient worker I've ever met, because I could do what he does in 5 minutes a day. Always feels the need to comment on any discussion anyone else is having, but never usefully. Point, we were talking about the last election, and he crops up with some quote from Star Trek that's not even relevant. Point, then my awesome coworker, Jack, and I were telling at each other, which is fine. We are both loud personalities, and sometimes when there's a disagreement, it comes to shouting. We both know that it's just stress, and after 5 minutes, we are back to normal. This time, Bill had been pestering Jack for an hour, and Jack blew up at me in a disagreement. I knew that the argument was a disagreement, but the anger was about Bill. The argument ended with him leaving, slamming the door. Bill speaks up, says what the fuck is his problem? Maybe his problem, Bill, is that you don't shut the fuck up and mind your own faking business when things have nothing the fuck to do with you. Not every conversation your little ears can find needs your faking input, and you sure as shit have never contributed fuck all to any conversation that I've ever had. Why don't you sit the fuck down and go back to pretending to work like you do every faking day, you sack of banal culture references? Afterwards, my boss pulled me into his office and said, you know, Bill reported that. If I'd witnessed that, I'd have to give you a written warning, but I find it completely unbelievable that you would say exactly what everyone's wanted to say to him for the last year. Don't do it again. Oh, I've got a few wonderful examples from a former employer of mine. Point, first, we've got a woman I'll call Trollface. Trollface is a woman of 50 some odd years of age, kind of looks like what would happen if you put a bullfrog in a pantsuit, walks about the same too. She's one of these people who gives advice to people who don't ask for it. She's one of these people who claims to be by the book. She read the entire employee handbook, or maybe had someone with crayons and construction paper explain it to her, not sure which, but conveniently skipped over the sexual harassment part, unless someone refused her disgusting troll-like advances. Never pulled that on me, though, mostly because I told her I wouldn't fuck her with the cooks. Dick, and because I'm not a moron, and knew her game. Come to think of it, I think Trollface skipped a few other sections of the handbook because she always created a hostile environment, because she just couldn't be wrong, and she always had to tattle like she was in Trollface elementary school. When I became her boss, I found out just how many complaints on her were in her record, as well as fielded every complaint on her after that point. Next, we have Barry, a 50-something-year-old man, white as he was tall, and a mustache with its own personality, became bigger when he got angry, which was pretty funny. The problem with Barry was, despite appearances to customers, he was just a disgusting piece of shit, would eat fries right out of the fryer. Google the girls he had hired. Speaking of the girls he hired, more often than not, they were cute with a penchant for wearing yoga pants. He would just continually stand in the kitchen and check them out all night in the guise of observing their work. I caught a plethora of complaints on him. Last I had heard, he was transferred to another part of the building. Point last, we have Barry's on again off again girlfriend Wanda. Wanda is the same age as Barry in Trollface, and while a sweetheart for the most part, has a terrible lying problem, and is a damn hypocrite to boot. This bitch, in her finest example of being a hypocrite liar, would often spend most nights perusing Facebook on her work computer, even though we had a pretty tight web block system in place that should have kept her off there. Well, I had a habit of using YouTube as my music player most nights, while I'd be doing paperwork, or whatever, which she deemed to be watching the YouTube all night, which was her exact complaint to our boss. Between that and her using Trollface as a spy on the nights she was off, I had no use for her, and wrote a long screed against her which I handed to the bosses, that I'm guessing went red, because she's still largely the same way to this day apparently. I worked with this prick edition. Ed is his actual name, because fuck Ed, it sucks. So to start with, I have worked in my field for 4 years now, 3 at the time. Ed was making my life miserable. He got hired on because he was a great programmer with years of experience, and he was a good guy. My supervisor interviewed him, and I don't know if the questions were related to the color of the sky in Ed's world, but they sure weren't related to the job. So Ed gets put on a job and manages to fuck it all up. My supervisor asks me to help him out, so that the job fits more with our style. Point little side story here, the programming language we use ties graphics to points, so when you change the name of the point the graphics have to be rewritten. So I clean up his job, and get it ready for the customer. I get a note back from my supervisor, that asks me what happened and why didn't I fix the graphics. None of it was working. Turns out Ed went back to fix a few little problems with his programming, and blew 2 days worth of my labor to sheet point. So I have a talk with him about his programming, and it turns out at the last place he worked he had someone who would do all of his graphic work. Then I ask about the programming. It turns out he was more familiar with a much older language that was never used anymore. Point great. So I talk to him about naming his points and keeping them straight, and he seems to understand. So the next job he gets, my supervisor puts us on the job together. He'll do all the programming, I'll do all of the graphic work. I give him the parts he needs, and I spend weeks on it until finally we get to a point where I have to deal with another project, and he has to finish a few things. So I make him a punch list of what to finish. Somehow he fucks up a world of shit, and doesn't tell anyone. It's a big customer and a big job, so my supervisor is going to train them on the system himself. He asks me to give the site a once over to check to be sure everything works. There wasn't much that was working on it, and with 6 hours until they trained, I took the most straightforward part of the site and made it work, and I told them to only train on that part. The salesman on the job wrote me a nice email, but it took me another 2 weeks before the job was complete to company standards. I knew he was making significantly more than I was, because he had 20 years of experience. But the final straw was on another job over a year after he was hired. My supervisor asked me to check on it, so I did. I wrote him an email about what was wrong. Then I added some lines about personal preferences and things I would like to see different. He flipped the fuck out and sent me this giant email about me treating him like he was a child, and brought up everything I'd ever said to him, insinuating that he didn't know what he was doing, and finally wrapped it up with, "I've been doing this for 20 years. I write code differently than you do. Get over it." He sent me a copy of his resume detailing his 20 years. There were huge gaps and lots of 1-year jobs, so I never responded. I told my salesman and my supervisor I was done covering for him. He would have to sink or swim on his own. 2 weeks go by, and he quits the job in an email stating that he was offered a better job and more responsibility. The truth is he knew he was about to be fired. They had called him in for a meeting the week before, but he asked to reschedule. In the end it worked out great. I got a big raise, company car, and a few other perks. I should send the poor company that hired him a muffin basket and a thank you note. Fuck that guy. I used to work in a place with a number of crazy folks, but they were all special in unique ways. The biggest issue was the lack of management. If someone had been on top of that stuff, I don't think it would ever have been as big of an issue as it was. The first was a guy that sexually harassed all the male college students, especially if they were straight. He'd also make passes at most of the male coworkers as well as any of the female coworkers' boyfriends. When it came to actually working, he'd always come up with crazy ideas, most of which cost way too much money and messed up our budget repeatedly. He also would just walk out of work and disappear for hours at a time. There was also a girl in the department that would have a meltdown once a week for about 6 months straight. It usually involved her screaming, often at me, but she got crappy with just about everyone who she decided was ruining her good day on any given day. She also bailed on work constantly. When she was supposed to be working, she'd sneak off and do who knows what. She actually had several serious deadlines she missed. There's another gentleman there that's finally starting to get recognized as the sheethead he is. He's always been, but the new group that they have in there now has a much lower threshold for bullshit than the people that were there the majority of the time I was there. He completely lacked creativity. Stole every idea he ever had and makes all of the folks on the technical side completely miserable. He thinks he's too high up to get in trouble, which is why he acts how he does. From my understanding, the people that have the job I had are working on making a formal complaint to the dean and are out for blood. I did my best to help them out by giving them all the contacts I had of people that had issues with the guy in the past. I, personally, had nothing of my own to add. I could sense the crazy from a mile away and did my best to not work on any project he was involved with. I work in a haunted house attraction in the fall. This 17-year-old kid runs around the place doing whatever he wants and makes it his playground. He was brought here at age 14 by the former co-owner who was his family's landlord and demanded that we treat him like royalty. Every time we got onto him, we were countered with being yelled at by the co-owner or screamed at by his big ol' white trash mama. When the co-owner was bought out by my late boss family, he started his own spook house and took the kid with him. This year, the little sheet comes back because he only got $50 at the other house. He is a little 5 feet imp that looks like the banjo playing guy from Deliverance. His voice has not changed at all and is still high pitched and crackly. He doesn't scare anybody at all. He just yells out a bunch of memes that he thinks are funny. One time boss put him in the dark maze next to my room because he wanted a change. I couldn't talk. I couldn't do my faking job because he keeps screaming shit into my room. When I get onto him and tell him to shut the fuck up, he says no, I can do whatever I want because I worked in this room the year before last. You are not my boss and I know how to go through the maze without a flashlight. I wanted so bad to hit him, but I know it would mean my termination and charges on assault of a minor. I asked the boss what the hell I did to deserve him and told her that he doesn't do well in that room. So luckily I never have to work with him again. We have a sheet sack that is so inept at his job it's beyond comprehension. Part of his job is troubleshooting with customers to figure out whether they need to have the service department look at it or they can fix it on their own. Instead, he transfers the call to me or says just send me a video of what the machine is doing. He then brings the video to me and says, what do you think it could be? By the way, I don't work for him or his department. He also uses a lot of profanity with incoming callers, which is really unprofessional. He uses a company truck for months at a time and fills up using a company fuel card. This is not a truck that is assigned to him. It is supposed to be used to run materials around or do service calls. It is a large truck that gets 15-ish miles per gallon and he lives 40 miles from work. He assigns mechanics to fix his personal vehicle on the clock. Both of these things are just plain stealing from the company. He spends lots of the day online looking at / ordering car parts and communicating with his car club while he forwards his phone to voicemail. By the way, when he recorded his outgoing message he is obviously sheet-faced drunk and says you've reached the service manager of. The rest of the time he is in his office. He is on YouTube watching car videos. He usually leaves an hour early, even though we have customers that need questions answered for a few more hours on the West Coast, and turns off his cell phone saying, "When I'm not here, I ain't taking calls." He gets inappropriate texts on his work cell phone, which is stupid because he has a personal one. He constantly show them off. Ha ha ha, look at my wife's tigs. Okay Beavis, calm down. Pointer uses any company travel as a vacation and blows money on overly expensive meals and alcohol. A one-day job get turned into a 5-day trip and he usually doesn't fix the issue in the first trip. He also skips the warranty process and gives away thousands of dollars worth of inventory on these trips while suggesting to customers that they return the favor by buying him gifts. I seriously fucking hate work sometimes because I have to share a cubicle with this dickhead. I just quit my job, but where I worked we have a guy who's short and stocky and the bane of everyone's existence. He's socially awkward. He has this slow, meandering, husky voice. He talks at about the average pace of a politician who's carefully choosing their words. If anything amuses him, or if he says anything he thinks is witty, he has this one chuckle laugh that bores into your skull. He thinks that he has more clout than he actually does. Granted, he does his job and does it well as far as I can tell, but he'll never get into management. I doubt he could lead a team of people out of a wet paper bag. No one would listen to him if he had to. He has this idea in his head that the seniority of us bottom rung coworkers actually means something. That drives the rest of us nuts, because once you know the basics of the job it's more about teamwork and communication. When you find yourself in a tight spot, he has constant and rough, and while I'm sure he showers the rest of the team questions his hygienics, there's been quite a few times where people have done their best to avoid sitting in a seat he's recently used. I'm just glad to be moving on to another job starting next week. I work in a pretty male-dominated trade. Construction, specifically masonry, specifically with 8 inches, cinder, block. I'm a hod carrier, look it up. If you don't know, it's a very labor-intensive job. Now we got ourselves a girl mason, an apprentice. Now I'm totally on board with equality and all that jazz, but if you want equality, I feel it's fair to put forth an equal effort as anyone else. Not her. She can't handle block, she can't handle scaffold, she can't handle carrying mortar around. So we stick her primarily on either the table saw or on cleanup. So already she doesn't have to work nearly as hard as any other apprentice mason, and during the summer when it's 100+ degrees and we are working 10-hour days, sometimes it don't seem so equal. Whatever, I try not to be a hater. I understand some people aren't built the same, but then she's got the worst attitude, like she's been placed on some pedestal. Every time I ask for a cut that I need, I get attitude. Every time I have to work with her, she is talking to other tradesmen, laughing at their jokes, and, not kidding you, getting back rubs. I have scolded her, and she cried to the boss, who reassured her. She dated one of our co-workers within a month of working there. She comes to work wearing designer jeans instead of work pants. She has never laid a block in her life, yet she feels the need to bash other masons' work at safety meetings. She is absolutely toxic and a terrible worker. She does not belong here. The good side is, my lead foreman is starting to notice, and it seems her days are numbered. There's an old lady working with us, and she's just really unpleasant. Lately she's been bugging us about the water tank, which is basically just one of those 18L water containers that our boss refuses to pay to replace, so it's just filled with tap water. Essentially, she's the only one drinking a lot of water from that water tank, since all of us know it's just tap water. She has a 1.2L water that she fills up 3 to 4 times a day. The past few weeks she's been on our case about us not filing it up, and how it was unfair that she was the only one to fill it up. To sum it up, she wants to have cold water and not do anything for it. She's also sent a memo to our colleague through the messaging system in our pose on a day they were both working to tell him to clean his dishes. How she was the only one to ever do the dishes for everyone, which is no true. It wouldn't be so bad if she'd be decent at the job. She doesn't shy away from browsing websites like Walmart or even TV programs, and then gets pissed if God forbid, should she have to get up and do some work. She gives us dirty looks if we don't do the pickups for clients, while she looks through a pile of papers full of nonsense just to look busy, and then both her and our warehouse manager can circle a jerk about the youths being so lazy. Even if we are much further from the front desk or in the middle of a consultation with another client, the only time she'll get involved is for some Captain Obvious comments, like stating what kind of light bulb you have in your hand, as if you asked her what type it was, while you're just on your way to pick on up from the back store. Lighting business, light bulbs are some of the items we sell. The only reason her sales are good is because she has contractors and designers sending orders, so she just punches in the item number she didn't even work to find, and that's it. Plus, because of her we are stuck with a chandelier with a grade of crystals way fancier than anything we usually carry, that not a lot of people want. She ordered 2 instead of 1. It's worth over $2,500 compared to $500 to $600 for mid-grade, and she faking tried to downplay it to the owner as a no big deal. It's pretty point I'd get fired for half the mistakes she does, but since she's an old hag with 20 something years put in this store, she just isn't held to the same standards as us young salespeople. Another reason to dislike her: gave in my 2 weeks notice yesterday, can't wait to be out.